All right, everyone, we are ready to go?
Yes.
All right, it is 2:03 p.m. on this Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, and I would like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And today I would like to ask Vice President Mayberry to please do roll call.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Trustee Christine Hall.
Present.
Vice President Adam Mayberry is present. Trustee Diane Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
Trustee J.J. Phoenix.
Present.
Vice President Beth Smith.
Here.
Trustee Colleen Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Clerk Alex Woodley is absent today. Student Representative Maya Hartley.
Here.
Okay, we have a quorum, Madam President.
Thank you, and I will put into the record that Clerk Woodley is performing on behalf of the board at an NIAA meeting, so he is in service to our board at that other governmental group. That closes item 1.02 and brings us now to item 1.03. We're going to be seeing and hearing an awful lot from her and celebrating her in just a moment. So there is one person to do the pledge, and that is our new Sergeant, Officer Megan Lytle. Will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Sergeant. We'll move on now to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Nihui, Western Shoshone, and Nuhu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. Thank you. So that closes item 1.04, but we're going to pause. We're not moving on to item 1.05 because we're going to go ahead and open section 4. Section 4 is our section for items of presentation, discussion, information, and or action. And we're going to be opening item 4.01. It'll be our very first time that we hear from our special Pledge of Allegiance leader. This is the approval and adoption of the negotiated agreement between the Washoe County School District, WCSD, and the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, WCSD, for a term of agreement from 2025 to 2027. This is an item for possible action, and we have with us here today our Chief of School Police, Shauna Baker, and our General Counsel, Kevin Pick. Welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, Trustees. I'm Kevin Pick. I'm General Counsel for Labor and Employment here at the district, and with me is Chief Shauna Baker.
Good afternoon, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent. Thank you.
We are very pleased to present to you the tentative agreement that's been reached between the negotiating team for the Washoe County School District and the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, or WCSD. And we will be going through it with you here in a moment, but before that, I kind of just wanted to, how we do these a lot, I'd like to kind of identify the people on the negotiating team because a lot of hard work went into having reached to this point, and I really want to specifically identify the WCSD negotiating team. We have WCSD President Megan Lytle, Andrew Cardinal, who is the Sergeant Representative, and Roger Markison, who is the Vice President of WCSD. The WCSD team was amazingly receptive, professional, easy to work with. They've bargained very hard for their side. They have They should be very proud of the work they did. We ended up with, I think, a really great tentative agreement, which I'll be going into more detail here in a minute. But they were wonderful to deal with and very professional and receptive, and we ended up with a great agreement, I think, because of it. On the district's negotiating team side, we have obviously Chief Baker, Kate Shum from Human Resources, Area Superintendent Chris Hackbush, our own CFO Mark Mathers, and myself. And as I said a minute ago, we had an enormously positive and collaborative negotiation. The WCSD team was very professional, very receptive, and both sides were very committed to listening and understanding each other's position and then trying to reach an agreement through language based on that, and both sides were committed to it. So
I would just like to echo what Mr. Pick has informed you guys of today. Historically, I also sat on the association. I was very, very proud of this negotiating team that WCSD was willing to be collaborative and try to reach an agreement with everyone. It was truly amazing, so I'm grateful to them.
Thank you, Chief Baker. And with that, I'd like to actually invite Megan Lytle up to give a statement.
Welcome, President Lytle.
Thank you for hearing this matter today. The bottom line is it was an endeavor that we have not done before. We represented ourselves, and it was difficult in that sense and required a lot of work, and it wasn't solely me. Absolutely, Mr. Officer Markison and Sergeant Cardinal contributed equally, and it required many, many, many hours of research and then correspondence and collaboration. So in the end, we're very happy. We appreciate that. In a sense, the district understood our vulnerability, but didn't take advantage. They were definitely collaborative with us and explained things when we needed them explained, and understood that we would say we need to go back and do more research. We will come back again to the table. So, in that sense, there was patience on their part, understanding on their part. Lots of explanations they probably otherwise would have wanted to not be so open about, but the truth is that's how we had to move forward. So in the end, we are incredibly thankful for the efforts that we put forth in our meetings. So thank you.
And thank you for your efforts.
Now, we do want to get into the agreement, and this is a general summary of a lot of the high points of the agreement. The agreement obviously includes a lot of fine-tuning language cleanup, updating, things like that, which are not encapsulated in this summary, but these are very much the high points of the agreement. And we start out, it is a 2-year agreement from 2025 to 2027, and for compensation, fiscal year 2026, it includes a 9.75% COLA, which is retroactive to July 1st, 2025. 7.75% of that, 9.75, is from reallocating savings from 4 frozen unit positions. For fiscal year 2027, there is a contingent 2% cost of living adjustment, subject to the standard guardrails that this board has seen in other agreements, where if the general fund revenues for fiscal year 2027 increase 4%, then the association here would essentially get half of that percentage increase. So if the general fund revenues go up 4%, they would get a 2% cost of living adjustment. If the general fund revenues in fiscal year 2027 only go up 3%, they would get 1.5%. And then there would be a floor at 0 if you have less than that. It will go all the way down to 0. If there happens to be an increase in general fund revenues above 5%, then there would be an automatic reopener, and we would renegotiate compensation at that point, a new COLA, with the association if we get above the 5%. So these are the standard terms we've used in many other agreements, so I know the board is familiar with the details on these, but I wanted to go through them. As part of that, too, we did include updated pass-through language for we call it SB 231 funding, but that was several years ago. But we did include that. So there is still matching funding available, and that will continue through this agreement again. So thank you.
And then again, Shauna Baker for the record, Chief of Police. Continuing, we clarified language. There's a lot of language clarification throughout this agreement. So clarified language around pre-planned sick leave, updated language on supplemental benefits for workplace injuries and what that looked like, revised safety equipment to better reflect current needs in policing throughout the country, modified parameters regarding leave for court appearances. We clarified rules regarding special assignments and what that entails, revised shift bidding processes, and better defined seniority for understanding, and clarified mileage allowances, and transitioned sick leave verification away from a 12-month rolling calendar into a year-to-year calendar for tracking.
Now, with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions on the tentative agreement, but that did highlight the high points. And again, I just want to thank WCSD and their negotiating team for a terrific negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no lights on, we'll have JJ get ready if there's any public comment. But just thank you. This is always remarkable when we have an opportunity to reach a fair agreement with any of our labor associations whom we value so very, very much. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
Go ahead.
Thank you, President Smith. I just have one comment. I just want to say that we are very lucky as an organization, especially an organization that is responsible for keeping children safe and keeping teachers and staff safe. I am very thankful, and I know the board is thankful because we say it all the time, to have you as our policing force in our schools on a daily basis. And I'm just glad we have each and every one of you. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no comment and no other lights on, I would entertain a motion for this.
I'll go ahead and do that. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the adopts changes of the negotiated agreement between the Washoe County School District and the Washoe County School Police Officers Association, WCSD, for the term of agreement from 2025 to 2027.
Trustee Nicolette, second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix. We have a second by Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0, very enthusiastically. Congratulations, everyone. Now we'll take a photo. Thank you so much. All right, well, congratulations to Wixipoa and to our team. So now we will go ahead and pause on section 4, go back to the opened section 1, and now this will make a little bit more sense why we had to do that. And I will open item 1.05, which is the ceremonial swearing in of the new Washoe County School District Police Sergeant. So Chief Shauna Baker, will you please share this moment with us and let us know who we're celebrating?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, President Smith, Superintendent, members of the board. Happy to see you again. Today, we're going to be swearing in former Officer Megan Lytle. Now, Sergeant Lytle was raised in Oregon before relocating to the great state of Nevada to attend the University of Nevada, Reno. After earning her master's degree in Administration of Justice and Security at the age of 27, she began her career in law enforcement with the Nevada Department of Safety, now Nevada State Police, where she served for 4.5 years. She then made the brilliant transition over to Washoe County School District Police Department, accumulating a total of 13 years in law enforcement. Her experience includes roles in campus and patrol operations, as well as serving as a background investigator and training instructor for our department. So she's been pinnacle for us over the years. Today, she's a proud mother of her daughter, Naya, and has the support of her father, Gary, who will be pinning her, her stepmother, Pam, and her significant other. So, Officer Lytle, will you please come up here for your ceremonial swearing in. Step a little bit closer so we can hear you. Thank you, ma'am. Okay. Please raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Megan Lytle,
Do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend
do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States
the Constitution and government of the United States
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District against all enemies,
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District against all enemies,
whether foreign or domestic,
whether foreign or domestic,
and that I will bear true faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same
and that I will bear true you're making me laugh. True faith, allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
any ordinance, resolution, or law of any state,
any ordinance, resolution, or law of the state,
notwithstanding,
and
that I will faithfully perform all duties
that I will faithfully perform all duties
of the office of Sergeant
of the office of Sergeant
on which I am about to enter, so help me God.
on which I am about to enter, so help me God.
I have a very nice pen for you. If you'd please step over here and sign your oath of office. There you go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, and thank you
you.
very much for your service.
Thank you.
Yep.
Are we going to do the pinning?
Yes, we are.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to move on to the pinning and then a photo. I just wanted to say thank you again for your time.
Thank you. And then does Sergeant Lytle want to say anything as well? Or? It is like officially Sergeant Lytle Day because you did all the things.
Can we make that a holiday and have it off? You've heard from me enough, but I really am dedicated to this agency, the district, the community here, and I appreciate that I've been placed in this role where I can continue to serve and hopefully help lead successfully. So I appreciate that our command has given me this opportunity and have placed faith in me, and I plan to not fail. So thank you.
All right, everyone, we're going to get up and we're now going to take another photo to commemorate the moment. All right, everyone. Well, thank you so much to the Lytle family. That was wonderful. That closes item 1.05 and now closes section 1 in its entirety. We'll move on now to section 2. These are our consent agenda items. So prior to the meeting, staff requested to pull consent agenda item 2.07 from the agenda. So that will be under consideration at a future meeting. So we will not be hearing that item. And prior to today's meeting, we do have requests from trustees to pull items 2.03 and 2.09. So I will ask staff to prepare for those two items, which leaves us with items under consideration under general consent, seeing no lights on for other items to be pulled. That leaves us with items 2.02 and 2.04 to 2.06. 2.08 and 2.10 through 2.13. Does anyone have any questions or points on any of those items, comments that they might like to make? Trustee Hall?
Sure. I would like to just comment on 2.05 about our teacher ratios in grades K through 3. We've heard a lot. Beginning of the year is a time of year when we do allocations. We have our class counts, and we've heard from several teachers, and all of us have been doing school visits, and even heard from some students that it's really hard to learn in big classes. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to just continue to publicly express that we agree and we want smaller class sizes, but the way that our state funds education, first grade doesn't get more money for smaller class sizes than sixth grade. And it's just really important that we as a community continue to have this conversation about how we can do our best to keep our class sizes as small as possible and advocate to the state for them to fund our schools properly. So if they're going to ask for us to have a small class ratio, they have to fund that. So it's called an unfunded mandate. And it's just really important, I thought, to bring it up because I know a lot of us have been in schools lately, and I even heard from some students who said that they have, 36 kids in a class, and it's really hard to learn, and it feels really overcrowded. And we're aware of it, and we want to do everything we can, and we continue to come up with really creative solutions. Our staff has come up with really creative solutions. I know the superintendent got really in the weeds with allocations and did school by school by school rather than a blanket allocation, which I just want to commend you and your team for doing that this year to ensure that we're doing our best. But unfortunately, we're going to be submitting a report that shows that we are over the recommended class sizes. And so I just wanted to just mention that we as a community need to continue to advocate to the state that if we want small class sizes, we have to fund education at those levels. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, President Smith. Along with Trustee Hall, I too want to say that as much as I appreciate all the work that the state does, they're real stinkers when it comes to funding for the allocations that they would like us to have. And unfortunately, that's unattainable with the funding that we're given. But we have heard our teachers. We understand. We truly do understand the stress the teachers are under, and they're still delivering. They are still delivering because they love our students. So there is good news in 3.01, which we'll get to later. We are moving the needle. We are working on lowering allocations. It's not the whole pizza, but we're getting a couple of really good slices out of it. And I, for one, am going to put more toppings on my too. But no, so we are working really, really hard in that respect. And I know the teachers were consulted. And I think that's important to hear their voices because they are the ones in the trenches. They know what, from bell to bell, what's going on in that classroom. And so I just want to say that we appreciate you and we're trying our very best. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. You know, every quarter I make a comment. I think both of you have done that wonderful, so I will say thank you and just +1 to both of those. JJ, do we have any public comment for item 2.02 and 2.04 through 2.06, 2.08, and 2.10 through 2.13?
I have no cards for those items.
All right, very good. So I will bring it back to this board for consideration of a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 and 2.04 to 2.06, 2.08, and 2.10 through 2.13.
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve from Vice President Mayberry. We have a second from Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. So that closes the general section of the consent agenda, and now we will prepare for individual discussions on the first of two items, beginning with item 2.03. This is the approval of the 2025-26 Student Manual Behavior and additional resource to the Behavior Manual and certification that Washoe County School District schools are in compliance with Nevada Revised Statutes NRS 392.4644 and 392.4645. This is an item for possible action, and we welcome with us our Chief Academic Officer for Student Development, Jen Van Tress, and our Area Superintendent, Dr. Mike Paul. Welcome to both of you.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ertz, Board of Trustees. We are very happy here to present this year's behavior manual to all of you and welcome any questions or comments that you might have.
Very good. Well, this was an item mutually pulled by two of our trustees, beginning with Trustee Hall and Trustee Westlake. So I will go ahead and open it up to both of them for their questions, for clarification, or the statements that will shed some information on why it is that we've pulled this.
Hi, thank you both for hopping in kind of last minute to have this item pulled. I wanted to I really felt that this item deserved a conversation rather than a consent agenda. I know that behavior has been something that's talked about a lot in the community, in schools across the nation, to be really honest. And as a former classroom teacher, I know how much student behaviors can impact our schools. and that this behavior manual has gone through several iterations, including a major revamp a few years ago. And I thought that it also deserved some celebration in where we're at. And while we have still room to go, we've really accomplished a lot. So I wanted to give this item a little bit of a moment in the sun to celebrate our students and our staff, and also the collaboration that this manual came out of. And so I really just wanted to give you an opportunity to share that. It wasn't meant to, like, trick anybody or ask any really major questions, but we did just recently get some data from the superintendent about major behaviors and how much improvement we've seen in that area. So I would just love to give you guys the floor and give you an opportunity to share that with us.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. Mike Paul, Area Superintendent, for the record. Thank you for that opener. I agree completely. I do want to, that's exactly where I wanted to start with. Whatever question was asked by anybody, I was going to kind of side rail from that question and want to acknowledge several people and several groups for where we are right now. So great opener. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge a couple of our main associations for their collaboration and the work that we've done. Our WEA, our Teachers Association, when we contacted President Kalen Evans and to say, hey, we want to sit down and really go through our behavior manual with you and get some updates on that. Of course, right to the table we came with them. And what was really nice about that, instead of just kind of sitting down and having that just general conversation, we really went page by page in the weeds of the behavior manual and got some really amazing feedback from WEA on going through some very specific things in that. So that was some of the best collaboration we had. And then we also went to the Principals Association and working with them and similar kinds of things. We got into the weeds on several things. And we had, we came to a consensus of this is definitely what we need. This is what our principals are looking for. And as you've seen in the materials we have, one of the main changes that we made was keeping the material that's in there, but separating them into two different documents. So our school sites have a very user-friendly document to go through when they're working with students. So that was a main ask by our principals and our administrators. So that was very collaborative in coming to that. And then I also really want to recognize Dr. Paul LaMarca and his work that he has been doing over the last several years. Like you said, an extensive amount of work a couple of years ago in doing all of that. And by no means did we want to lose any of that work in going through revisions and another iteration of what happened this year. But looking at the last couple of years and working with schools, just figuring out how to keep all of that really important work that has been done. But then when you're going 100 miles an hour in a school and we need to reference this material, we need a quick down and dirty version of it that a principal or a dean can take a look at and say, oh, this is right where it's at right here. But then we also need this section to where, oh, this is the foundational aspect of it. This is the work of the meaning behind all of this that still needs to be there for that work. We couldn't lose any of that. So that's where the separation of the two documents came in to keep everything in place. So Paul, Dr. LaMarca and his group, thank you very much for all of that. I also want to make sure I recognize Lindsay Kendrick, our Director of Behavior, who is the backbone of all of this work of doing this and working every day with all of our schools and our administrative teams with the behavior hearings and those super tough cases that come every day to her door and working through those. And our legal department, of course, we consult them multiple times a day. They are always there and they are so great in responding. So Mr. Lombardo, thank you for your team and the responsiveness that they are always giving us. School police is always there for us as well. They are great consultants with this, and all of these people that I'm mentioning, they all had a major piece in working collaboratively with all of this. Our special ed department, our academic leadership team, all over the place. We had so many people collaborating with this, so that was really great in working through all of these things. So, yes.
Oh, I didn't realize.
I know you have a point of clarification too, really quick. So this is also a little bit of a history lesson on a few different levels.
Yes.
So the members of the public are seeing the trustees pull something off of consent. And we do that sometimes. And in the way back machine, that's actually where this whole process initiated several years ago. And I know that because at the time the board was hearing quite a bit from teachers, principals, expressing that they needed something different and something more from the district. And I know that because I was the trustee that pulled this off of consent all those years ago. And while I fully admit that I did not at the time realize exactly how much work was going to go into it, I can certainly say now, and I believe the board members can, that was well invested. And so Dr. Paul LaMarca took that charge from this board, absolutely embraced it, and embarked on 10 months of intensive work with our associations, ensuring that the WEA, the Principals Association, our education support professionals, that everyone had an opportunity to be a part of rebuilding what this education behavior manual looked like. While in parallel, we were also receiving support from former board president, at that point legislator, Dr. Angie Taylor as well. And even though that was a remarkable amount of work, that all began with pulling something off of consent and knowing that we could do more. Look where we are today. And so I am incredibly proud of the leadership that the district has shown. I'm incredibly grateful for the voice that our associations have, because that's how we know when we need to be taking a closer look, when we're hearing from our employees and making sure that your voices are a part of what it is that we're creating. And I'm incredibly proud of where it is that we've landed and where we will continue to grow. But just wanted to explain to everyone that once upon a time, this began with pulling something off of consent and then doing this work and recommitting ourselves to the partnership that we absolutely need with our association so that we can create something of unique value to them. On that note, before we go to Trustee Westlake, Trustee Hall, I know that there was one particular area that you were particularly impressed with. Could you go ahead and just remark on that, and then we'll go to Trustee Westlake?
Sure. So something that spurred this conversation for me was the collaborative effort for a student who might be coming back from a consequence, and that it included a team. That didn't used to be the case, and teachers didn't used to have a place at the table, and they had to just accept whatever decisions were made well above them, but that student was still in their classroom. And I just want to put that out there, that I have been that teacher who had a student come back to my classroom, and it was really hard because we didn't have that opportunity as a teacher and a student to rebuild that relationship. And this manual requires that is a piece. And I think that is incredibly important, because we tell teachers all the time, it is like the most common thing that is told to teachers is you need to build relationships. But then when there was a broken relationship, there wasn't an opportunity to rebuild that with a facilitator rebuilding it. It was on the teacher and the student to try to figure it out. And that's really hard when there's been something that has happened in the classroom. And so that was really what spurred me to say, I feel like we need to have an opportunity to have a conversation about this, because that alone is so important. And that's where we're going to have students coming to school more often. That's where we're going to have teachers feeling job satisfaction and retention and keeping them satisfied and happy to be coming to work. And it's also about the safety for all of the students in the classroom. So thank you for really, really pushing the needle on that and ensuring that everybody gets a seat at the table, the parents, that, other students if necessary. I think that is so incredibly important. And it's a really big factor in keeping our schools safe. So thank you. And I don't know if Superintendent Ernst wants to share some of that awesome data. That I don't want to put you on the spot just off the top of your head, but I was really impressed with that data.
Yeah, thank you, Trustee Hall. Appreciate the comments and the work of the team. Of course, collaboration is key to what we're doing, and so I think those efforts have been mentioned now a couple of times. Really, I think it's all about helping students learn what correct behaviors are in school and in life. And I think we're seeing some progress in terms of reducing the number of major behaviors, the number of minor behaviors. I think some data was provided that was written, but really we continue to see growth in that area. And really, I think as educators, it's really important for us to help our students understand boundaries and understand the ways to appropriately behave. And when they maybe step out of bounds, we help them get back in bounds and we support them in their efforts. And so appreciate the work of the entire team, appreciate the regards to the work that's been done this year, and pleased to see the progress that is being made in this area. So thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Area Soup, Dr. Paul, and Ms. Van Tress. I, too, saw this manual as extremely compassionate, reasonable, and common sense in taking all parties' needs into consideration. Because it's not just about the student, it's not just about the teachers, it's not just about how it affects the community. So I did have several questions, and there was just one area that I just needed a little clarification on. So out of the whole thing, I mean, and it could be just because the lens I'm looking at this through, but I am going to ask my questions because I think the answer is remarkable. So one of the questions I had was how many MDRs, manifestation determination reviews, are conducted a year in the district? And that's kind of when the rubbers really meet in the road. And 129, I think, was the answer. 129. Out of all the days of the school year and all the students, I thought that was really remarkable. I think that speaks a lot to how our teachers are managing the classroom, how our principals and their staff are building relationships and mentoring their teachers and supporting their teachers. So I think that was a huge thing. And then I'd asked, are we seeing positive results with restorative academic and behavior supports? And I think that goes to speak for what Superintendent Ernst just said, that it is working. It is definitely working. I like that teachers have more of a voice now. I think that's important. They feel they have a seat at the table. The one thing that I was a little, sorry, I'm getting a frog, a little concerned with was page 12. It was step 12, and it's communicate. And this is in regards to administering a behavioral plan for a student. Keep parents, guardians informed, explain expectations, supports to student. This is where my concern is. Brief only staff who must implement the plan. And can you explain that? Because the answer I got back, very, very good, very informative, and I understand there's such a thing as FERPA, and that's the right to privacy of your personal information. And I understand that we can't be so broad in who knows about this, because then you're affecting the FERPA rights. And you don't want to be so far the other way that you're leaving teachers, staff members that would be in contact with, and this is in regarding a high risk behavior student, and leaving them unawares. And in that respect, to me, they could be at risk, and the other students they're in charge of at risk. So can you flesh that out a little bit for me?
Yeah, sure. I'd be happy to discuss that a little bit further. So you're right, that is under the threat assessment and safety planning section that you're referring to, and the notification of once that safety plan is developed for that student and the plan of action on how to move forward to support that student, that's where that's coming from. What we're looking at when that takes place is certainly the team approach of creating that plan. You know, the parents are involved in that, the administration, counselor, psychologist, that team approach for supporting that plan is created. And then whoever would be involved in implementing that plan, so it would be if it's a teacher, if it's like a fifth grader in an elementary school, it would be the classroom teacher might be involved. If it's multiple teachers in a middle school or high school setting, that of course those teachers and that whole team would be involved and in the know directly of what they need to do to implement to support that student. Additionally, we'd want to look at, are there any other staff members who are directly and continuously in contact with that teacher? They might not have been a part of the plan of the team implementing that or creating that plan, but they're still directly involved with that student. They still have contact. They still interact. They're still with them and supporting that student to make sure that they're successful with that plan. Yes, we would want them to have a piece of knowing, here's the plan, and this is your piece of the plan that you could support in success for this student. So it's not just that team and that's it. They're the only ones that know and nobody else knows. So we do certainly try to find that happy medium that you're talking about. So enough people do know who need to know to support. We also want to be very cautious for the students' sake that of course our goal is to help them be successful. And that balance of, while there could be a very serious infraction or behavior that we're trying to support and bring them back to correct or mediate that behavior, we also do not want to have so many people around the school that might not have any involvement whatsoever with that student start to know all the little details about this student. They have no involvement, so false assumptions aren't made. So they're not having a negative slant of looking at that student, and then we're setting that student up. We're not setting that student up for success, because we just want to be very careful of that. So yes, everybody who needs to know to support, that has a piece in working with that student. Like you had mentioned, yes, FERPA is important, of course, but we also need to keep in mind what that student needs for success.
Okay. That clears it up a lot. Can I give one little example, though?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not so high school and middle school, because there's the PE that they have to have. And so that teacher is going to be seen with them. Some of our elementaries have a PE teacher, but a lot of times the PE teacher might only be there one day a week or twice a week, but they still would have that high-risk student 1 day a week or 2 days a week and interacting and needing to support and maybe understanding triggers that child has and recognizing those and being able to diffuse a situation. So a PE teacher coming to the school 1 day a week and offering the PE class and that student taking it, would they be aware? Maybe not all the little, but just so they're aware.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Thank you. I think in that instance, that person would be an employee of the school and on a part-time basis and that kind of stuff. That's where I would talk about, those would be the type of employees who would be in the know of what they need to know to be able to support that kind of student in that piece of the behavior plan. So they would know this student has this trigger at this time, so we need to be careful and monitor and support the student in this way because we know that there is a plan, not necessarily knowing all of the very intricate details of the entire situation of what happened, but just making the person aware of here's your piece of the plan to support, just so you know. So that's what I'm talking about of, who needs to know what to make sure that the plan is successful for the student.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right. Well, I will bring it back here. Any other questions or thoughts? Otherwise, we'll entertain. Oh, Trustee Phoenix.
Just one closing. Excellent on all the stuff you got here. I'll just be anxious to see your assessment on how effective this really is. And so maybe this time next year, you'll have that data information to say, hey, really, it really did work, or we did make an impact. And I would be awesome if you came back with something like that. So I know you probably are. I just wanted to make that comment, okay? Thank you.
Okay. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the 2025-26 Student Behavior Manual, an additional resource to the Behavior Manual, and certification that Washoe County School District schools are in compliance with Nevada Revised Statutes, NRS 392.4644 and 392.4645.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Hull and a second by Trustee Westlake. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you so much, Chief Van Tress and Dr. Paul. All right, team, that closes item 2.03, and we'll go now to item 2.09. This is the approval of agreement to provide professional consultant services to Cumming Group for construction inspection of the Bernice Matthews Elementary School Modernization Project in the amount of $515,794. This is an item for possible action, and we'll welcome our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, President Smith, trustees. Appreciate the opportunity to come and speak on this. This item is specifically staff augmentation for our capital projects staff while we do the modernization at Matthews. If you'll recall, back in June, you guys approved the construction phase funding for this project, and in that there was a line item for professional services, and this line item was proposed within that if we could not fulfill the two positions we have as construction project coordinator inspectors for this position, these job. They have a specialty in trades that they have to have not just basic knowledge, but a little bit more knowledge of trades, because it's not just one section that is touched within this modernization. There's a lot of trades in it. So we're looking for the correct person. It was advertised at the beginning of FY26 because it was approved through the budget process, and it's been out there for a couple months now, and we have not been able to hire that position for it. There's two of these, so that we could do all of that work in-house.
Thank you so much. So I am the trustee that pulled this item. I don't often pull things. So thank you so much for that overview. I really appreciate it. The first thing that I want to make sure that is very, very clear is I have absolutely no issue or concerns whatsoever with the proposed vendor. So this has nothing to do with the specificity of who's being brought forward for the work. It's really questions around the value of the work and then how else we can also do this work. So I certainly believe in inspection. It goes without saying that we have to make sure that these projects are being done correctly. But I learned about this myself a couple years ago. So pulling this item today is not the first time I've brought this topic forward. And if I'm not mistaken, correct me, we've also heard members of our Capital Funding Protection Committee have questions about the amounts of money that we're spending on this particular type of consultancy. Is that correct?
That is correct, in that one of our members of capital funding has asked the questions. This is a much reduced from what we had been doing in previous years. We have the actual construction management with regards to pay applications and working on that. We have hired a project manager too, which is a senior level that will be managing it. So that's why this is a very reduced dollar amount for it, is because it's just the daily inspections. The project manager too would be on site weekly for OACs and reviewing RFIs as needed and pay applications. So there's two different jobs that fall in that construction management, and we've taken one portion out and we're just asking for supplementation for the project inspectors until what time we can hire them. And this, in all our contracts, we have a clause that we can get out of that contract if we're able to hire those inspectors and get them on the project, which we would love to have our own in-house and manage them.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. So with my questions with this, it's also around the difference of having this done in-house, which I appreciate that we're trying to do. But there's some unique aspects of it, again, not to this agreement and not to this vendor, but how this is expressed. Technically, these consultants, they don't have I'll rephrase this. If they miss something, or if they approve something and that ended up not being right, they're actually not responsible for what it costs to go back and fix it, because that was something that I was told, and I believe it's in one of these articles, and it says that the consultant will not bear any responsibility or liability for such defects or deficiencies or for the failure to so detect. And the reason why I bring that up is because this is over $500,000 for a consultant. And I'm sure this consultant will do a great job. But the fact that we would provide over $500,000 worth of funding for a consultant that at the end of the day is not actually responsible for the cost. I believe the CMAR, that's the construction manager at risk, and then the district would be responsible for that. So is that accurate and common that they have no, like, if someone does a home inspection and they miss something on your home inspection, you can go back to that home inspector, but we don't have that here, right?
Correct. They are not, in their contract, are not held for that. I have to tell you, though, a lot of these, we don't have issues with them missing items. What they are is preventative, right? They see things way far in advance, looking at the lookout schedule, that they are able to head off so that we don't have those mistakes or coordinations that somebody else doesn't see. So while they're not responsible for the actual paying for a mistake of that, we see that they don't have that issue. It's a preventative nature that we are able to not have that risk and not absorb that risk for this.
Yes, and that is, you're totally right. That's why we go to the doctor for preventative care, because that's so much easier. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. I totally agree. But over the years, things have been missed by these vendors, and either the CMAR or the district has had to not recoup, but bear the cost of those fixes. So I'll kind of land the plane to where I'm going. So one of the questions I did ask, we get to ask questions beforehand, is about the 2 roles that we were looking to hire, which I think is great, because I am very much of the opinion that our facilities team needs to be larger, and that you need all the help that you can get for this work. But when I did ask that question, I did get the response back that they would be the grade 26 with the WESPA contract, which on average, if you go to the midpoint for grade 26, it's about $100,000 a year. It roughly works out to about $49 an hour. And that's what we're effectively looking for. There's a range, everyone. I'm only quoting the midpoint. That seems like a fair point of reference. But with this project, and with the fact that we're looking for a consultant at over $500,000, when you look at the agreement, we're prepared to pay $250 and $200 an hour to this consultant. And so therein lies my fiduciary responsibility to the public. If we are not prepared to recruit for or pay a staff member, but we're prepared to enter into a consultancy agreement for 5 times as much per hour, I really struggle with that. And I believe that that may be one of the reasons why we can't find these candidates. And I will also say, I know this is more of a statement than a question, because I don't expect you to regrade something that's on the job board right now, but I have to point that out. The work is important, the inspection is important, but my fiduciary responsibility does not allow me to look at something that we're willing to pay a consultant 5 times as much for than we are willing to pay an employee that we hire. And I think that there's a disparity there. And so that troubles me. I realize that's more of a statement and not a question, and I wouldn't ask you to regrade something. Those are decisions that would have to be made outside this meeting, but I did want to bring that forward. And part of me feels the only way to really make my statement towards that is to not be in support of a contract like this. Also because our CMAR partners have been vocal about the fact that they are not entirely sure or confident that we need a role like this, and that it can actually be accomplished with a different partnership between the district and their team members because they are the construction managers at risk. We have not always had consultants like that. Is this correct? This is newer into WC1 than we've always had with facilities, right?
We've always had consultants like this. When we built DePoli Middle School, we had a construction manager at risk on that project prior to the facility modernization plan. So any of those new constructions, Sky Ranch, Desert Skies, Pulikitas, all the new schools have had this kind of construction manager on it. So we've had them for many years. It's not something new, and it is kind of in our toolkit to do that. What we'd like to do is we'd love to do it in-house, bearing the market value of those positions in mind.
Yeah, and so my feedback is that I think anytime we're prepared to pay 5 times as much for a consultant, we should think about providing and making the role more attractive to actually have an employee do it. And that's why I'm really stuck on this one. I will pause here though and open it up to Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. So I have to agree with President Smith. 5 times as much to someone that we don't even have a relationship with, and that's why a pay scale is established, is because we want to reward people that we've had a relationship with, and we can critique their work and their value. And here's someone coming in that we don't have any experience with, and we're willing to pay off the charts of the pay schedule and not even know what value we're getting. There's no relationship. So that's more of a comment also. But I'm confused because aren't there inspectors that come in, like they inspect the grading, they inspect the soil, the compaction, then they inspect the footings, and that has to pass the inspection, then the framework, and the framework has to pass inspection before sheetrock goes on, and the roof joists have to pass inspection before you can put the actual covering on. So aren't we getting these inspections step by step as the job is going on? And if there's a problem in the footings, like maybe we didn't dig the footings deep enough, then that's corrected before we start the framework.
So there are inspections by the jurisdiction by the jurisdiction for that, which would be, in this case, City of Reno. They inspect periodic and only at specific points. Mm-hmm. This inspector is there throughout, and to your point, they may not inspect every footing where we look at it and we go, there's an issue here, or the concrete that was put in was not up to par, and how do we remediate that and bring that to the designer's attention as well. They do smaller inspections for it, and only what is required to do. We do inspections beyond that. So it's all of that. Drywall, is the finish the correct finish? Is the plumbing in correctly? They do all of that, and it's not just a periodic, like, snapshot inspection, it's continual.
Couldn't that be entered in the contract with our CMAR, that this is what we require on inspections? And also, like, there was something in there about change orders, and that's going to fall on, is it Wart and Bagodi, the architects? They need to review the change orders and decide if this is a warranted change order, and then get the district to say, yeah, move forward with the change order. We see the validity in this. But I think this is just my opinion. I'm going to restate that, my opinion. But we do have the inspections done, and I know quite a few inspectors. I mean, they are really down to the nitty gritty. They do not let things slide. They just do not. Their job is hanging on the line. If we have buildings toppling over here, there, and everywhere, they're not going to retain their licensure to be an inspector. And then ask our CMAR to say, hey, we want to report when you put when you dig the footings, we need to make sure that we have a report on all the footings. When they do the framework, before you put the roof joists in, we need to know the framework, we need that inspected. And the architect, I mean, if the finish isn't right, I mean, the architect is going to see that and be like, no, CMAR put the wrong finish on, you've got to go back, and then CMAR's going to eat that because they put the wrong finish on. I think $500,000, that is crazy to me. That is crazy. And I agree with President Smith. We probably really do need to get someone in-house, but that doesn't mean because we don't have someone in-house, we jump off the cliff here. I mean, it's that I think we're going from one extreme to the other.
I'm going to go to Superintendent Ernst and then Vice President Mayberry, and then we'll go to public comment if we have any on this item, JJ.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Trustee Westlake, for the comments, and thank you, Ms. Zimmerman, for providing the thoughtful responses that you have. Now, a couple of things I think that are important, given maybe some of the comments that were received, is we certainly have to operate within defined regulations around our hiring practices and applicable steps. And so the cost comparison is understandable while we do work with association agreements and we do have regulations on how much can be offered to employees. That's certainly a part of the factor here that I think is important for everybody to understand. But points about responsibility make plenty of sense to me. Also, can you remind me, did you say that this was previously an item approved before, or can you walk me back through that item that you had mentioned just a little bit, just to make sure that we're all operating from a similar understanding, please?
So previously, in the June 2025, we came to the board for construction phase funding approval. This dollar amount was depicted as part of the professional services, and at that time, we did make the promise that we would work to hire those positions, but in the interim, if we needed help and assistance, this was the dollar amount set aside and approved to do that.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman.
No, thank you. I think Superintendent Ernst sort of asked my question, and I think you answered. I mean, we wouldn't be having this conversation had we hired two internal staff to do these inspections. Fair enough.
Fair enough. We would love to have them in-house.
What would, just at a very high level, what do we lose, say, if we don't have this inspection service?
The daily inspections, the daily written logs that for anything preventative or refuted later on, that we can go back and work through that and have that documentation. We look at schedule. Are they on schedule? Are they doing, so that we can open that portion in time when we promised it. They're checking all of those things. So the risk of finding things later on that we have to dispute with the contractor, and I know we have a CMAR and we have relationships with these CMARs, but they also have subs and they're contractors. And so it's a little bit of, we just need to double check to make sure we're getting what the district is paying for with this, and that we're mitigating any risks ahead of time so that when we end this project, we end it on a high note, we provide a great spot for our community and our students and staff to be in, and that it's safe for them. Yeah, and that's what this does for us. It provides that mitigation of risk.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. How does this inspection service differ from, the public inspection, City of Reno, for instance? So
public inspection is looking at finite pieces at a time. They might look at pouring a section of a footing, but this contractor or this inspector looks at everything daily. They look at everything that's going on. They look at the sequencing. They know what the schedule is. They're looking at all the suppliers. They're looking at the material that comes in. Is it broken? Is it in good shape? Those inspectors don't do that work. These are for every piece and part to this project.
What kind of, if I can ask a hypothetical, what kind of delay would we be looking at if we, say, postponed this item to allow you more time to find internal personnel?
Well, what we promised is that we would be completed with this project at Matthews in the fall of 2026, and that could delay that, right, and opening it for those students and welcoming them to that school. Right, and then when you do that and you elongate a contract with the CMAR, you're paying more general conditions to that contractor to elongate the contract.
Yeah. But, I mean, would there be a delay?
There could be.
There could be, okay.
There could be. Currently we don't have the staff to do capital renewal and all of our new building projects. So with not having that there, we're either paying our staff overtime, which that's not, we'd love to actually hire these positions to do this work and be invested in our schools.
No, thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. I again appreciate all the questions and appreciate the dialogue. I had the same question, a similar question. I thought the cost was high too for a modernization project, and you pointed out earlier that we did get a reduced cost in this particular case.
So yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry, just to clarify, so in the contract that we have for this particular project, the positions are still posted, so if we are able to hire them, you're able to cancel out of this contract, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that would be the full total if we cannot hire.
This contract is not to exceed, and if we are able to cut that contract off with filling those positions with employees, district employees, then we won't realize and pay all of that in the contract amount.
And the position of this inspector is outside of the CMAR, and it's really to work in conjunction with your office to make sure that all of the, like you said, the supplies, materials, and the actual work on a daily basis is happening properly.
Correct.
One other question, and then we'll go to public comment. Does the CMAR not go through every one of these with all of their subs? I mean, they are the construction manager at risk, which is a different designation than is it remarkably good job on a very, very detailed topic. JJ, do we have any public comment on this?
I have no cards for this item.
And thank you. And thank you so much for walking us through. I mean, I think genuinely, this is an example to me where there can be more than one right answer, and the answer that is right for me may not be the answer that is right potentially for a majority of the board. But thank you so much for having the opportunity. We still need to land somewhere here.
I did have one more question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I can't remember if you could help me, Miss Tammy. Did this go out to bid?
These are on a RFQ and a pool for construction management services. So we go out, we ask for qualifications, we score them, and we put them in a pool that we're able to choose from to hire this.
Okay, and they're all around this.
They're all going to be around this same dollar amount.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks again, trustees, for the input and the discussion. Tammy, thank you very much for the responses provided. I would say that as we look at facilities modernization and we look at working in very, very difficult timelines as far as rezoning and other aspects that are related to significant facilities modernization work that we are embarking upon here and will continue embarking upon over the next couple of years. Delays, it's my understanding that delays in these types of projects can unfortunately be significant and not just impact one area or one school specifically. So again, I appreciate the robust discussion. I feel I would be remiss if we did not speak to some of the timelines about engaging our communities, engaging our families, working within 1 and 2 year windows, and trying to kind of bring these things together. There are a lot of aspects to consider in a facilities modernization plan, particularly as we step forward over the next few months. Just encourage everybody to keep that in mind.
Thank you. I appreciate that, and that's very true. But construction could begin, right? So I know we wouldn't have this inspector day to day, but the relationship we have with the CMAR and with the existing facilities team, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, the fences are up. I was just there last week. It wouldn't necessarily keep the construction project. It's not like you don't have, this is a very important role, but it's not necessarily in.
They're mobilizing right now. They're not doing actual construction. We're waiting to get this inspector on board to actually start this process. We need somebody there that is on a daily basis monitoring all that goes on that site. And it's for the school as well. Safety, making sure that the fences are up for those. It's coordination, all of that. So this person needs to be on site to start actual construction.
All right. So we need to land the plane. You have done, again, truly such a remarkable job. I will share with my board that I can't support the item. I would prefer that the board moves to reconsider the open positions that we have and recalibrate them to more closely match what the district is willing to pay a consultant and allow more time for recruitment. But I recognize that that may not be the majority interest of the board, but that's why I do need to make it clear, because honestly, I want you to have the employees. That's really what I want. I want your team to have more in-house talent, and my vote on this one is in support of that and is in recognition of the disparity from what we're willing to pay a team member versus what we're willing to pay a consultant. But it's really because I want you to have more employees, okay? So it's supportive in maybe a different way. So on that note, I would certainly entertain a motion. I'd like to hear other people's thoughts. I know we need to land the plane on this one. Trustee Westlake?
I'm sorry. I do have one more thought, because if the CMAR is going to be the one left holding the bag, if there's a problem, I think that we hired them to be the CMAR to manage the project for a reason, and there's a trust there, and I think this could be worked out between us and the CMAR. It might be an addendum to the contract, but I think, you know, they want to do the work for us. We have a relationship with them. I think we could work out the inspection thing through our CMAR. Who is actually going to be left holding the bag if things go south? And we're just hiring someone to be there that can actually miss things, but they're not even going to be the ones holding the bag. So I too want to see you guys have more people to help with these intensive projects. And I'm going to have to vote no, though, because I think this could be worked out in other ways, not at this price tag, and still be beneficial. Thank you.
So does anyone have any other thoughts here? I mean, because we do need to land somewhere, and I have no problem making a motion and seeing where it goes in terms of allowing more time for analysis. But if other colleagues would like to move forward with it, genuinely now is the time to know that, and then I will certainly respect any majority vote of the board. But this is one of those situations where it might be good to know where everybody lands on this.
Just so you know where I'm at. I had talked about this with Joe a little bit, and we talked about the time constraints, the expertise, the costs, unable to hire, pre-approved. We had that already in motion and being very thorough. So, you know, I am in favor of making the motion, you know, and just putting it out there for you. So if you want me to go ahead and make the motion. So as it reads here, 209, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the agreement to provide professional consultant services to Cumming Group for construction inspection of the Bernice Matthews Elementary School modernization project in the amount of $515,794,000.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix. We have a second by Dr. Nicolette. For discussion on the motion, I'm going to have to be a no on this because I cannot in good faith allocate taxpayer dollars 5 times as much as we're willing to pay someone in-house. I think that we need to do a review of that position here. And I do actually believe that our CMARs have the capabilities of doing this work. I know that because they have told me. And so I view this as being a steward of taxpayer dollars and a supporter of our capital or facilities team, because I think that we need to start closing that gap, what we're willing to pay third party versus what we're willing to pay people within our own district.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. Good discussion. I support the motion. I would like to have us have staff as well, so I hope we can go in that direction, but I don't want to lose any time, so I'll thank you.
I concur with the don't want to lose time, and I do think that there's some assumptions here on pay that I don't have any data on that. I think there's some assumptions on pay that we shouldn't be making at the dais here until we've done a thorough look-see into that.
I want to echo what Vice President Mayberry is saying here. I don't want to lose time but I feel like a compromise in some way that we continue to work towards finding someone in-house. And like Ms. Zimmerman said, this is a maximum. And so I urge us to continue to find solutions that will work, because we are about to embark on a lot of projects, which is incredibly exciting because these are schools that desperately need this work. And so we want to find someone in-house. But I agree that we don't want to wait. And so in the meantime, it makes sense to get started and then continue to look and have conversations about being creative and be the best stewards of our taxpayer dollars as we can. But delaying is also not a great use of our taxpayer dollars. So I think we need to just keep working at this. This is not the end of the story. This is just the beginning here.
Thank you all so much for such a great discussion. I did want to offer that the grading for the pay was in the trustee answers. So that's where I learned that. All right. Thank you so much for this conversation. We again have a motion by Trustee Phoenix. We have a second by Dr. Nicolette. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Nay. Motion passes 4-2. Thank you so much, Chief Zimmerman. We appreciate you. All right, team, that closes item 2.09 and section 2 in its entirety. But we will not be moving on to section 3. We will actually be going back to section 4, which was previously opened. And we will now open item 4.02. This is our presentation of a proclamation honoring Hispanic Heritage Month in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And we welcome with us Chris Hackbush, one of our area superintendents. And I believe you are also going to introduce our special guests.
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst, and President Smith. Area Superintendent Chris Hackbush for the record. In honor of Hispanic Heritage Month, it is only fitting to recognize one of our schools who has fostered transformative, positive engagement with all their families, which includes one of the largest newcomer centers in our district. With that, under the leadership of Principal Sarah Peterson, learning is required, and Sparks Middle School has achieved some of the district's largest academic growth and positive attendance among their students. Please join me in welcoming Principal Sarah Peterson, who has brought some very important guests with her today. Thank you.
Welcome, Principal Peterson. Thank you for being with us.
I am not the star of this show, so I'm just going to give you a little snippet about who joined me today. I am, as Mr. Hackbush said, I am the very proud principal of Sparks Middle School, and we have over 650 students that join us very close to almost daily. Getting closer every day. Very close to almost daily, and over 75% of our students are Hispanic. So we are excited about Hispanic Heritage Month, and it is a very important time for us as a school community. So I have some really special guests here with me today. I have one of our counselors, Ms. Yasmin Andrade, who's joining me today, as well as two of our Student Voice Council members who have joined me but are also members of our newcomer program. So I have Diana, who's joined me today. She is in her second year at Sparks Middle School, and she moved here from Honduras last year, and she is so excited to share her experience. And then Juan Pablo has also joined me, another outstanding member of our Student Voice Committee, and he came to us last year from Mexico. So super excited to have them join us, but they are the true stars today, so I'm going to turn it over to them.
Welcome, Diana and Juan Pablo.
Hello. My name is Juan Pablo, and today I'm going to talk about my experience in Sparks Middle School. At Sparks Middle School, I feel welcome and supported, not just as a student, but as a person. When I first came here, I was still learning English, and the teachers and staff didn't just teach me, they believed in me. One of my favorite events in my school is the lunch fiesta, a special celebration during Hispanic Heritage Month. It's more than just food and music. It's a way for us to honor and share the rich culture and traditions of the Hispanic community. In programs like Student Voice, I've grown so much. I learned how to be a leader and how to speak out, and how to help others feel like they belong, just like others help me. Student Voice plays a big role in events like the Lunch Fiesta. We organize fun activities like Loteria. One of my favorite things to do now is introduce myself to new students. I know how hard it can be to feel alone or different, and I want them to feel welcome, just like I did. All this will be possible with our amazing principal, Miss Pearson. She always supporting us and making sure every student feels seen and valued. Sportsman School isn't just a school, it's a community, and I'm proud to be part of it.
That's wonderful, Juan Pablo. Thank you. Hi, Diana.
Good afternoon. First of all, good afternoon. Thank you. We're so honored to be here. So I'm gonna talk about my experience on the Sparks Middle School. The teachers at our school have always encouraged us to embrace our culture, never forget our roots, and be proud of where we come from. At first, I felt like we had no one. I was scared to speak up because I thought no one would understand me and that we would be judged. But Sparks Middle School has shown me that's not true. Here we have the right to speak, to feel safe, and to know that our voices matter. Last year, when I arrived in this country, everything felt strange. Everything was different, the culture, the language, and the people. I came here to the United States because I wanted to learn the language and embrace that culture. Little by little, I began to realize I was not alone. Sorry. Miss Pearson, our principal, has helped us so much by motivating us to keep learning. Just like her phrase, learning is required. The teachers are very kind, and some of them even offer English classes after school to support us. This is called the Power Club. This is a place where students can help mastering the language, but also gain the confidence to achieve the goals we set for ourselves. Ms. Pearson is always helping us embrace our culture. She allows us to celebrate Hispanic Week, where we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month with a lunch party honoring many Hispanic cultures. It's more than just a celebration. It's a reminder of who we are and where we come from, and it makes me feel proud and connected.
That was wonderful.
Yes. They are the stars of the show. So thank you so much. This year we're celebrating my name is Jasmine Andrade. I'm the 8th grade counselor. And this year we are celebrating our Hispanic Heritage Day on October 3rd. So you guys are welcome to come if you guys put it on your agendas, right? Who doesn't want to go to a lunch fiesta, right? Most of the students are there ready to celebrate before they go to that fall break. All of this is done intentionally. Last year, our chronic absenteeism rate went by over 14%. As part of that success came from strategically planning school-wide events that make students want to be there. So everything's done with an intention. They want to be there. They want to feel connected. Hispanic Heritage Day, our lunch fiesta, we highlight cultural pride and belonging. We strengthen engagement, connect cultures to academic, and promote that community. We often align special activities with our attendance goals because we've seen that impact. We know that it's working. Events increase the students' excitement about being in school. Attendance improve when students know something special is happening, right? They're going to get that Mexican candy, right, or Hispanic loteria activities. So they want to be there. They want to feel that they belong. It builds positive momentum for the rest of the school year. So this is a really fun activity. And again, I just want to emphasize, without a great leader like Ms. Peterson, we wouldn't be able to have this activity. So thank you so much for allowing us to do this. And thank you for having us here today.
Thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, I think before we read the resolution, I just wanted to say thanks to each of you. Students really appreciate what you've been able to come and offer and share with all of us. Never an easy task coming in front of a bunch of adults and sharing what you've just shared, and you've done so eloquently, and we're really appreciative of what you said, because as a school district, we do want every one of our students to be known, to be heard, to be seen, and we know when that happens that you're more engaged in school and you're more likely to have success and do well academically. So you've given us another powerful reminder of how important our work is, and just wanted to say thank you to the entire Sparks Middle School team that's here today.
So now I'm going to turn it over to Trustee Hall and myself, because we are actually going to share this year's proclamation. And we're going to do that for a really important reason, and that's because many people mistakenly believe that to be Hispanic is a race, but it's not. It's an ethnicity. And many, many countries from this beautiful world all contribute to the heritage of being Hispanic. And you can be Hispanic and look like Trustee Hall and myself. And so we were going to share a little bit about our own family histories and then share the reading of the proclamation as well.
Sure. Thank you, President Smith. I was so excited to have this opportunity to share a moment of personal reflection. My family story is rooted in the West and Southwest long before it became part of the United States. The land that was once part of Mexico is where my great-grandfather was born. And that heritage is an important part of who I am. For generations, many Mexican Americans were encouraged to set aside their traditions in order to assimilate into American culture. But American culture is actually a beautiful mosaic of multiple cultures that make our country an incredible place to live. As former President Jimmy Carter once said, we have become not a melting pot, but a beautiful mosaic. Different people, different beliefs, different yearnings, different hopes, different dreams. This quote was always seen on my classroom walls, including my classroom at Sparks Middle School. Go Golden Bears! Because I always believed that it spoke volumes about who we are as Americans, and I always wanted my students to know. I am proud of my Hispanic heritage and grateful for the ways it has shaped my values, my work, and my service to this community. Hispanic Heritage Month is not only about honoring history, it's about celebrating the contributions, resilience, and culture that continue to enrich our schools, our neighborhoods, and our democracy. And I'm so honored to be part of that story.
And I just think that that was beautifully said. So now you know exactly why I asked Trustee Hall to open that item as well. And I am also incredibly proud of my heritage as well. So the most recent generation of my family was one generation in Cuba that was evacuated during the Pedro Pan operation, which was still to this day the largest single humanitarian operation taking children out of Cuba as Castro was coming into power, and then many generations from that from a northern coastal town in Spain. And I'm incredibly proud of my family's history, that they came and emigrated to the United States so that I could have this moment and be here. And it's such an incredible opportunity to share this proclamation with Trustee Hall so that we can bring a face to what many of us assume or even bring biases when we say the word Hispanic. But to be Hispanic is a moment of pride. It is something that connects generations of our families, their history, their worth, their value, and bringing it forward into this beautiful nation that we have now. And so it is with great honor that Trustee Hall and I will now read the proclamation for Hispanic Heritage Month.
All right, I'm starting, right? Okay. All right. Whereas the Washoe County School District is committed to fostering a culture of respect, inclusion, and belonging for all students, families, staff, Sorry. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is celebrated each year from September 15th to October 15th to honor the rich histories, cultures, and contributions of people whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. Sorry. Whereas Hispanic and Latino Americans have significantly enriched our community, state, and nation throughout their leadership, traditions, achievements, and enduring commitment to family, education, and public service. And whereas Washoe County School District includes more than 27,000 students, families, and more than 1,300 staff members who identify as Hispanic represented in our school community system. And
whereas WCSD recognizes the importance of ensuring that every student feels welcomed, valued, and celebrated, and affirms its commitment to providing culturally responsive learning environments that reflect the diversity of our students and prepare them for success in a global society. And whereas the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month provides an opportunity for all students, staff, and families to learn more about and honor the contributions of Hispanic and Latino Americans to our shared history and collective future. Now, therefore, on behalf of Joe Ernst, Superintendent of the Washoe County School District, I do hereby proclaim September 15th to October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic Heritage Month in the Washoe County School District and encourage all students, staff, and community members to take this opportunity to learn, appreciate, and engage in activities that honor and celebrate the vibrant cultures and lasting contributions of the Hispanic and Latino Americans. Thank you. And now we will get up and celebrate this moment with a photo. All right. So, all right, team. So we're going to go ahead and bring it back here and close item 4.02. We're actually going to go ahead to a different part of our agenda. We have some. Okay. All right. We are going to go ahead and actually move over now. We're going to do one more item before we take our break, and that's because we have our guests here for item 4.04. This is the milestones and momentum presentation to provide the Board of Trustees an overview of progress made on Strategic Plan Goal 4, Academic Growth and Achievement. This is an item for presentation and discussion only, and we have with us Donna Ngati, our Chief Academic Officer of Elementary, and we have an amazing list of guests with us here that I believe you're going to introduce us to. Is that correct, Chief Agnati? Ngati, yes, thank you.
That is correct. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board. Don Ngati, Chief Academic Officer over Elementary Education. Excited here to be able to go forward with our first milestone of momentum for the 25-26 school year around Goal 4, our focus on academic growth and achievement. Presenting with me today will also be Jenny Anderson, Director of Elementary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Dr. Raquel Peltier, School Performance Coordinator, Dr. Sandra Ayer, Director of English Learner Development. We also have our fabulous Spotlight School for you today with Principal Jake Chapin, as well as Hallie Paquin, a student at Natchez Elementary School. Yeah. Let me get this thing going here. You have the remote, JJ. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So just giving us a little set of where we're at for this year. Strategic plan reporting timeline, 25-26. We're covering Goal 4 for you today, academic growth and achievement. We will then, in December, we'll come back to Goal 1. February, we'll hit on Goal 5, empowering all learners. Come back in the spring with Goal 2, student voice and advocacy, and then end with Goal 3, safety and belonging. So at some point this year, we'll have a report for you on all 5 of our strategic plan goals. Again, our strategic plan action steps as we go through all 5, really keying in on this is Goal 4, and I want you to pay, kind of note that we made some changes to Goal 4 that were approved at a previous board meeting around adding in 4.3, which was collaborative school supports, and 4.4, which was English learner development model, in addition to continuing with high quality instruction, and then 4.2, our iReady. So I just want to make sure we noted those 2 changes that we did earlier this year. So moving forward, fantastic opportunity to celebrate our wonderful Spotlight School of Natchez Elementary School. Just give them a quick intro before I have them come up and speak about the great things going on at Natchez. Obviously, Natchez this year improved their star rating from 1 star to 3 star, which is fantastic, tremendous growth there. Natchez had a plus 27% growth in English language arts proficiency from last year to this year, as well as a 28% increase in math proficiency, which is fantastic. Those are outstanding growth measures for Natchez. So on that note, I'd like to invite Principal Jake Chapin and Hallie Paquin to come on up and talk a little bit about the work that's going on at Natchez and how this improvement took place.
Welcome.
We just get going? All right. I love the microphone. We're ready. All right. So first, I'll just go ahead and apologize for going way over whatever time I have allotted here, because we got a whole lot to share. So second, I just want to make sure that I recognize that while I'm up here presenting, this is the work of our staff, and all of our success and all the things we do, like, lays firmly at the feet of all of our teachers and support staff, and even down to our custodians and site facility guys, where I'll share a little story about them later on. But I'm the guy that likes to talk, and probably the prettiest. So I'm the eye candy and the guy that likes to talk for our school, and that's why I get to be here, I think. I would like to say that getting to 3 stars isn't something that just happens one morning when the sun decides to shine a little bit brighter. It's the result of years, really, of intentional planning, professional growth, and rolling up our sleeves to put systems in place that last. To be recognized as a 3-star school today means we've been living like a 3-star school for years. This moment is the scoreboard finally catching up to all the hard work we've been putting in. Some people I just want to recognize right up front, and I saw him sitting in back, are Dr. Mike Paul, who we didn't always have the greatest scores, but he knew that was part of the plan and believed in the system and supported us all the way. So I definitely want to recognize his support for all along the years. And then Dr. Raquel Pelletier back there in the collaborative too. She's a great sounding partner and talked us through a bunch of our stuff the last couple of years to get where we're at. Whew. With that, I want to say I got a lot. Success is a responsibility that we feel. The resources that got us here, such as instructional coaches, deans, the funding that support them, are not extras for us. They're essentials. They're the building blocks of sustainability, and without them, the foundation that we've built will start to crumble. We're super proud of our 3 stars. It means we've made real gains in attendance, 18 to 8% this year, just FYI. Not too bad. It also means our students have grown leaps and bounds academically. But the STAR system really only measures part of the story, when it doesn't capture all the benefits that Natchez brings to students, families, and the community. If there was a benefits-based accountability system, one that measured culture, connection, and the whole child, like my friend Hallie here, I can absolutely guarantee we're a 5-star school all day long, every single day. So while we're proud of the 3 stars, we do a lot more that definitely, I think, puts us up in that 5-star echelon, and we're going to hang our hats on that as well. At the heart of our school is culture. We've kept turnover low, welcomed back talented staff, and built programming that grounds students in who they are. We have a program known as Young Mustang Strong Future. That was a grant that was authored by Fawn Hunter and Delisa Crane, $1.2 million Bureau of Indian Education grant to put culture and language into our schools so that students like Hallie get to do 30 minutes a day, every day, exploring their own culture and their language. And our program, I think, really in our school can be summed up from our culture teacher, Kaylani Harry, who said that before we know others, we have to know ourselves. And I think that's a really important part of what and who we are at Natchez, where we have to understand who we are so that we can go forward. Right, Hallie? All right, this is where Hallie fist bumps me the whole time. Let's go. Next. Moving on. So up on the slide, we've got our pillars in action at Natchez Elementary School. The Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project has been instrumental in our building relationships with the community, and I think the core of our school is our relationships with the community, because we have to work successfully with parents to get them to buy into what we're doing and to support that at home and in the school. We are 2 times in the last couple years the Gold Star School for the Parent-Teacher Home Visit Project, 1 time Silver Star. I wrote everybody up and we got back to Gold Star School after that. Cultural immersion we talked a little bit about, but we are working hard to put the language and culture in. You can see Hallie's wearing her ribbon skirt today, and we put a lot of effort and time into our cultural program because we think it, like I said, it's important for our students to know themselves so they can start to know the world around them. Our attendance focus I touched on a little bit, and I'm going to quote my man, Mr. Grothy, our Dean of Students back here. He likes to say that attendance is not about checking seats, it's about checking hearts. And so what that really means is we're not just saying, hey, the student's not here today. It's about let's call these families, let's talk to these students, let's find out why they're not here today, and do what we can to assist these students in getting to our school. One of the things that we are lucky enough to have is a school van, and we do pickups every single day, where we, for myriad reasons, we go and pick up students, and probably every day, 2 to 3 students we pick up and bring to school for a whole gigantic host of reasons why they can't make it there. But that's just part of our plan and our attendance focus because, and this is wild, it turns out when kids get to school, we're able to teach them. And so once we did the math on that, we've really come a long way. Communities in Schools program, again, has also been instrumental for us. They provide a lot of resources, food, clothing. If parents need any additional resources, we can put them in contact with our Communities in Schools program, and they do a fantastic job supporting our school. Let's see, teacher clarity walkthrough, we're working hard on that. This is Pillar A, consistent standards, aligned curriculum instruction. Professional learning communities, we are fortunate enough to be small, so Elliot and I get to meet with every teacher every single week. We spend 55 minutes meeting with each teacher, talking about what's going on in the classroom, where they're at, and talking about the students in their class. We have multi-tiered system of supports, and so a lot of times that means we sit in a room and we talk about every single kid, their strengths, their needs, and what we can do to do that. where we like to look at multi-tiered system supports is really like multi-tiered. We talk about teachers, we talk about support personnel, our counselors, even our site facility coordinators, all of the different systems of support that we can put in. The story I want to share about Mr. Richard, our site facility coordinator, is he dove headfirst into our attendance initiative, and he started a bike club to get kids to bike to school. The problem is all our kids have bikes with flat tires and no pedals. And so he opens up a bike shop every morning. Kids bring him there. He airs up their tires. He puts new pedals on. He fixes their brakes, whatever he needs to do. At one point last year, we had 10% of our school biking back and forth, which if you know the NEPF, 10% of our school comes out to about 2 points in an attendance swing, and that's how we get up to all those stars. Getting towards the end here, the last thing I want to touch on a couple more things. We have our PI protocol. PI protocol stands for Prevention, Intervention, and Enrichment. What that really means, and I just like naming stuff, so we named it the PI protocol. But everybody, like, Hallie, do you get a slice of what you want? Mm-hmm. Nope, you get a slice of what you need. That's what I'm talking about. So students that need prevention, they get prevention. Students that need intervention, get intervention. Students that need enrichment, we put them right in enrichment. We try to be really focused on the needs of every single student. LASSO has been an important piece for us. LASSO is our document that we created. I also named this one, which stands for Learning and Standards Student Observation. But really, that's the essential standards for the district. We report on this quarterly because we want our parents to know beyond the report card how their students are performing on all the essential standards in ELA and math. And then finally, in Pillar C, commitment to elevating educators. And again, I alluded to this at the beginning, our school is built like on the foundation of a super strong staff. We have several programs to support our educators within our school. We have an instructional coach who's been there, our longest running certified staff member, been there I think 15 years working with all of our teachers. We've added a dean, and at first Mr. Ernst was like, hey, what do you think about a dean? And I'm like, I don't know, I think I got it. And then I was so wrong. A dean has been and he was right. It's a long time coming, probably. So a dean has been just amazing for us. We were fortunate enough to hire Elliot Grothy, who is a wizard in science of math. A lot of his science and math that he brought to us is directly related to our math growth. We're working hard on science of learning right now, which has been amazing. Letters is a program about science of reading training. You probably heard that discussed a couple times. 100% of our staff, everybody that works with kids, we just said we've got to get our staff to be the best they can be. They've all completed the 2 years of Letters programs, so we're 100% certified in the Letters programs, the 2-year program. Beyond that, I know what you're thinking. Whoa, those teachers are great. They don't need any more. Nope, we've got 6 teachers committed to the Orton-Gillingham program right now, which is a dyslexia-based literacy intervention program, but also is just boot camp on literacy for struggling readers. We've got another 6 teachers in national board certification right now. So we are really dedicated to being like the best staff that we can be, because when we're better and we know better, we do better. Finally, I want to shout out Serving Our Communities, which is a group that has generously lended the funding for us to pay for letters for all of our staff, to pay for the Orton-Gillingham training, and they've been an amazing partner in education for us. And then finally, I shouted it out at the beginning, but I want to shout out the Comprehensive Schools Collaborative, which Dr. Pelletier has been great, but it's also been great to have a small group of like-minded schools that are working on improving to bounce ideas off of. And I think that's it. All right. And that's great time for applause. I know. All right. And then Hallie, and I just want to share a little bit about Hallie. We have a school chock full of amazing students, and it's super hard to decide like who we're going to bring here. I just think Hallie's hilarious, so that's where Hallie made the cut. She did a great job on her SBAC. She's passed with a 3 and a 4 on her SBAC exams. She's funny every day, always has a smile, so kind and bright. She's got a little brother that she helps out in kindergarten, make sure he gets to all the right places. She's an awesome Mustang. We could have brought a bunch, but we brought Hallie. Right, Hallie? Mm-hmm. All right.
No, Hallie, me, Nanya. Everyone treats everyone kindly, and I like learning to communicate in our language. When I don't understand something, my teacher doesn't give up on me. She keeps working with me until I get it, and that makes me feel like I can learn anything. I know my teacher takes a bunch of classes and works really hard to be the best teacher she can be. That makes me want to try my best too. I like that our school does things about our culture because it helps me feel proud of who I am. It makes school feel like a place where I belong. I like coming to school because I know people care about me and want me to do well. To me, Natchez feels like a family, and that's why I think it is a really good school.
And Hallie brought gifts for everybody, which is our latest Natchez shirt. So one of the things we talk about is business mode, and we get to school, we snap into business mode. We got learning to do, and so this one, Natchez Elementary, 3 stars is our business so far. So far. So we have a shirt for everybody.
Wonderful job, Hallie. Oh, we're so, so proud of you. And then I believe we're going to stop now. We're going to take a picture with you, right? Oh. Did you want to say something for Superintendent Ernst? Besides, I mean, very rarely does he sit here and get told, like, everything you say is right. But that is a beautiful day. That is a beautiful day for Superintendent Ernst.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chapin. We can talk compensation a little bit later. Haley, great job. Thank you for being here. Thanks for representing your school. Thanks for taking care of your little brother. Those are all really important things, and it's great to see your smile here today. We're looking forward to maybe taking a picture with everybody, taking a little pause, a picture, and then just celebrating all the work that you and the Natchez team have done.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So,
And before we do that, Trustee Phoenix would like to say something to you before the photo.
First of all, thank you, Hallie, for being here. Thank you, Mom, for making it happen. Jake, thank you. Some of you know that the qualitative data that goes into some of this is all those unwritten things that happen every day, all the time. It's not just about the numbers. It's about going to pick them up. It's about running here. It's about running there. It's about being in the community for the last 10, 15 years. That trust has come for a lot of the folks in our community there. So from me to you, Jake, thanks a lot, man.
okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
And President Smith, before our picture, Hallie, if you could stand up real quick for me, please. So Hallie, WCSD Exemplary Student Award, proudly presented to Hallie Paquin in recognition for your outstanding contributions to your school and our community. We honor you as a WCSD Student Superstar. Congratulations.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief. I just wanted to pile on with what Trustee Phoenix said. Natchez is also in District F. That's my at-large ward, and I've spent some time with you, Jake. And again, just want to salute you and your entire team. You have such a heart. You've talked about so many good things. I also know that you really insert yourself into some of the challenges that your families experience in Natchez, and I'm grateful for that. You are one of a kind, and I'm just so grateful. We're all grateful that you're there, and so happy and proud of you, Haley, to be here as well. Thank you.
All right, everyone. So we'll let our guests leave, and then we'll get our new crew out in front. And then just so the public knows, and then also the trustees, we're going to finish this item. We're going to move through this item, and then we will take our break after this item, okay? So we'll stay focused. We'll get through this item, and then we'll go ahead and take our break. Welcome to this amazing group of professionals we have in front of us. Chief, you've got a great lineup to introduce us to.
They're fantastic. It's always a tough act to follow when a student comes up, though, so I have to admit that piece there. So again, continuing on in goal form, I'm just going to give you a little bit of data. Some of this we've already seen before, but again, going through this again about our academic growth, you can see across our goals, 4.1 to 4.4, increases of 3.4% and 4.1, increases in 2.7 around, smarter balanced math proficiency, science proficiency up 0.8, and then English language growth up 5.7. So again, increases across the board, which is fantastic in terms of our district for this year. Moving forward to our ELA proficiency, largest increase in district history. We've shared that with you previously as well. But again, overall looking at a 3.4% change, elementary a 3.1 increase, as well as middle school with a 3.7 increase. So again, great gains there as well. Moving into our math proficiency, this is on the Smarter Balanced. Overall, we had a gain of 2.7. Elementary was a gain of 3.9, with middle school with a gain of 1.5. So again, gains across the board there. Largest increase in district history again as well. Again, this is pretty powerful as well. When you take a look at all of our demographics and all of our different groups within our district, every single one of them made gains, which is outstanding across the board. So again, kudos to our staff, our district personnel, and all of our resources being allocated in the right spot. Again, to get this kind of growth across the board for every single student in our district is fantastic and amazing. Moving forward into our ELA milestones, improvement again of 3.1 in elementary and 3.7 in middle school. Again, we are seeing the highest ever third grade proficiency rate since 2015-2016. Our grades 3 through 5 all at or above pre-pandemic proficiency, which is outstanding. So we're moving that needle up in that direction. Elementary's single largest one-year increase since SBA began in 2015-16, and again, substantial increase in middle school of nearly 4 percentage points, which is outstanding there as well. Taking a look at math, again, 3.9, gain of 3.9 for elementary, a gain of 1.5 for middle. Again, major accomplishments around our math milestones. Grades 3 and 4 at or above pre-pandemic performance again. Grade 5 was within 1 point of pre-pandemic performance, so we're going to get there. I'm going to put that on record. We're going to get there. Middle school making steady progress towards pre-pandemic proficiency as well. So again, great gains in math as we move forward too. Taking a look at science, some opportunity for science. We understand this and we see this again. Grade 5 had an increase of 4.2. Grade 8 had a negative 2.5, a drop there, and then grade 10 was a gain of 1.8. So again, focusing on that science piece to leverage that as we move forward for this next year. And this is where, this is amazing. This is absolutely incredible that we look at this, and I know there's a lot of this flying around when this went hot and live. It was really, really cool to see. Again, taking a look at the percentage of schools that improved their star rating on the Nevada School Performance Framework, taking a look at 81% of our elementary schools had improving scores, which is incredible, amazing. 70% of our middle schools, and then 53% of our high. Our major accomplishments, we reduced our one-star elementary schools from 21 to 9. Amazing. Our 7 new, and we can clap, that's awesome. We should be clapping. We should be having screamers and party favors and all of that too. There you go. 7 new 5-star schools for a total of 22 5-star schools this year, which is great. 71% or 83 of our schools improved their index score this year, and then 47 schools improved over 10 index points, which is absolutely amazing growth. So again, kudos to our teachers, our principals, our students for getting under, the folks that are sitting here as well that do the support behind the scenes, all of you as a board that are making the decisions for our district. We are trending in a very good direction, and this is outstanding data to be able to share with you. I'm excited to be able to share that with you too as well.
Chief, can you stay on this slide?
Absolutely.
And I am so glad that we clapped, because like this should be ticker tape parade. Yep. We should be marching all of our educators down, downtown underneath the arch and celebrating them. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing. And It is the strength of this team and all of the educators, and I mean all the educators, from the bus drivers to our nutrition services workers to our talented teachers, our education support professionals. This is their work, and the fact that their talent gets to manifest in our children is truly so unique. This is our kids doing the work. These are parents prioritizing attendance at schools. This is the bringing together of so many important things. And I will say personally, I believe this answers the question, does funding matter? And I do believe that it does. I don't at all suggest that it is only funding that matters, but I do want to remind this community that prior to the 2023 legislative session, Washoe County was receiving around $6,500 per student. Nowadays, we receive around $9,700, but really it was that 2023 legislative session. And then we got that money July 1st, 2023. We planned over the course of the year with our associations, with our families, with our children, and then we implemented in the last school year. So when you see that we made this amount of improvement this fast, it's absolutely incredible. I think that this district did it in lightning speed because we typically know that it takes 3 to 4 years to really see meaningful change. And yet we were able to do that in half that time. And so that is absolutely a testament to our superintendent, to our executive team, to all of our building principals, every administrator, every educator. This is a celebration with them. And I honestly cannot be superlative enough. This is truly, truly remarkable. And this is exactly why the Washoe County School District is so proud to be so positively viewed in the entire state of Nevada. So thank you so much. That's my moment. And I could shine in the dark. I'm so proud.
Oh, thank you for sharing that. It's outstanding. And also kudos and acknowledgement to our area superintendents that are in there doing the work with our principals and our executive leadership team, like you said, to be able to, it's hard. We're making decisions across every department and every entity that we have in our district for this. This is the outcome we're getting. So it's awesome to be able to see results like this. And thank you for sharing that, because it is a lot of hard work and dedication. And I'm excited because, again, keep continuing that push of how we're going to continue to get there. But this is outstanding. And I'm excited to be able to share that in front of you today. So moving forward, I'm going to kick it over to Jenny Anderson now, our Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. She's going to walk you through Goal 4.1, high quality instruction, and then there'll be a little piece from Raquel, Dr. Peltier, as well as Dr. Aird moving forward.
Thank you. Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ertz, and trustees. I'm Jenny Anderson, the Director of Elementary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today to participate in this celebration and be able to share information going forward. We continue to focus on high-quality instruction across Washoe County School District. There has been considerable attention put towards grade-level standards over the last year. We've made sure to provide hard copies of standards and documents, updated materials, and being sure that we reflect the new adoptions around math that we have in place. So we're making sure those materials are in the hands of our teachers and that the standards are all connected in a way that's meaningful to them. During the June PL days, just in elementary, we provided materials and support to over 1,000 teachers. During the new teacher academy, we had 50 brand new teachers getting all the information that they need and really being able to focus in on grade level standards. As we continue to focus that attention on high quality instruction, we continue to make intentional use of the teacher communities. And as you remember, these are the spaces where teachers engage directly with other teachers at their grade levels. I was peeking in just the first grade teacher community the other day, and we have over 700 educators engaged in that teacher community where they're receiving materials, resources, supports for what they're teaching in their classroom, updates on pacing, anything that goes on goes through those communities. So it's a big piece to celebrate. Our team in curriculum and instruction and assessment, both on the secondary side and on the elementary side, continue to support teachers through those communities, but also in person through professional learning across our district in schools and in larger settings. Some of the examples of things you might see in those teacher communities or that our teachers see are things such as the pacing guide. So this is an example off of a 5th grade pacing guide. And the reason that pacing guides are so important is so that we have students being able to access the materials in the same way at the same time. And when we have students move from one school to another, the biggest problem should not be what's happening instructionally in the classroom. That should be the easiest lift and adjustment that they make, because there should be consistency from school to school. So these pacing documents are huge and important and used. I hope you're seeing them in schools. We see them all the time when teachers are planning and getting together. We have examples of materials and things that will support our teachers, such as this piece that you see below, where it says the sample weekly plan. That comes from a phonics supplement that the curriculum and instruction team created for every single lesson in every single unit, K-5, to support phonics instruction, to make it so that learning could go quicker and easier for our teachers being able to deliver that. So we try and have lots of information available there to our teachers as well. The teacher clarity work you're fully well aware of. Under the leadership of Amy Wright, we have made great strides in our focus on teacher clarity. As you recall, this work, again, brings us together focusing on grade level standards with a focus on learning intentions and success criteria. This work has been done across our district. All principals last year were trained in teacher clarity, and we have 28 certified trainers in our district who are supporting this work going forward. So there's great attention to this. When I'm walking through classrooms, I'm sure same as you, I'm seeing those learning intentions and the success criteria all around the classroom, and seeing great alignment in so many of our classrooms where what they're teaching matches that learning intention. And this is the work that's going to continue to drive us forward. iReady, oh my goodness. So let's first just start by celebrating that we're no longer double testing our students under read by grade 3. Like, the advocacy of Washoe County School District and many departments in this work really is what pushed this forward. And, you know, being now overseeing the work of assessment, I have not had one person reach out and ask for MAP back. Like, it's been wonderful. People are really excited. They're making such better use of iReady and the tools that we have available to them. And we can see through this slide the students that are engaging in iReady, using it for the optimized time from 30 to 45 minutes for each of the subject areas with a 70% pass rate, they're outperforming all other students. And so if we keep our eye on the prize and we know what we're working within, we continue to see that success. Students spending 3 or 4 hours on iReady a week, it's not helping them. So we really want to stick in that window of 30 to 45 minutes in each subject area around reading and math. Each, and we see that they are doing a great job and really outperforming their peers who may not be. Our teachers are making such better use of this tool, especially now that we are streamlined a little bit more to just focusing on the one. They're taking it beyond just using the diagnostic, and they're using the tools for instruction, and they're providing support and intervention for their students and delivering on that support. So it's been a really nice shift that we're seeing continue to go forward. As Dawn pointed out, we continue to make growth, and that's evident in these results. You're seeing overall growth in reading and math. And this is at the elementary level. And then we're seeing that same momentum happening and moving forward, a similar trend in middle school that we saw in the elementary schools. The investment and the support of iReady is making a difference in Washoe County. This is really hitting the mark for us. And I have to thank you. And I know many of our teachers and our students and our families thank you for this. And that concludes my portion of the presentation, so I'll hand it over to Dr. Pelletier.
Can I ask you a question first, Ms.
Absolutely.
Anderson? Can we go back to the first slide on 4.1 where it says high quality instruction?
This one?
Yes. Nope.
On teacher clarity or
nope.
keep going?
Go, yep, that one.
This one?
That one, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
As many of you know, I'm pretty deeply entrenched in the social studies community in Washoe County. And I just would like some clarity and to kind of put this out there that there was some guidance documents, as far as I've heard, that clarified the minutes for social studies, which is a core subject and has its own standards. And so what I'm seeing here is the topics and benchmark are somewhat social studies related. So could I just have some clarity around social studies instruction in our elementary schools?
Absolutely. So at this time, our approach is around integration, because as you called out, so much can be accomplished, not everything, but so much can be accomplished through our ELA instructional materials. So the previous curriculum and instruction team, years past, went through and they made connection documents. They're called benchmark connections, and they align as a very significant number of those social studies standards to our ELA materials. For those items that we don't cover, again, within those teacher communities, under our social studies, there are topics and units that are prepared for the teachers to address things such as financial literacy that are a little bit outside of our adopted materials. So we make sure to have all those materials right at their fingertips, but it isn't pulled out and isolated, because I think it's just fair in acknowledging there's a lot to teach. There are a lot of standards that need to be instructed on and, more importantly, learned throughout an elementary day. There's a lot of other things that demand the time, so you might have 4.5 hours of instruction really taking place during an instructional day. And so the more we can connect together, we do. The same thing would go in some cases for science. There's opportunities sometimes within science where you may be doing more purposeful reading within, again, our adopted instructional materials around ELA, that we can kind of gleam back and forth between our FOSS instructional materials that have been adopted and our benchmark materials.
I love that. I think cross-curriculum work is really important because we don't live in silos in the world. Like, we all have to find connections between things. So just for example, I'm looking at this one and it says Unit 7, Conflicts That Shaped a Nation in 14 Days. So I'm going to make a leap and ask if this, because the 5th grade is about the revolution and the development of our nation. And so I'm going to make a leap and say that I'm assuming that that has something to do with the revolution. And so those crosswalk documents are provided for teachers, and they're given those opportunities.
Yes.
Because I know that there's just a lot of stress that goes around when those guidance documents come out and says, we only have 5 minutes for social studies. I heard that one multiple times recently. And I'm sure we're not giving 5 minutes for any subject area. But I'm just wondering, maybe because there seems to be some confusion, maybe if we could work towards a little more clarity on how those crosswalks became how they came to be, and that maybe in the future that we include like some social studies curriculum people on those committees when we adopt things like benchmark. Because I know that we do that in the secondary area because we're very clearly social studies licensed people, but in elementary you're licensed for all the subjects. Yes. But we do have some content experts who are amazing in our district and could be very helpful, I think, in that, so that communication gets out there, because I know that that's been a big concern, especially of the secondary teachers who say they're not getting any social studies in the lower grades, which I also know is not true because I've been doing lots of walkthroughs, and I saw a Nevada history lesson the other day, which was fantastic. In 4th grade, by the way, that's when we teach Nevada history. So I just wanted to put that out there, that you are making sure we're teaching social studies, and I know you are, because you and I have had talks about that. But I just I wanted to call it out because I think it's really important that we're making sure we're showing how that's crosswalked, and secondary can learn from that as well. We can do more crosswalking in secondary education as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President Smith, trustees, and Superintendent Ernst. It is quite an honor to be up here and talk to you about the Comprehensive Schools Collaborative. And if you were impressed by the prior data, you're going to be even more impressed when you hear all of our data. Just a little background, because I'm not sure how much you know. Oh, yes, let's get on the right slide. There we go. How much you know about the Comprehensive Schools Collaborative. It was rolled out in the spring of 2024, and it is comprised of 2 groups of schools. Those schools that fall under the CSI designation by the state, which are the lowest 5% of schools in the state, and also strategic support schools, which are the lowest 5% of the schools in Washoe County. So when it was rolled out in the spring of 2024, we had 6 elementary schools, 2 middle schools, and 4 specialized school, and 1 district-sponsored charter school. So the schools get in, and they can also get out. But we made the district made a 3-year commitment to these schools so they can exit the CSI designation from the state at the end of 3 years, and they can be in the collaborative for 3 years, although they have reached the exit criteria, which is to either increase to two-star school or increase their points on the NSPF by 10 points, which many of our schools have already accomplished. So for the last year was the first year that the schools received the full supports that we provided them. And one of them is a turnaround coaching for administrators. So one of the things that we did was develop a major focus on developing strategic planning and a laser focused purpose to everything that we do at the schools. So each June, we have a 2-day strategic planning meeting for the leadership team at each of these schools, where they come and they receive professional learning, but they also participate in collaboration with the other collaborative schools. And they work on their strategic plan for that year based on the data that the accountability office comes and shares with them. And we work on that to develop our plan for the school year. And part of the goal is also to relieve the load on the principals. So one of the things that we did was develop streamlined school improvement plans. So along with the accountability department, we developed the goals and we provided the schools with a menu of strategies. And then the schools selected those strategies. And it was so successful that a lot of the non-collaborative schools are also using those goals and those strategies for their school improvement plan, because it is very streamlined and it is aligned to the district goals and policies.
So I think that's amazing. You just said something that I did not realize.
Oh.
That's an amazing thing. So we went to the principals with options and then custom built a plan based on what they felt would resonate with their school community?
Yes, we came up with the 3 goals for the academics, the adult learning, and the connectedness. And then we gave them menus of strategies under different categories, and then they selected which ones met with their schools.
Well, and we know obviously that this group you're going to show us in a minute saw outstandingly positive growth. Do you believe that a part of that was because the principals were able to choose from the menu and custom create what they needed rather than just giving everybody exactly the same thing?
I believe so. That really helped the buy-in also and the believe-in of the schools.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. The Team Up, is that the before and after school program, or no? Am I thinking of something else?
Yes, Team Up is the before and after school through 21st century learning.
Okay. Thank you.
So along with that, we also provided 84, and you approved it earlier for next year in the consent agenda, 84 days of professional learning for our school sites. So each school site received these days, and they were able to provide the professional learning during the school day, because the funding that you provide to the collaborative schools is able to cover the substitutes for those days. So the teachers are able to take 2 hours by grade level during the day to come as a grade level and receive the professional learning from Curriculum Associates, which works with not only the iReady, but the special part of Curriculum Associates that the collaboratives use. So those days of professional learning have been invaluable to the students. So thank you very much for once again approving it for this coming school year for the schools. We also use magnetic reading and magnetic reading foundations as the ELA, because we felt that as these schools, they needed something above and beyond what all the other schools were receiving, because they were identified as the neediest schools. So the professional learning really focuses in on how to really effectively implement the use of those materials in the ELA curriculum every day. We also created data analysis meetings twice a year for all of the principals, so that we could model and teach them the importance of how to analyze the data and what to do with the data after you had analyzed it. So what are the next steps? So we modeled with them so that they then could go and have those same types of data conversations with their teachers, and then their teachers could have those conversations with students. So as part of the data, we did that at the MOY, after the December MOY administration of iReady, and then at the EOY of last year for them, which led to the schools developing the practice of students having their own data notebooks, and they could track their data in those notebooks. So not only how they do on the diagnostics, track their lessons, what are their goals, where are they going to, and many of the schools have included a couple of minutes during the school day each week for the teachers to meet with each student weekly to provide that guidance. You're doing really well, keep it up. This week you may have not done what you were supposed to do. Well, how are we going to fix it this week, and how do we move on with that? As part of that, I conduct about bi-weekly visits to the schools to meet with principals, to meet with the teachers, to sit in on the professional learning that occurs at the schools. I know the majority of the teachers by name at all of the schools because I'm there so often, and I just am a sounding board, a thought partner with the principal, give them ideas, thinking outside the box. What can we do? You heard from Jake. He's like Jake from Natchez. That's what we call him. And but along with that has come this friendly competition. Everyone wants to be the best now. So they're all in this friendly competition. Just as an aside, we have a group text message, a group chat, and it's always, I was first. No, I was first. Oh, no, Jake wasn't first. Yay, somebody else was first. So we also have a lot of fun, but they have learned how they really melded together to really collaborate and have those great conversations. They've been creative in coming up with a different PLC schedule for their schools. The majority of the schools, I think about 90% of the schools, have PLCs during the day so that admin and the coach can be present at every PLC meeting so that the teachers can also see how invested they are in the success of the students, and they can hear the information and they can right there answer any questions, provide any supports, as opposed to having to wait, we have to go ask the principal, let's go find them. We find out 3 days later. They can get it right then and there. Yes.
Can you clarify, so like for an elementary school, while the students are at, say, like a special, then they're having their PLC with the coach and the principal during that time, and then on Wednesdays, do they work together? How does that?
What they do is either they've given them an extra half-hour special so that they can stay within the contract. They stipend them so that they come in earlier before contract time, and the special teachers have been a great support of covering breakfast and then having specials right after breakfast, so they get extra time during that time.
So some creativity in the scheduling.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes.
And then amongst them, the principals are able to share, you've got them in a group where they share these ideas with each other.
Yes. Okay. So part of the strategic planning meeting, and we also meet on, when we have principal meetings monthly on Tuesdays, that there's 2 elementary sessions, we meet in between the 2 sessions. So the area superintendents have created the schedule so that there's an hour in between the 2 sessions, and that's when we meet with the principals who are already out of their building, so they're not taken out of the building again. And that's when we have our meetings for them to collaborate.
I'm going to say one more thing, just while it's top of mind. Next year, when whether it's the National Association of School Boards or the Council of City Schools, I'm going to highly suggest that this team submit, because I think the entire nation needs to see what you've built.
Thank you. Along with that, thank you. So we have coaches that you have funded. At the middle schools, we have math coaches, 50% with the students, and at the elementary school, we have instructional coaches. I work directly with the instructional coaches. We meet probably every 2 weeks on average to provide not only professional learning on improving Tier 1 instruction. So that has been our core focus. How do we improve Tier 1 instruction? And then also we have the ability to we've been teaching the coaches the same thing about the data analysis. How can they do data analysis? How can they support their teachers? What can they do? How do they set up the pie that Jake talked about, prevention, intervention, and enrichment? Which students go where? How do we set it up so that students are receiving what they need, whether it's to grow even more or whether we need to fill in the gaps? You've also funded mental health professionals at some of these schools, which has been great for them. Our driving force has been that everything is based on data. So no more I feel, I think. What does the data show us? What are the data points show us? And how can we go with that? We standardized the master schedule with the amount of minutes before the district did. Last year, our arts collaborative schools already were required to have an ELA block. They were supposed to have a 75-minute math block, a 90-minute ELA block, and a standard intervention block across the grade levels, so that during that time, not only could they receive the intervention, the enrichment, or the prevention, we could maximize the support staff that could also assist. So it was scheduled strategically so that we could have the EL teacher or the SPED resource teacher or the kindergarten assistant or a teacher assistant or the administrator or the coach, whichever grade level needed what they could do with that. And also, we standardized what materials they use for the intervention. To reduce the load on the teachers, we wanted materials that were high quality but did not require a lot of extra planning, because we know prep and planning takes a lot of time and they don't have that. So we've standardized it, and part of the PL has been focused on what they can use. So we use the iReady resources, and we use phonics for reading. But everything is right there. I always say, I used to do it when I was a principal, and if I could do it, who was a middle school math teacher, anyone can do it. So we want things at that level that can have a huge impact, and it has had a huge impact on the performance of the students. We also participate in a couple of extra things with iReady. We create a phonics initiative for students who scored below grade level on phonics. We shut off their domains in the first 6 weeks after the diagnostics. Those students work on phonics so that they can catch up on phonics. They can now decode. Now we can work on everything else, all their other skills, instead of jumping around with that. And this work is according, and it's really resulted in 93% of our schools increased the points on the NSPF rating. But even more impressive, 50% of them increased at least 1 star, and 3 of them, not just Natchez, went from a 1-star school to a 3-star school. And Natchez and Risley both exited the CSI designation by the state, which hasn't been done in a while. So, and Natchez had been designated as an MRI, which is even more restricted intervention, and they were able to increase because these schools have not only bought in, but they've gotten their staff to believe in. The culture at the school is that every child can learn, and that is what you feel when you walk in. You see the urgency of, we have a limited amount of time. There's no more time for fluff. We've got to get to the stuff and doing all of that. And really this has been a result of the improved Tier 1 instruction, a focus on data, and a strategic thinking and planning. And that is what has driven to these successes. And really the most important part is not the star rating. That is what we're judged on, and we call it, we're playing, those are the rules of the game. How can we beat the game? You know, where are we going to get our most points? How the easiest way? But the most important part is that these schools are changing children's lives trajectory. And we're really changing their lives. And I'm so proud of the hard, because the hard work has been done by these principals and the staff members at those schools and the students, and I couldn't be more proud of the successes that they've had. So thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, trustees, Sandra Aird for the record, and I am honored to be here to bring good news from the ELD department. So, oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. First of all, I wanted to go over just an overview of our model for our ELD department, which is our English Learner Development education model. And when we're looking at that, we're looking at students who are learning English. English is not their first language, and we're welcoming them into our schools to learn English as well as all of our content. When we look at our English language development model, we're looking at a change because of our weighted funding. We've been able to provide supports to our schools. Those schools with higher EL populations receive more supports, intense supports, while those with lower populations receive support from our ELVs, or our ELF. What is an ELF? Our ELFs are English language facilitators, so they service our schools. Their job is to really work with the educators, the adults in the school, to help with increasing and working with educators to build their capacity around effective instructional strategies. And these strategies are not just good for our EL students, they are actually good for all of our students. We also have our EL teacher. So our our ELFs typically service more than one school. We do have a few at our high school that only service one school, but typically our ELFs service more than one school. Whereas our EL teachers typically are site-based. Those teachers work very closely with students. They're working with the students, possibly in small groups, possibly one-on-one, possibly co-teaching within the classrooms with a co-teacher. And then we also have our teacher assistants. Our EL teacher assistants are our classified assistants, and they work under the direction of a classroom teacher or the ELF, and they meet with students one-on-one, small groups, to ensure that they are receiving that extra boost that they need with those effective strategies as well. When we're looking at our population, this is interesting, and I think this is new to most people in our community. 15% of our students are currently identified as EL students. So in our school district, we have just over 9,000 students who are receiving EL services. We also have about 24% of our students who have ever been EL. And we'll talk about exiting EL services in just a minute. But in our school district, 24% of our students have been EL or are EL students, classified EL students right now. Most fascinating, we have 97 languages spoken in the homes of our students, which is quite a large number of languages. So I am very privileged to bring this good news and celebration, so have the confetti, because this is great work from our EL department and our assessment last year. EL students, if they are designated as EL, English learners, they take the access assessment in the winter spring time. So all of our students who are designated take an additional assessment. This assessment looks at all 4 domains of language. So we're looking at reading, writing, listening, and speaking. Our students take this assessment, and it's looking at our students making progress so that they can exit in 5 years or by grade 12. And when you look at the graph, we can see that we have had great upward momentum with all of our students over the past several years. Our elementary students, when we look at our elementary, we have 47.8% of our students who have made the growth so that they are bound to exit within 5 years, which is amazing and great work for all of our educators, our EL educators, our assistants, and our EL team in the central office. When we're looking also on the left, we can see great results as well. Overall, as a district, we've increased the percent of students meeting that AGP, that annual growth that would expect them to exit within 5 years or by grade 12. We can see great work in elementary went up by 8.2, and in middle school 5.3, and high school 1.8. It is very difficult moving forward in high school. Just keeping that in mind, that is very, very difficult, and they have made great strides in our high schools. As I mentioned before, we have a model in which we have ELFs, we have teacher assistants, we have EL teachers, and depending on which school site you're considering, it has a different level of support, as I mentioned before. Fewer students with the EL designation, we have ELF support. So the ELF comes to the school really to build the capacity of the teachers. Those schools with large populations of EL students, we have an ELF supporting the teachers. We have EL teachers, and we have teacher assistants at those schools with the highest needs. As you can see, that model, and it's circled with the broken circle, we can see that they have improved 8.2%, moving our students who are making that AGP, that annual growth, up to 30.7%. So those are our schools with the highest populations receiving the most services and it's really making a difference for those kiddos. On the other side, on the right-hand side, we did survey the principals about this new model last year and received overwhelmingly positive results. We have some things that we are still working on. Nothing is ever finished. Obviously, we still have growth to make, and we are going in that direction. But the response we received from our principals was very positive. Also, the principals continued ongoing professional learning for themselves last year during the principal meetings, looking at the best use of utilizing the ELF, who is kind of a coaching position. So how can we use them effectively to really make change throughout the entire building? And then also we did have our comprehensive evaluation of the model, which again has very positive results and positive impacts so far on our schools with the highest populations of EL or multilingual students. So I am very pleased to be able to present this and have celebration. And if I would have brought confetti, I would throw the confetti now. However, I would be remiss to not honor those educators who are responsible for this work. Megan Waugh was the director of EL services for the past several years as this model was put into place and refined. We also have 4 coordinators at the district level that are working very hard, as well as our support staff for assessment and compliance. We want to honor also the work that our people do in the schools, our ELVs. We have 35 ELVs out in the school district. All of our EL teachers and our teacher assistants, their dedication is making this work. So thank you very much. And finally, because I was, you go. Yep.
All right. So in closing, again, Jenny, Raquel, and Sandy, thank you so much for sharing that information with us. I'd be remiss not to thank Dr. Laura Davison as well and our accountability team for putting the presentation together. They make us look fantastic with the data piece of the presentations here. Again, you heard a lot of great things. It's an honor to stand up here as a chief academic officer and see the results that we're getting as a district. And there's still work to do. Don't get me wrong. We agree to that. But it's a chance to celebrate. And we're moving schools and we're impacting students' lives. So again, we thought we'd wrap with our Spotlight School Natchez staff posing for a photo there, and we're available to answer any questions that you might have for us. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to just take a moment to say thanks to our 3 presenters. There's so many different ways that we could share gratitude, and I appreciate everybody acknowledging all the work that others are contributing. I think one of the things that's really that we have an opportunity to be proud about is our cross-departmental collaboration to support schools. Resources are good. Coordinated, aligned, and organized resources are really good. And there's been a lot of effort from the folks in front of us that have really gone into that. And to see the impact that it's having is really gratifying in terms of making sure we're in this because it's our students and we want to see their progress. The work you're doing is contributing to that. I just wanted to make sure that I acknowledge that from a curriculum side to a principal support side to supporting our multilingual learners. Just appreciate the efforts of the entire team and just wanted to make sure I had a chance to say thank you before we close the item.
All right, seeing no other lights on, thank you so much. That was absolutely remarkable. All right, everyone, it's 4:50 p.m. I'm going to call a recess of approximately 15 to 20 minutes. Thank you. All right, everyone, let's start taking our seats. We're going to call this back to order in just a moment. All right, everyone. It is 5:14 p.m. and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. Just now, before we took our break, we concluded item 4.04. And now we are going to, and I'll announce the order of the next items. That way everybody can anticipate what we'll be doing. We're going to actually go over to item 4.03 first. That is our discussion on advanced coursework, followed by item 3.01, our budget conversation. Which will then be followed by item 4.05 and 4.06, and then our closing items. So again, just as a reminder, that's going to be 4.03, 3.01, 4.05, and 4.06, followed by our closing items. And then we will try to get through all of these items with no additional breaks. So if anybody needs to take a break, just go ahead and feel free, and then come back here to the dais. So on that note now, we will go ahead and open item 4.03. This is the presentation and discussion of Washoe County School District High School advanced coursework, including dual credit, advanced placement, AP, international baccalaureate, IB, and career and technical education, CTE, for presentation and discussion. We have with us today our Deputy Superintendent, Tiffany McMaster, our Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, Kendra Fox. I hope you're paid by the letter of your title. And Assistant Principal of Demonte Ranch High School, Tim McCartan. Welcome all for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, good evening, I guess. President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the Board of Trustees. It is my absolute honor and privilege to be standing here to introduce a presentation on advanced coursework, more specifically dual credit, advanced placement, or AP, and international baccalaureate, or IB. Today is really about highlighting the work that's been done to improve access and opportunity for all students in Washoe County School District. It encompasses years of hard work and dedication by many people, both inside of this room and outside of this room. I want to thank all of our high school teachers, counselors, curriculum APs, and our principals for really being the boots on the ground. Their leadership has served as a conduit to advancing more opportunities for more and more students each and every year. Thanks to our secondary area superintendents, Melinda Baker, Lauren Ford, and Chris Hackbush for their support for schools and their leadership. They have been fierce advocates for providing rigorous, high-quality instruction for all of our students. During my time in Washoe County School District, my most recent school site experience was at the high school level. I valued a long-standing partnership with Truckee Meadows Community College, where dual credit was offered both on-site at the school as well as through vertically articulated credit through our career and technical education program. Additionally, our partnership with the College Board, supported by Kendra Fox, our Director of Secondary Curriculum Instruction and Assessment, allowed us to build a strong and robust AP course offering throughout the years at my school and many other schools. It allowed us to be more competitive. Students were able to utilize those AP course offerings to be competitive in their college applications, earn high school credits, but most importantly, learn the value of empowering students to think critically, challenge themselves academically, and prepare for college and beyond by cultivating their skills, confidence, and perseverance that is needed to thrive in an ever-changing world. I remember back to the spring of 2023, meeting with the UNR Provost, Vice Provost, other members of the leadership team, along with Area Superintendent Lauren Ford. Kendra Fox was at that table as well, and we discussed a vision for bringing UNR concurrent enrollment to Washoe County School District. Joe Nannini was seated at that table,
and has been a true thought partner in this work as we continue to find, or as we work to find 5 schools to be early implementers and take that risk through innovative teachers that were willing to be some of our first people to take a go at concurrent enrollment with UNR. During the teacher professional kickoff that year, I remember sitting next to Tim and talking, and his passion and knowledge allowed me to really push my thinking and seeing how we could think about dual credit, how these 5 pilot schools could help us learn and grow as a district. And I really appreciate your partnership in helping me think differently and look at the future that we're now sitting here to present to you. Damani Ranch High School, where Tim is the assistant principal, has done groundbreaking, innovative work with concurrent enrollment that has leveraged connections with all of our higher ed institutions, including WNC, TMCC, and UNR. The leadership of Principal Darvell Bell, as well as Tim McCartan, have been inspirational and exactly why we asked Tim to co-present with Kendra today. Today is really a day to thank both Kendra and Tim for their leadership, their partnership, and their visioning as they have been instrumental in this work. Before moving on, I also want to just acknowledge that Jennifer Harris and Laura Davidson from our research and evaluation team were really great partners in helping us build this presentation before you today.
And before we go on, I do want to share with everyone, as is customary, whenever we have an agenda item at the request of a trustee, I always share that. And in this case, this item is actually being heard by this board because of Trustee Christine Hull. And so I wanted to give you just a very brief moment to explain why you had this interest.
Sure. Thank you, President Smith. I appreciate that. So last spring, while we were having all of our budget conversations, the conversation came up about funding our concurrent enrollment, which is the classes that are happening on campus. And we all agreed to hold on that conversation so that we could get a little bit more information. And as I sat back and really thought about that, having taught high school myself, I realized that the conversation needed to be much broader and that we really needed to talk about all of our advanced coursework. And thank you for flipping to this slide, because this is the perfect slide, Deputy Superintendent, because our strategic plan is about empowering all of our learners, right? That goal is about all of them. And so I do think it's really important that we're able to see everything that we're offering, including our CTE, our dual credit, and any other kind of advanced coursework before we can make a decision in isolation. I think it's really, really important that we do that. I think it's an opportunity for us to, again, celebrate those great wins, but also see where we have some maybe some holes, some opportunities that are still to be seen. So in all fairness, I do just want to give a shout out, because this presentation is full of data. And the email that I sent to Superintendent Ernst asking was really long. And I did say, I don't expect all of this, but here are some thoughts. And it was really, really long. And so I do want to say that I truly appreciate everything that went into this, because you all dug really, really deep so that we can make the most informed decisions. Because as we are going to see the next item, we have some budget decisions to make. And because this is one of our goals, we need to be really clear about how we're making those decisions. And so I will let you all get into this, but thank you again for letting us have this conversation and going so deep into the data. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Well, thank you for highlighting the strategic plan, and this really is in line with the strategic plan. I just want to remind this board of some of the financial contributions that you've made towards this work. We wouldn't really be here without the waiving of AP testing fees that occurred, the concurrent enrollment fees being waived, covering the cost of some of the materials has really, I believe, met the spirit of the strategic plan in increasing access to these advanced courses for all students, not just some students. So thank you very much for that commitment. And I hope you see in today's presentation the value of that work. Before we move on, I just want to ground us in our definitions because it can be a bit confusing and there's some nuanced distinctions. So I just want to review these 4 definitions and then I will pass things off to our presenters. So dual credit is really just courses that are taught by a college instructor on a either on a high school campus or on a college campus. And most often it's usually on a college campus. Students go to another college, take a course, and the cost of those courses is anywhere from $92 a credit to $162 a credit. That's where people are going on their own and purchasing the materials for that. So concurrent enrollment is slightly different in that these are courses that are taught by high school instructors on high school campuses with a mutually agreed upon partnerships with the higher education institution. The cost for those is much cheaper. It's $100, and thanks to the funding from this board, we have been waiving those fees since 2023. AP and IB, now these courses are higher level college types of courses that are offered at our high schools. They require students to pass a test to earn any type of credit that would be offered at a high school, and we'll explain that in a little more detail in the presentation, but there is no automatic credit associated with these courses. It's all tied to that exam at the end. Again, we have been covering the course fees for those courses since 2023 as well. And then lastly, career and technical education has been around for a long time. We've done many presentations to this board on that. It's really hands-on curriculum that's offered in all of our comprehensive high schools in Washoe County School District. Those pathways are typically 2 to 3 year pathways. I do think it's an important distinction just to remind this board that even though we had the opening of Debbie Smith, we're offering more CTE courses. We're not necessarily going to see that in the data right away because it takes 2 to 3 years to be a completer. So we expect in the coming years to see some increase in our number of CTE completers. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to our presenters. Thank you.
President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board, Kendra Fox, Director of Curriculum, Instruction, and Assessment, for the record. This slide is probably one of my favorite slides to use to help to explain the difference because we developed this through a committee. We called it Align and Shine, but it was representatives from all over the state coming to agreement on how some of these things would work. And so dual credit, as Superintendent or Deputy Superintendent McMaster talked about, dual credit is the overarching name for both kinds of college credits. So when people say dual credit, it could be either. In a more distinctive way, dual enrollment, again, is when basically, in a nutshell, it doesn't really matter where the course is taught, it's who's teaching it. So a college instructor or an adjunct instructor is teaching the class. And then vice versa, when it's a concurrent enrollment class, it's when our teacher is teaching it. So it's a very important distinction. I think there's a lot of confusion out in the community about the differences and what we pay for and what we don't pay for. So I feel like any chance I get to review this information is helpful. And as a reminder, we pay for the concurrent enrollment side and the family pays for the dual enrollment side. Just a little history about dual enrollment in Washoe County. I started this job back in 2011, and one of my very first tasks was to look at the dual enrollment list. So this is from my recollection, this history. So it could have been past 2010, 2011, but I recollect it happening around that time when I first was hired into my position. And then I also want to highlight, and he's here in the audience, Mr. John Polson. Will you wave? And the reason he was our very first concurrent enrollment instructor. He taught government through TMCC, and he was also so instrumental in us meeting that next bullet because he would reach out to Dr. LaPenta and myself all the time and say, we have to get these fees figured out. And so then we would go to the state and advocate. And so I wouldn't say we were the only reason this happened, but I don't know that Bryn and I would have thought this through had he not advocated for this work.
So this is Mr. John Polson, as in the John Polson
John
of
Polson.
John Polson Field.
Yes.
So not only are you a baseball legend, but you are an early adopter.
Yes.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yes.
He is.
And a good one. And so then shortly after that in 2022, 2023, and she developed fee structures so that it was consistent across their institutions. And so we now have this chart that says exactly what the fees are going to be every year, I think through like the next 5 or 6 years. So we know what to expect for the costs. And we've talked about the costs already. Then that same year, Clark County started their partnership with UNR, and UNR started talking with us. And Tiffany and I really spent a lot of time learning from the things that Clark County was doing and how they were implementing it to try to make our implementation that much stronger. And then in 2023, 2024, as you know, we started paying the fees, which you'll notice that our enrollment has increased as a result of that. So I wanted to start in thinking about the future of concurrent enrollment. One of the things we've been trying to do as a district is to create some equity amongst schools. And so in working with the high schools, we will work on implementing either an English 101 or 102 or both, a college level math course and a social studies course at each of our comprehensive high schools next year. With that said, you have to have student demand for that. You have to have students that want to take the course because you have allocations. You have to have teachers that are ready and prepared to teach the course because there are increased requirements. And you also have to have teacher interest. So with those caveats, that is our plan going forward, that all of the comprehensive high schools will offer those three as foundational type courses. That's not to say that they can't offer them all. As Tim will tell you, he has 62 sections of concurrent enrollment in just a little bit. And then the other thing that I feel like it's really important is to make sure that the courses that we're offering lead to something. So that they lead to a degree or a highly skilled certificate. We have a lot of CTE concurrent enrollment happening, which is very exciting because then it's students making it into the workforce even quicker. And same with college degrees too, but with the skill certificates and things like that, they're able to earn credits. Dual enrollment, we're still considering all courses available that the state has approved for us. Advanced placement, we really want to maintain our offerings, and I'll talk a little bit more about how we've done that over the course of time, maintain enrollment and course offerings, because it's really important to have a balance, because AP is right for some students, concurrent enrollment is right for others, and maybe it's a mix. And every student needs to really know where they are going to go to college and what that college accepts. Tim was saying earlier his daughter went to college this year and they accepted all her credits. 3 years ago when my daughter left the state and went to college, they didn't accept any of her credits. So you really have to know what the college your child is intending on attending, what their policies are. And so I think that's very important why we have a balance. And then also with IB, we're working to make sure that all students in those two schools have access to IB.
Can we just pause on this one? I want to make sure that I heard something correctly. So for next year, so that would be the 2026-27 school year, we're committing to having the English 101 and or 102 and then a math and then a social studies at all the schools, because this is I'm going to wait till we get later, but I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly.
That's the vision, yes.
Okay, very good. Yes. Another question, it's not for this item, but we're getting quite a bit of public comment on another item for today, but it has to do with freshmen being able to take advanced coursework. Can you clarify if freshmen are able to take these advanced courseworks? And that public comment, to be more specific, is more around AP concurrent enrollment, less so on the CTE side. So it's the perfect time to ask the question, are freshmen able to take this?
It depends on the course and if they've met the prerequisite. But did you want to say something?
That's exactly what I was going to say. So if the student, each course has different prerequisites set forth by the institution that you're offering it with. So if we're talking specifically about dual credit, it's going to be up to the institution that we're working with. Most of our dual credit offerings that we have at Demonte Ranch are not available to freshmen just because they haven't done any prerequisite coursework to be eligible for those courses. However, there are AP courses that freshmen can take, because those don't necessarily have the same prerequisite requirements from outside institutions.
Thank you. Two questions. The vision on concurrent enrollment with those 3 bullet points, English, math, social studies, would that also include waiving the $100 fee?
If approved by
Okay,
you.
okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it then. Yeah, okay. Is there a motion there? No, I'm just kidding. And then, what is the barrier of having say a TMCC or a UNR instructor going into a classroom to teach these items, contrast to a Washoe County School District teacher? Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. We've done that in the past.
For concurrent?
No, for dual.
For dual,
I
right,
think both
right.
of our children took an English class at Spanish Springs, right?
They did.
That was taught by a
She did,
TCC,
yes.
instructor. And so that is a possibility. It's just a different fee, and we don't pay that fee because that's considered dual enrollment as opposed to
And so the dual
concurrent.
is aligned with a college professor,
Yes,
contrast to the concurrent enrollment is one of our teachers
Yes.
that has to have some sort of additional expertise.
It depends on, that depends on the institution as well. So part of what I was going to talk about here in a little bit was having worked with TMCC, WNC, and UNR. Each institution has different requirements for what teachers are allowed to offer. So if we're talking about TMCC, TMCC actually has the most rigorous requirements for teachers to teach their courses. UNR has an understanding with us that if we're going to place a teacher in that course, that we're the best ones suited to make a decision as to which teachers are qualified to teach those courses. It's just like with AP. If I'm going to start an AP program, I've got a teacher that I have in mind for that. I'm going to set them up and give them the training that they need in order to be successful with that. UNR partners with our teachers. They give them a lead teacher to work with, a professor from the university to work with, to guide them through setting up that course. So it's just a different structure. So some courses are going to require additional certification from the teachers, others are not. Depends on where we're able to get those courses from.
This slide is probably my favorite slide because it talks about how much money we've saved our families. Last year, I got to write checks for $416,000, which I had never gotten to do before. That was really fun. But in doing that, we saved our families over $4 million in tuition. And that's based on UNR's tuition cost and not the others, but it's still a really great number. I also got to spend $178,000 to buy books for all of the students in these classes. And then so that if a student took a concurrent enrollment class, we purchased all the materials that they would need. So truly there was no fees for those. AP, we also paid AP fees in the amount of $330,000, and then also with IB was about $49,000. As Tim alluded to, there are different requirements based on the institution we work with.
Sorry,
oh,
one
sorry.
moment.
Can we just
Trustee
go
Hill?
back? Yeah.
Yeah.
We might need to phone a friend and ask Joe and Austin to come up for this. I just want to make a point that I recently saw that the University of Nevada, Reno welcomed an incredible class of freshmen. Two of us at this dais have students as part of that class, so we're going to put our peacock feathers up. But I believe that there was some data about local students. That was the highest enrollment for local students, so maybe we'll phone a friend and ask Joe and Austin to help us with those stats. Joe's like, okay, all right. Well, maybe. So what I read was that, and I'm gonna just make a leap here and say that I think out of Clark and Washoe counties, the article said that UNR welcomed more local students than they have in more than a decade, And I absolutely believe, in knowing a lot of seniors that graduated this last year, that this was a huge part of it, because they already had the credits and they felt so confident in saying, I know this system and I feel confident in it. And as you showed in the classes before that we're committing to offering on our campus, those are all the core curriculum classes. Mm-hmm. So they're checking those off their list and they're going, I can do this. I can do this thing called college. And I think the same can be said for going into a trade or a vocation. I think the same is absolutely true. Mm-hmm. But the article just really, really like brought home this point that not only did we save families this much money, because college is really expensive. I know, because I just wrote a really big check. It wasn't $416,000 though, Kendra, but it was a big check. And I think that the collaboration that we're doing with our families in order to provide this as an option is also so great, because so many are staying home too. And we're not seeing as many leave to go out of state, which means we're keeping that intelligence and greatness of our students here, which is really cool too. So, sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, Joe.
So I will.
He has great data otherwise later.
I'm going to bolster your point a little bit with that
thanks,
as
Tim.
well. So my daughter did go out of state for college. When she started taking dual credit classes, though, it was all geared towards staying here and going to UNR. So she did look at her course of study and see what classes she was going to need to take at UNR and start knocking some of those things out while she was in high school. And that was instrumental in her academic programming, right? When she made the decision to go out of state, we got lucky that her college ended up taking all of her credits. That's not guaranteed if they go out of state. It is guaranteed if they stay in state. So every single one of these classes that these kids take, if they stay in state, they go with them. And that's the biggest guarantee. You want to try and invest in our community and invest in our higher education system here. This is a huge part of it, because these kids are going in, just like you said, they're familiar with it, they're comfortable with it, they feel prepared for it, and they're ahead.
It's all right. So requirements to teach a class, as Tim talked a little bit about, it's for concurrent enrollment. It's very different for each of the three institutions, and we work with each institution to try to place the best match we can for each course. And so we wanted just to have a little chart so you could see the comparisons between AP and concurrent enrollment and how they're slightly different, and the same in many cases. The AP, the teachers have to have their syllabus approved by the College Board before they can teach the course. Similarly, at the college level, the teachers use the college syllabus and the college grading and things like that. So there is a lot of similarities there. It's just slightly difference in terms of oversight and stipend provided, things like that, training. UNR does an amazing job of PLCs with the teachers. They set, like Tim said, with the lead teachers, they have, I think, almost once a month where they get together with all the teachers across the state and meet with the lead teacher. And it's such a good two-way. So our teachers are learning about college rigor and college assignments, while at the same time the college instructors are learning from our teachers who went to school to be teachers. So it's really a nice collaboration there. Just this, and I gave you in your extra slides at the end the breakdown of what each school's offering, so you could have more details. But basically, in a nutshell, this is what's being offered at the number of schools. So 11 schools are offering English, either English 101 or 102 and 102 in some cases. Interestingly, as you'll see when we get to the AP numbers, there are many schools that are also offering AP and English. And so those numbers they've dwindled a little bit because of capacity, but they're still up there. And so that's really encouraging. The other thing is science. Science is, as you can imagine, there's a lot of prerequisites. Sometimes on the chemistries and the biology and the physics especially, there's prerequisites. And a lot of times our students don't have those prerequisites. So that's an area that we've really tried to think differently about. So we've started offering things like environmental science or geology, geography, that also count for sciences. but it also leaves space for AP to continue to offer the physics and the biologies and the chemistry on the AP side. So it makes a good partnership there. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Tim, and he can share a little bit about money.
Okay, so thank you for letting me come and talk to you guys today. I appreciate it. When I had that conversation with Deputy Superintendent McMaster a few years ago, I kind of made it a personal goal of mine to increase dual credit offerings at Demonte Ranch High School, and I feel like there's been some success. I do feel like there's still room to grow. I was an AP calculus teacher by trade before I moved into administration, and I'm not to brag, but I did have a couple of years where I had 100% pass rate. But I also had years where I had kids who failed that exam who earned that credit, but they didn't earn the credit because they didn't pass a test on a day. I still think about one student in particular who got A's, got over 100% on every single test I gave all year, and then somehow got a 1 on the AP exam. He didn't challenge the test. He didn't go through that whole process because he was moving on, going to college. He was actually going to play baseball in college. Phenomenal kid, but I still think about that, and I was so frustrated that I didn't have the right to say that that kid earned that credit. So dual credit's kind of been a personal endeavor for me ever since then. I can tell you that we've worked with all 3 institutions in Northern Nevada. We've tried to find the right fit, as Kendra said, for different subject areas. And because of the requirements at different institutions and not just on the teachers, but the requirements on the curriculum itself, it's made sense for us to go different routes with different subject areas. All of our math classes above Algebra 2 are offered at the dual credit level. So our trig pre-calculus, our intro to pre-calculus, our calculus classes are all dual credit classes. We also offer Math 124 for our kids who didn't progress to trig pre-calc, but are still ready for a college level class as a senior. We offer statistics. All of that's through WNC. Because of the work we've been able to do with their math department over there, it's been a very collaborative effort to build that curriculum and make it make sense for both us and them. So we're able to offer a ton of math offerings. We have Spanish 226 that we're offering through UNR. If you don't know what Spanish 226 is, that's our Spanish for native speakers. Okay, that is a college level class primarily for first generation college kids. These kids don't have parents that went to college. Last year we had 30 students at Demonte Ranch earn college credit that are native Spanish speakers in that class alone. And as like Mr. Polson likes to point out, those kids continue on to his class for poli-sci their senior year. So they're earning multiple dual credit classes because of exposure to this 226 class that they're taking. This year we've got 44 students in that class. We're growing. Our pass rate last year in the 24-25 school year was a 97% pass rate in our dual credit concurrent enrollment classes. We had 1,323 credits enrolled, and we had a 97% pass rate. So that's, you guys can do the math on that. It's around 1,300 credits earned at Demonte Ranch High School by our students last year towards college. We were able to add science this year with geography and geology. Kendra kind of alluded to science being a difficult thing for us to get into the high schools, and it's really prohibitive because of chemistry. Chemistry is the one thing, like that's the gatekeeper for kids to be truly ahead, and it really comes down to the labs. We don't have the capacity to run the labs at the level they want, and there's been some back and forth about what chemistry looks like for UNR at the high school level. And I know they put a pause on it, and Joe could probably actually talk more to that. But right now we're at a pause for chemistry. You have to have chemistry before you can take biology. And so that's our sticking point. That's why we're branching off and doing things like geography, geology. We're looking at environmental science to try and get a well-rounded dual credit opportunity for all of our kids. We added a CTE offering this year as well. The CE 198-201 is really a career explorations class and workplace readiness. So we're getting kids ready for careers. Again, I want to touch again on that exposure to college level curriculum for first generation students. When we talk about AP and dual credit classes, it's really imperative to understand that these are teachers that have pedagogical understanding teaching college level curriculum. that's not the same experience that I know I had in high school going into college. I went from teachers who knew kids to professors who knew content. And we're blending that now. We really are, and AP's been doing it for a long time, don't get me wrong, but the collaboration that's occurring with our NSHE institutions and our local high schools is different. It's like she said, it's two-way collaboration. We're learning content skills from them, and they're learning pedagogical skills from our teachers, and I think it's helping everybody involved. And Kendra also touched, but my one last success I want to talk about, this year, well, I go back a few years. When I first became the curriculum AP at Demonte Ranch High School, our dual credit offerings, concurrent enrollment offerings at Demonte Ranch were pretty much limited to social studies. We had History 101, 102, we had political science, and we had econ. We were kind of feeling things back and forth with English and math. We've built that to 24 different concurrent offerings at Demonte Ranch High School. It's 24 different courses that students can take, and 62 total sections of concurrent enrollment classes built into our master schedule. So it's growing. I don't know what the ceiling looks like, but our students are certainly taking advantage of it, and they're being extremely successful. As you can see on this slide, 80% of our 12th graders graduated with one or more advanced courses last year, and 62% earning one or more dual credits. So.
Can you just repeat those numbers? So how many different courses, and then how many?
We have 24, and I actually, if you'd like a copy of this list, you can keep this.
Oh,
I have 24 different. I have 20.
I'm sorry, I'm totally nerding out.
Yep, that's fine. Me too. We have 24 different concurrent course offerings. So
okay. And then how many sections?
There are 62 total sections of those 24 offerings.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes.
Which is why I wanted Tim to be up here with me to really talk about what happens at the school. So here's some numbers for you. The one in the middle, I love CTE. I was super happy that we decided to add the CTE numbers onto this. And so I had Jennifer Harris also give me some percentages, which aren't on the slide. But what this is saying is last school year, 38% of our students were enrolled and earned credit in a CTE course. And 18% over on the advanced placement earned credit in an advanced placement course. On the concurrent enrollment side, it was about 25% of our students. And then on the dual enrollment, much smaller, but that's still 9% of our students. So this was last school year. The number of students enrolled, the average number of credits, and then the total credits that they earned, high school credits that they earned across the district.
Just going back to that middle slide, with all the good discussion going on about college credit, dual credit, concurrent enrollment, all these other good things, I was looking at the user. And I was looking at that middle slide right there, where are our students at? What are they thinking about? What are they looking forward to? And so that CTE class just kind of hammers it out. And so, looking at the others that are opportunity out there, but that one really shines big time. Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to say that keep that rolling, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that to move forward. You know what I mean? Not everyone's going to go to college. I'm saying it's good, but you look at a lot of the students, they might be looking at that CTE. So thank you.
It's also good for students who are going to college. I think it just prepares them in general for workplace readiness and employability skills, and also it gives them an idea of what they may want to do or may not want to do going forward. So that's one of the things I love about CTE.
Kendra, on this slide, this was important to me, and also in the questions and the follow-ups. JJ, can you just remind us that all of the trustee questions, they're posted as part of the public materials, because there is a lot of questions we asked about this. But what I'd like to bring attention to here is also how the credits are potentially earned. Can you just quickly walk us through how a student attains the credit for a concurrent enrollment, an international baccalaureate, and an advanced placement because they're quite different, and the IB is really following 2 years worth of work. Can you just briefly explain that? Because these are not all created equal in terms of how a student may attain the credit, and there are key differences here.
Yes. In terms of high school credit, you pass the class, you get the high school credit. That's pretty cut and dry. In terms of advanced placement, they take an exam in May that right now the district pays for that exam. It is a part of our admin regulation that all students are required to take the AP exam if they're enrolled in an AP course. And so typically, if a student earns a 3, 4, or 5, it's considered passing. And it's a 1 through 5 scale. And every college is slightly different. I did include in my email back, as an example, the UNR, what UNR accepts. UNR has a really very clear, you earn this score, this is the class you get credit for on our campus. So that's UNR.
But with AP, the student can complete the class, pass the class, but then they take an AP test that's then shipped out to the advanced play. There's a company, right?
Yes, College
and
Board.
These tests are all shipped out, and then they're graded at mass grading events, right?
Correct.
So the instructor of the course does not have a say in this. The test gets shipped out to the corporation, a mass grading event happens, and then the student gets their score back. Okay, and the reason why that's important to me, so that's why I wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Just to add on to that, the people who do the mass scoring are all teachers from across the country. We have many teachers in our district that participate. But as Tim talked about, you do have the student that comes back with a score of 1 and then doesn't earn the credit. However, there is a lot of research to show that just taking an advanced placement course better prepares you for college. The College Board has tons of research that they share around that. The test scores come back in July. The students log in, they get their scores, and then they can decide whether to send them to their colleges or not. IB is very similar. Oh, question?
I just had a personal experience with the AP classes. So my FRQ for physics actually got lost in the mail. Just with the mass grading system, it's one of the reasons that a lot of kids are actually supportive of the shift to dual credit is because they don't have this anxiety about the one AP test, and their grade is just more sure.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And it is a little scary when your test disappears, right?
And I can tell you we had 6 students this year that happened with at Damani Ranch alone.
Maya, thank you so much for bringing that up. Before you move on, can you stay with that for just a minute and explain what you're hearing in student voice about students preferring the shift? Can you just explore that a little bit more for us?
Yeah, so with taking one test and your credit depending solely on that, with the dual credit, it's as though what the colleges see is how you did in the class and not just that one test. And with dual credit, just my peers and I, we feel that we're experiencing more advanced coursework, but with less busy work. So we're not getting all these tiny little assignments that take up so much time. We're getting assignments that actually mean something to us.
I've heard that too. And I think I was on IB. IB is very similar. They have a 1 through 7 score with a 4 being passing. Might be 8 with the 4 being passing for them. Similar idea. But in order for the IB diploma, you have to get so many points in order. I think it's 24 points you have to get in order to get your IB diploma. UNR also has a robust list about if you score this on the IB test, this is what kind of credit you'll get. Most colleges have that same thing. I'm just really familiar with UNR because that's what I base a lot of decision making on in terms of courses and things like that.
Again, Kendra, because this is important. It's not just after each class, though. They take the IB tests at the end of 2 years. It's a very different model. So unlike concurrent enrollment or the AP classes where you either, I know you're going to get to concurrent in a moment, but AP. For IB, it's at the conclusion of a 2-year program, which is dramatically different than students being able to take these courses individually and pursue them one-off. Is that correct?
Yes, and many of the courses have 2 levels, and so they're prepared over the course of 2 years for that class. So you have a standard level, and then a standard level 1, and then a standard level 2, or higher level 1, higher level 2, and so they take that typically junior, senior year. So it's not like you take a class your junior year, but you don't get to test for it until the end of your senior year. It's a progression. They prepare them over the course of those 2 years. Concurrent enrollment, the student takes the class just like you would take any other class. They get a grade from the class, and that's the grade they get. And if they pass, they get college credit that is transcripted through the college. It goes on our transcript also as a dual credit course, but if the student wants those, as I heard in Maya in your comment a few weeks ago, they do have to send transcripts to the other colleges to get those to transfer. And one of the things I would love to see at the NSHE level is that it's just seamless, so that if a student takes a class at TMCC, UNR knows about it. And it may be happening and I just am not aware, but it seems like it would make things very seamless within our own NSHE institutions. It's same with dual enrollment, basically the same thing. The student signs up for the class, they pay for the class, they take it, they get the credit. We put it on our transcript. Similarly than we do concurrent enrollment, there's slightly different designation on the transcript because we need to pull our data, differentiate between the two. So concurrent enrollment has a CE in the front of it, and dual enrollment has a dual DC, I think, at the front of it. So, but yeah, just goes on the transcript, goes on the college transcript, just like you would go to a college and take a class. So same process.
Just really quick on that. It's not automatic between the NSHE institutions, but it's free and very easy.
Yes.
I mean, you just click a button on the request and it just transfers. So that is easy. Just one quick question, or not really a question, just a remark. So so AP, IB, concurrent, and dual enrollment gives students the extra GPA boost, correct? At the same level?
Yes,
Okay.
that's.
I know that's an important thing.
That is an important distinction. So all of those 4 things give students a 0.05 GPA bump. So if a student takes out of their normal day, they earn a 3.5 GPA. After that 3.5 GPA is calculated, the 0.05 for their college course or their AP course gets added on at the end. And likewise, which is not really part of the conversation, but honors courses that we offer, that's a 0.025, so slightly less. It is a requirement across the state that we offer the same GPA bump for dual and concurrent enrollment that we do for AP and IB. We went to that a couple years ago. We used to have this really antiquated thing, and of course I developed it, so I'll call it antiquated, where if a course matched AP or above, we gave that bump. Otherwise, we gave it honors. But as you can imagine, it was kind of a nightmare. So when we got rid of my bad idea, it was a good day. Okay, so these set of graphs basically just shows the growth that we've had, or lack of growth in another case. But one of the things you'll see that the dual credit courses, and we've lumped them together for this, we believe that the 39%, the increase over the course of the last 2 years, has been directly related to the funds that you have allocated for this program. I heard, actually, Mr. Polson said to me today, this is the single most important thing that we do that gets directly to students. It's money in the student's pocket, essentially. And so when he said that to me today, I thought that's really important. The other thing is to know about this graph is the passing of the AP IB exams. It is not just the percentage of students that passed, it's the percentage of students out of all students. So the divisor was all 12th grade, all students in 12th grade. So it wasn't just the students that took the AP exam. That's a different calculation that we can have for you later, but this was this was about out of all students taking it in all 4 cases. These are our number of schools offering each AP course. You'll notice that Spanish language and culture is the top offered at almost all of our high schools. And there's a good reason for this. When you pass the Spanish, and it's one of our highest pass rates of courses, when you pass this course with a 3, 4, or 5, you can earn up to 6 college credits from one course. At least at UNR, because that's, again, what I base my understanding off of. So if you get a 3, you get 3 credits in 2 different courses, and then as you move up, you get different kinds of credits. But you could almost test yourself out of a world language in college from taking this AP course. Math and science, you'll see, are still very popular towards the top. And then it kind of goes down again. English language, I'm really excited that we still have 8 schools offering it, because again, I think it's important to have a mix of offerings for kids so that they can decide what depending on what their college accepts, what's important. And then we do have some of the lesser popular courses. Some are very school specific. Music theory, is dependent on having a strong music program, and macroeconomics is dependent on having a teacher that can really teach that course. And same with German, right? We have one school, McQueen, offering German this year. And so we would love to grow those programs, but you have to have a teacher that is qualified to teach those courses. We've seen computer science principles kind of go up and down over the course of the years. Computer science principles counts for the computer science and applications requirement. And at one point we had schools offering it to all kids as to meet the requirement, and things have kind of changed since then, but that kind of goes up and down over the course of time too. And I'm turning it over to Deputy Superintendent McMaster.
Thank you so much, Kendra. Deputy Superintendent Tiffany McMaster for the record. This is a picture that might be familiar to some of you. Back in, this is a 2022 grad, but she used to be sitting right there in Maya Hartley's seat as a student trustee. And we were able to touch base with her over the summer and learn about her experiences now that she is in college. And she's actually very unique in that she is one of our students who participated in AP courses, IB courses, and dual credit courses. So she has a very interesting perspective. Before we cue up the video, I just want to give you a couple of look-fors. There's really 3 very important things that I want you to listen for in her video. One of them is about readiness skills. We talk about wanting to set our students up for success, and if we just throw kids into these courses and they may not be fully prepared for, that's not really fair to do to them, and these courses mean a lot. They're going on college transcripts. So taking the time to invest and develop their readiness skills, and in her case, through Upward Bound, was a great way to do that. Another thing to listen for is multiple options. There were some options that were good for Victoria. Maya may say there were some options that were good for her. Every student has a different story to tell. They have a different pathway. They're going to different higher ed institutions. So it's really important to take the time to listen to each individual student's journey and kind of tailor their pathway. And then the third one is the personal benefit. She's going to talk about how she personally has benefited from this, and what it has meant to her and her trajectory. So with that, I'll play the video.
Through dual enrollment, I was able to take 4 to 5 classes, and that really helped me in college. Dual enrollment was huge in making me feel prepared for college. Walking into DePaul, I knew how to manage like a platform like Canvas or D2O, like what different colleges use so you can see your assignments. Like I knew how I could communicate effectively with my professors. I knew what that looked like. I knew how to ask for an extension now, things that like you often have to do in college. I think one thing that really stood out to me in IB, how much you develop your skill set in critical thinking. IB gave me the opportunity to really understand how to critically think. It helped me question the world around me. There was a lot of writing in every subject. In high school, knowing what your best study skills are and really developing that from the start is really helpful for being able to do good in the AP program, in AP classes. Knowing how to study for an exam and bringing everything together that you've learned for a whole year is really important. I will be graduating a year early, so I'll be graduating this fall, as I only have one class to take left. So going into college, I was like, hey, I'm ready, like I'm interested in research, I know what it is, and now I'm going to be publishing with a professor later this year on a topic of Latino political behavior. And it's something that I think if it was recommended to more students or open to more students, they'd be open to it, because now I'm saving myself a whole year of college because of all 3 programs I've done. Not just dual enrollment, but all of them gave me college credit at some point. And just like being able to see that it's going to save me money, it's going to save me time, and being able to start my career and start earning income to be able to kind of pay off what I owe. It's really like motivating to see it, and I hope more students get the opportunity to do it.
So I really hope Victoria is watching, because we are so proud of you, Victoria, for all of your accomplishments. And I really appreciate her sharing her story and her journey with all of us. I think that she really highlighted that these opportunities opened her eyes and expanded her access and opportunity, provided her with the ability to shorten her time in college, saved her a little bit of money, and allowed her to enter the workforce earlier than she would have normally been able to. As I mentioned and Victoria highlighted, we have many benefits, and I think almost all of those benefits listed on the screen Victoria mentioned as she spoke. But it's essential that we weigh these benefits with the considerations that are listed up there as well. High school counselors are really essential members of the team in helping a child go through these considerations. We did specialized training with our counselors in January of 2025, as more and more students are wanting really college advice from their high school counselors. It's required our high school counselors to really stretch their scope. So we had to provide extra help and support for them. The teachers have also been really helpful in having students really reflect on their goals and where they want to head, kind of inspiring them to take that jump start into their post-secondary options. Readiness, as we can see, is a big factor, just as Victoria mentioned, especially for our first-generation college students. And then just some of those regular things about life, the student workload, scheduling, time demands, do they have a job, all of those kinds of things are factors that need to be considered. I do have just a few graphs that I want to share with you before we close out here today. If we look at the top graph that's above there, which focuses on the 47% of the class of 2024 graduates who graduated with some type of advanced diploma, we see that IB and CTE were fairly stagnant. But as I mentioned earlier, we foresee CTE going up in the future because we do have some expansion with CTE pathways with Debbie Smith CTE Academy opening up. Our AP completion is on a slight decline, but as Kendra mentioned earlier, that decline is really not as significant as some people thought it would be. There's still a demand for those AP course offerings. And lastly, we've seen that significant increase in our dual credit course offerings, jumping from 41% up to 62% in just 2 short years. This is in large part due to our partnership with UNR. That MOU was signed during that year, and that really allowed us to provide more access and opportunity to many students at that time. Now and then, just directing you to the bottom graph. That graph, you can see there's a breakdown of college enrollment trends for our class of 2024 students. In short, students who graduate with some type of advanced diploma are more than twice as likely to attend college after they graduate than students who graduate with either an alternate or standard diploma. And with that, we have some next steps to just highlight here. And we want to strengthen and expand the access to our advanced coursework. We're going to continue to collaborate with our NSHE partners. We're going to continue to look at our data and enrollment trends and our student demographics to really make sure that we're providing that access to all that we have established in our initial vision. We want to ensure we have those foundational courses, and although that's our vision, we have some work to do with building up the capacity of some teachers and professional development and making sure that we are able to do that. So that's a commitment on our part. We want to monitor our budget implications to see how this evolves and the patterns over the years to come. Again, continuing to partner with our counselors, because this has become a lift on them, and they're excited to do the work, but we want to make sure that we're strengthening their capacity and advocating statewide for funding to support the expansion of advanced coursework. I would be remiss if I didn't take this opportunity to thank some of our higher education institutions that are here with us today. So in the audience, I know we have Joe Nannini from UNR. Thank you so much for being here and for your continued partnership. We also have a couple of others that are joining us virtually. They're out sick today, but we have Dana Ryan from WNC, as well as Karen Saldana from Truckee Meadows Community College. They've been partners with us for a long time standing, and we really value each one of those partnerships. They bring different perspectives and different opportunities to our school district, and we thank them all for what they do for us. Thank you.
Okay, I have two things. So I did ask in our trustee questions about the pass rates for IB and AP. Now I'm with you that I've had some heartbreaking moments where kids worked so hard and are A students and then they don't pass the exam. Not all kids are test takers, right? And so I'm aware, and as a former AP teacher, I totally understand that AP sometimes isn't about the test score and getting the credit, but it is part of the advertisement of the course. And I did just want to call out that the pass rates for the assessment portion of AP and IB are not the best, right? I mean, the percentages that we see with IB is 1%. And so my question is, what are we hoping to do to help support students who want to earn credit through those avenues? I totally understand that we want to continue to offer them, and they're really important in some instances. But the pass rates, as far as an investment in our funding, I mean, what we were asked for in the spring was to not fund the concurrent enrollment, but to continue to fund AP and IB that have truly less than 25% of our students are passing and getting credit, college credit from those. So I think when I really think about it, the investment that we're making in our students, we have to either change the momentum and say that this isn't really about getting the college credit, that it's really about getting the skills and the dispositions during those classes. And that's okay if that's our choice, if that's what we're going to focus on. But I know a lot of them take it in hopes that they're going to get a passing score and get to transfer it to a school. And as Kendra shared, not all the schools take those credits. And so that's also a whole nother layer of it. And so I just love to know, like, what are the thoughts in curriculum and in how do we better support students, because these are not great pass rates. And we don't have control over it either, which is another part of the issue. Lots of layers here, sorry.
Not recently, but in the past we've had funding for tutoring that was outside, it was grant funding. So it was outside of the school day, so teachers could get paid to tutor students. We had also had funding for like boot camps and things like that to kind of help with the preparation. I think, and we also had some like Fourth Wednesday PLCs where we'd pull all the AP teachers together. So I think there's a lot of things we could continue, or we could start again that we just haven't done in a while. I think the PLC, a lot of times the AP teacher is a singleton at the school, and so they don't have a lot of collaboration or any collaboration at their own site. So if we started some PLCs for them on maybe the fourth Wednesday, which is typically when we pull other people out, to help collaboration and best practices, those would be some things that we could easily, that would be a free option for us to work through. But
I think just to add on to it, we have to really go back to the purpose. Is the purpose of taking AP and IB courses to get the college credit, or is it to engage in rigorous work, try something hard and see if we can complete it? It builds a lot of grit and helps students. I know many students take some type of AP course prior to taking a dual credit to kind of build up those skills. It's in some ways it can be a little bit less of a risk. I'm going to take it. I don't know that I'll pass the test at the end, but I think it'll be good for me before they really dive into a college course, which will be on their college transcript. So I think you have to really look at the purpose. And I think that there's a place for all of these advanced coursework opportunities. But if the purpose is to gain college credit, I see your point.
Thank you, President Smith. So I'm trying to get my thoughts wrapped around what you were saying and what Deputy Superintendent was saying. And I like the idea of the rigorous coursework to push the kids. So I guess one question I would have is, it not being an AP course where you have to do a test and you have to pay for a test, but if we could still offer more rigorous courses for the kids that want that to flex their intellectual muscles, but we wouldn't have to worry about tests being lost or paying for tests or not passing the test if our goal is not to achieve a college credit and it's just for rigorous. I mean, if it's just for rigorous, paying for a test, it could get lost and all of this stuff. So is that a possibility? The other question I have is, can we offer very similar, or maybe not exact, but very similar courses in the dual and the concurrent that you would find in the AP? Could we work on that, and then they'd still be getting the college credit, they'd still be getting the rigorous intellectual development?
In most cases, that is what we've done. So as Tim was talking about the math, so there's AP Pre-Calculus, for example. They're offering Math 126 and Math 127, which is the same. There's AP Calculus, and they're offering Calc 181 and 182 also. And so we've done that in a lot of cases, but there are still some places where they just don't align. So Spanish, German, all of the intro world languages, they just don't line up to our standards and our state standards. So that's where AP kind of comes in there. And then the sciences. So physics, chemistry, biology, those are places where we would still want to offer AP because they can't take those because they don't have the prerequisites.
And I would add that the reason you're still seeing AP English on there as well is because your English teachers are going to tell you that English 101 and 102 are not the same level as your AP Lit and your AP Lang. Yeah. So that is why there is still an argument for having both AP and dual credit. As a curriculum AP, it is extremely difficult to offer both of those in the master schedule depending on the size of your school, though.
I just wanted to add on and answer one additional question that you asked, and that was related to how do we give students more opportunities for rigor. We do have honors courses still. So prior to AP, there's still honors level courses that students can take, and we offer many of those, and that's a nice way to just kind of up the ante a little bit and give kids those stepping stones that speak to that readiness piece we've heard about tonight.
Thanks. I know we still have several more items to go. So just want to make a couple points. Thank you so much for this presentation. Really, really well done. I would be remiss if I don't point out that the two comprehensive schools in District D are Reno High and Wooster, and they do not have access to these concurrent enrollment classes. There's a big misunderstanding about Reno High and the type of student that goes there. And most people don't realize that that's actually one of the most diverse high schools that we have in the district. It pulls a wide range of students from various socioeconomic backgrounds. And then, of course, you also have Worcester. I respect very much that they have alternate programs. I would say one of the reasons why AP is kind of holding is because Reno High only has one of these concurrent enrollment. And I think that the students will lead us where their interest is. And so on that note, with the $4 million that we've done, DeMonte Ranch Principal Darvell Bell sent an email to our board about concurrent enrollment, and I'd like to just read one particular line of his letter. That additionally, these courses open doors for students who may be the first in their family to attend college. They see firsthand that higher education is attainable, which can be a powerful motivator. And so the reason why I wanted to point that out is because I love that DeMonte Ranch High School students are graduating in some of these cases with thousands of dollars worth of guaranteed credits, assuming it's taken by the institution, without having a test that gets sent out. I need to advocate for Worcester and Reno High to have that as well too, for all of the high schools. I don't want anyone to have less. I want everyone to have more. And so when I look at the fact that students who may be the first in their family to be pursuing college, knowing that they're getting this opportunity and they have this credit, we know that AP courses with that end of year test, I've been told by students, is more intimidating as opposed to concurrent enrollment. And Maya, I'd love to get your voice in here too. So I love that we're going to have a few courses, but I need to make my intention clear that we have to extend these opportunities to all students. And I think you will see from utilization at Worcester and Reno High really where the interest is. I agree that there's room for most of these programs to continue, but I am no longer able to say that it is fair or even equitable for both of these high schools that do serve populations of students that may not realize college is within their reach, to know that UNR has accepted their largest incoming freshman class from Washoe. I believe it's because of these courses, and we have to make this opportunity available to everyone. I love that we're going to start with the 4. We really need to do more. So thank you. I'm going to go to Maya and then Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, President Smith. To piggyback off what you were saying, especially my English 101 class that I took, it makes the whole process of applying and going to college much easier because we're given our entry number, we learn what that's used for, and then we know the process of getting into all these classes. And with that English 101 class, our teachers are able to implement we're able to implement parts of their curriculum to include some of our scholarship processes or actually applying to UNR. And just that familiarity with the process makes it so much easier for our students.
Thank you. And I'll just jump in. I know we have a lot to cover as well. But, you know, just jumping on what Trustee Hull said earlier, you know, as a dad, I have a child who already has more than a semester of credit, a semester of college, you know, under her belt. I think one part of the discussion that has been missing a little bit from this is this. I think that we're on the verge to greatness with a lot of these programs, CTEs, dual credits, the concurrent enrollments, particularly in a time when school choice is part of the public school narrative, where we have charter schools going up. We have certainly private schools. We have homeschooling. I think that we need to invest in these kinds of programs because it will set us apart. We become more competitive. We can see a potential of an enrollment increase. So I think, you know, there's been a lot talked about here. I think, though, the big picture has really been missed, and I think that we really need to really raise awareness. Maybe that's marketing. You know, maybe there's some investments that we need to do to really inform this community in this region that the Washoe County School District is a place where you can get a jump start, you know, into your college career, because that's where it's at. And the CTE programs as well really motivate the kids, inspire them into certain disciplines. So, you know, from my perspective, that's, I think, the value of this discussion. And I think a little bit of that's been missing. Thank you.
And just the only comment I have there was the CTE versus college credit. So you kind of answered that with that slide, so you know where I stand on that. The other was when you talked about readiness, and you talked about the purpose. And you heard personal testimony from the former student representative talking about the processes and understanding this and how to navigate through that. Not necessarily just doing the work itself, but really understanding that. And I heard you say that just a minute ago. So again, it kind of goes back to having that readiness, being ready to take on college, as well as having that opportunity. I just wanted to point that out there to you guys. Thanks.
So first of all, I wanted to offer a gigantic thank you to you, to Mr. Paulson, Deputy Superintendent McMaster. The opportunities that you have created for our students is absolute magic in terms of the way you have pieced it together. Right now, we're having conversations about dual credit and maybe pushing forward a little bit harder in that area. Really appreciate all the wonderful dialogue. We're in this position because of your leadership. And I just need you guys to know how critical that is to what we're doing in WCSD. We appreciate our partners. We appreciate building it together with higher ed. But the opportunities that you're opening for our students has just been amazing. You give us the historical perspective. You look where we are from 2011 to right now. It's incredible, and it's so much to be proud of in terms of the opportunities we're offering for students. So great feedback around the room this evening. Always plenty to think about. The way you've pieced the puzzles together, though, has really been impressive, and I just wanted to offer a very big thank you to all of those that have been so influential in raising and advancing advanced coursework in WCSD. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and that concludes our item. Thank you so much, and thank you to our data team. Dr. Davidson, thank you so much. All right, team, that closes item 4.03, and now we're going to go back to a section that we had not opened. We're going to go ahead and open now section 3, our finance items. So in this section, we have one item, item 3.01. This is the presentation and discussion regarding the Washoe County School District's fiscal year 2026-27 FY27 budget process and status, including a review of the preliminary general fund budget deficit, possible action to approve staff recommendations in the following areas: reduce utilities and fuel budgets; 2, incorporate anticipated FY27 turnover savings; 3, level all K-3 maximum class sizes to 23 students, and provide full credit for the special education self-contained adjustment at elementary schools; make changes to future offerings at Proctor R. Hug High School Gifted and Talented Institute, and expand dual and/or concurrent enrollment courses at Proctor R. Hug High School; 5, convert fixed allocations at smaller schools to enrollment-based allocations; and 6, incorporate funding of textbook curriculum purchases in next year's capital improvement plan. This is an item for possible action. You thought you were going early, but it turns out you're going now. Our Chief Financial Officer, Mark Mathers, and our Deputy Chief of Finance, Budget and Planning, Jeff Bazzo. And before these gentlemen get started, this is an item for action, and so I just want to make sure to remind everyone here that there are multiple ways that you can give public comment, but only one public comment is actually allowed for each of our items for action. So that means someone in the community can send an email on a particular agenda item as public comment. That counts as your public comment. You are not able to come up during the public comment period and give verbal public comment, so it's one or the other, although you can still give public comment for the closing public comment, and vice versa. Somebody that comes up and gives verbal public comment is not able to actually email on the same item. So I just want to remind everyone that if you have emailed public comment, that's actually your public comment for this item or for any of the upcoming items for potential action. Thank you so much for that opportunity, and now we'll open it up to the two gentlemen.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam President, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. We are here today to set the stage for the fiscal year 2026-2027 budget process. That's for the fiscal year beginning on July 1st of 2026. And as you said, I'm joined here by our Deputy Chief of Budget and Planning, Jeff Bozzo. And for Section 3 of this presentation, I'll be joined by Chris Hackbush, Area Superintendent, to talk about some of the academic issues we plan to present on. So getting right into it, I think certainly in my time here since 2017, this is by far the earliest we've come to you with a budget presentation. But this is something we talked about in the spring. There are really two basic reasons why we're here to you so early in the fiscal year, a mere couple months after the start of school, or a month and a half. One is we need to make decisions that affect schools for next school year before the hiring process, before the hiring timeline that begins in November. And so for decisions that do impact that hiring process, we need to make them by the end of October. So that's one reason. Then the second primary reason is, frankly, the size of the challenges we face. And we knew if we started in our normal time frame of January to February, we would feel rushed. And so there's some very intense, complex analysis that we're going through right now that we continue to go through. And so therefore we needed to start early for that in order to bring that to you to grapple with those decisions. So here we are. And but before we kind of begin in the presentation of that 2026-2027 budget situation, we wanted to give you and media and the listeners here some context to our situation. So we wanted to talk just real quickly about some of the long-term challenges or pressures we face and our long-term solutions that we're pursuing that will address those long-term challenges. Unfortunately, most of those solutions won't help for the 27 process. Some will, but most will not. But we want to be sure that you understand we're cognizant of the long-term trends that we're looking at, and there are solutions that will come down the road that'll help in 28, 29, 30, and so forth. And so the first kind of issue you've heard many times and are well familiar with, and that has to do with the demographics here in Washoe County, but really these are nationwide trends. And the first of those trends is the declining birth rate in the nation and across all developed countries in the world, frankly. And so the chart on the left shows that decline in birth rates in Washoe County. We do have updated figures for 2023 and 2024, and they're right around 4,900 in each year. So we're now falling below 5,000 births per year in Washoe County. In addition to just that, the fact that people have fewer children is exacerbated by the fact that, again, Washoe County is not an affordable place to live anymore. So whereas 20 years ago, you could buy a starter home for less than $200,000. You might have, 3 or 4 kids and be able to afford to live here. You can no longer realistically do that. And so larger families have to move out to neighboring counties for the most part. And we've seen also an influx of retirees from California and elsewhere. And they don't have K through 12 age children. So that really makes our situation even more dramatic than, say, a garden variety whatever county or school district across the nation. The third element that brings our enrollment down is the presence of charter schools and private schools, like what was mentioned in the last item, and that's just a fact of life. And there's a place for them too, of course, but certainly that draws upon the enrollment that we would otherwise see. And so the chart on the right shows that Our pre-COVID peak enrollment was right around 64,000. We saw that for several years in a row. And since that high water mark, we've seen a continuous drop in enrollment each and every year. Big drop, of course, was due to COVID, and that did change some behaviors among many families. But we've continued to see a drop of at least 1% per year, so that in total, we've seen a cumulative aggregate drop in enrollment of 10%, from 64,000 to a projected 58,000 next fiscal year. So that drop in 10% has ramifications for us, of course. And this is a very simplistic slide that you see, but it is our reality. That 10% lower enrollment we've seen correlates precisely to 10% lower revenues than what we otherwise would have received. And that's because of the way school districts in Nevada are funded, which is on a per pupil or, in a more crass way, head count basis. So when we see 10% fewer students, that means 10% fewer revenues than we otherwise would have received, which means ultimately if we want to have a balanced budget in the general fund, we need to reduce our costs by 10%. So it's just a straight line kind of if-then kind of proposition. What makes that especially challenging, well, let me stop there and note that the 10% reduction we're talking about, again, are operating costs. This doesn't apply to our capital funds, but maybe not so coincidentally, the facilities modernization plan calls for roughly a 10% reduction, through trade-up and consolidation strategies of our schools, of the number of our schools. So that also kind of matches this 10% reduction number. What makes reducing our costs by 10% really challenging is that some of our costs are what I'd consider sticky costs, right? So that there are some costs that are variable costs that do ratchet down almost immediately when we see lower enrollment. When we have fewer pupils, generally we're going to need fewer teachers. So that's kind of an automatic, more or less, change that we can make to our budget. But other sticky costs that are called fixed costs are much more of a challenge to try to reduce. And those include school operating costs, the cost to power up our buildings. It's going to be the same cost whether we have 500 kids at that school or 250 kids at that school, right? We have certain overhead cost functions like human resources, like the business office, like IT, that don't just automatically reduce. And so, for example, I only have 4 accountants in my office. If I had 10, it might be easy with the 10% reduction to reduce 1 out of 10, right? Pro rata 1 out of 10. But if I only have 4 accountants, how do I reduce my accounting staff proportionately to that 10% reduction in enrollment and revenues? It's a harder proposition. So, that is something we need to focus on and work on more diligently, and that takes a lot more complexity to the analysis to look at and get to. So I hope that made sense. In terms then of our long-term solutions to those long-term challenges, I put them in 3 basic categories. One, we've talked about the facilities modernization plan, and as you'll see in a next slide or two, those do result in operating savings, and significant ones. And so that's to our credit. A lot of school districts are going through the same thing we are. I have yet to find actually a large urban district that is not facing falling enrollment. I'm sure there are some, but they are rare. And so you read stories about school districts that are frantically closing schools because they have multi-million-dollar deficits. We are in a much better place in terms of being ahead of that curve for the most part. And that's to this board's credit and to our capital projects staff credit that we have a plan that sets that direction. The second major activity that we're pursuing on a long-term basis is what I call program and service level reviews. And that has started already in the last budget process and continues. And then the third major area that we're pursuing on a long-term basis are technology initiatives, and we'll talk about those in a few minutes. So we do have these long-term solutions that we believe will result in savings over multiple years into the future that will help address, if not completely offset, projected enrollment decreases in future years. But for this year, we're kind of facing a reality of flat state funding. And so when there's flat state funding and reduced enrollment at the same time, there's nowhere to go, right? You know, it's a somewhat precarious situation that, you know, we need to address immediately. So historically then, on the chart on the right, we focused on reductions in our central services and general administration category of expenses. And that's the smallest piece of the pie, as you can see. That's less than 6% of our total general fund budget. But the reason why we focused on that is, again, to avoid cuts at the school level and to students and families. And we know that's the right course of action, and that's where we have focused. But obviously, there's only so much savings you can wring out of the smallest piece of the pie. And so logically and rationally, the next biggest piece of the pie that still has somewhat of an indirect impact on schools and families is the the operations and transportations piece of the pie. That's 17% of the general fund. So we have started looking, frankly, at that area more probably than we ever have, because again, we've reduced headcounts, contracts in the central services area, and it won't be enough to get us to where we need to go. It is fair to say that there, in fact, could be service level reductions that are noticeable at the school level. They're not direct reductions to school staffing. That's not what's being proposed or would be proposed. But certainly when we start talking about operations, maintenance, and transportation, there probably will be a noticeable service level impact depending on the decisions this board makes. And so we shouldn't kid ourselves that this is going to be a free pass or invisible, because it won't be. Just to continue the conversation then about what we're seeing this school year in terms of enrollment, there are now 16 elementary schools with less than 300 enrollment, and that table on the left shows you, the capacity, at least measured one way at each of those schools, and what our actual enrollment was at the beginning of the school year. And you can see many of those schools are near 50% capacity. And then there are 10 additional schools not shown that are between 300 and 350 students. This compares to, say, 20 years ago when you had most elementary schools were at an enrollment of 500 to 600. Probably what we haven't talked a great deal about are enrollment trends at our secondary schools. And so you can see there are 7 middle schools now under 700 enrollment. And then on our high schools, overall our utilization is 78%, which isn't bad, but it's lower than what it had been. And we're seeing several high schools where, in the chart at the bottom right, we may see enrollments near 1,000 at those high schools. And that compares to enrollment of 2,000, say, at North Valleys or Spanish Springs High School. So we're talking about very low levels of utilization at certain high schools. So that is something that, I think will have to be addressed in future years. So when we talk about the facilities modernization plan and the plan to consolidate 2 schools into one at a modernized facility, again, there are significant cost savings that go along with that. And the chart on the left shows you those cost savings on an annual basis just on personnel. Doesn't include the maintenance and utilities cost savings. On the other hand, it doesn't include increased transportation costs that go along with consolidations. But it gives you a sense of the order of magnitude savings on a per school basis there for an elementary, middle, and high school. And then the table on the right just shows you the tentative plan based on the facilities modernization plan recommendations and some fine tuning since then of which schools, again, could be consolidated in the future. And again, all of those individual decisions go to the board for their approval. But again, these are efforts we are making to address the long-term challenges we face. And then lastly, are in fact technology initiatives that we are pursuing. Last year, you approved a new finance and human resources system called an ERP system in the industry that will absolutely help our staff become more efficient in processing transactions at the central office level. It'll help provide greater data analytics to central office staff and also better information at the school level for principals and assistant principals to make financial decisions. So there's going to be some real tangible benefits of those systems that will result in cost efficiencies and cost reductions. And then I know all of you are aware of artificial intelligence, and a lot of times that has kind of an ominous feel to it. But what we envision is using AI to a greater extent to do the mundane tasks that staff now do and freeing them up for higher level work. So, you know, there's a lot more to this that you know, I'm sure Chris and staff will go into in future presentations, but we're hopeful that, again, between all of that work, that, again, that'll help us wring out greater efficiencies and in cost savings. So again, that gives you some context to kind of the long-term situation. I wish I could tell you this year's a total anomaly. I think the size of the problem hopefully is an anomaly, but the trends we're seeing this fiscal year I think we'll continue to see in the future. But again, there are long-term proactive measures we're taking to address them and minimize them in the future. And so with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Bazzo to give more specific information about fiscal year 27.
Thanks, Mark. So if you recall, we left the FY26, so the current fiscal year budget process with a $2.1 million deficit. That will carry over into FY27 as part of what we'll have to resolve. So on the revenue side of the ledger, our per pupil funding amount is increasing by $73. That's less than 1%. On the enrollment side, what we're seeing this year is that count day enrollment came in 194 students better than what we projected, so a little good news there. One slide we've shown you in the past showed that our mid-year enrollment changes usually showed a decrease of about 600 students during the course of the year. Those trends have improved to where the last 2 years we've lost an average of only 181 students during the year. So what that does is that increases our average daily enrollment through the year, and therefore we get more per pupil funding revenue. Those are the two good things on enrollment. Now, the downside of enrollment with just declining birth rates and the expansion and opening of charter schools, our enrollment is projected to decrease by 1,252 students, which results in $12.2 million revenue decrease. So we factor in all the per pupil amount increase, the better than expected enrollment trends for this year, and then the projected decrease for next year. Our total per pupil revenue decrease will be $2.1 million.
I just want to jump in here just for anybody that's following along. We talked about this in the spring. Our budget deficit is not due to overspending. Anybody that would like to take at least 45 minutes of your time, I encourage you to watch the Economic Forum in May. You will see that what's happening on a national level is affecting the state of Nevada, and the independent team of economists, among other areas of Nevada's budget, actually factored down the education budget in Nevada by $160 million. We were very lucky that the legislature backfilled that amount using our rainy day fund. But I would be remiss in pointing out that if anybody sees these numbers, that this is really an example of how issues that are affecting us on a national level then affect our state, and then economists then revert down our budget that we have. And then, of course, there's other aspects of this too with the governor's budget and what passes out of the legislature. But I just want to make this crystal clear that what it is that we're facing is not due to overspending by our district. This is reflective of what's happening on a national and a state level. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to the other side of the ledger here, This table here shows all the different costs we account for when building the budget. So on the salary side, we have our annual employee step increases at about $12.8 million. We have new positions at Count Day and new special education positions that we've seen with increases of the number of students with IEPs. As Mark alluded to earlier, when we have declining enrollment, we do see a reduction in the number of enrollment-based positions, so that's accounted for here as well. In the benefits area, we're projecting a health insurance rate increase as we do each year. And then in the non-personnel side, the real big item here is we prepaid for iReady for 3 years using ESSER funding, but now that prepayment is over, we're shifting that cost back over to the general fund. So the total,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The total cost increase year over year is $14.2 million.
And I just wanted to jump in to draw a straight line here between the last two slides. If you look at just the step increase line, that's for merit increases for our employees, doesn't include any cost of living adjustment. That's an increase of $12.8 million. Then if you go to the previous slide, the revenue increase we're seeing due to the whole 0.75% increase from the state is 4.2. So it's a third of the cost associated with just merit increases for our employees. We're right off the bat $8 million behind the curve when we compare what additional funding we got from the state is to the cost of those merit increases, and we would never want to deny our employees, right, their merit increases. So I just wanted to draw that line about how the level of state funding here just isn't close to recovering just even the most basic of cost increases we face.
So to summarize where we're at for the FY27 budget deficit, if we take the decrease of revenues of $2.1 million, the increase in costs of $14.2 million, that brings us to $16.3 million. But then we have to carry over the $2.1 million from last year, which brings us to a preliminary budget deficit of $18.4 million. Moving on to the next section, we have our initial budget reduction options. We'll start with electricity, natural gas, and fuel reductions. During the FY23 and 24 budget processes, we saw significant rate increases in these areas, and we budgeted for that. But the costs have flattened out over time, and we budgeted on the peak of it. So after reviewing these, we think we can take off $2.7 million in the utilities and fuel budgets. The next item is turnover savings. So we experience turnover savings when you have an experienced employee on the higher end of the salary schedule resign, retire, and is replaced with a lower cost, newer employee with less experience. We have a kind of like a bubble of retirement eligible employees who seems like they've stuck around for their highest 3 years with the recent cost of living adjustments. We expect them to retire after getting their highest 3 years. So what that results in is an additional $3 million more than what we currently budget for turnover savings. So after accounting for those two items, that shaves down the $18.4 million budget deficit down to $12.7 million.
And I just, before we call up Chris, and go ahead, Chris, come on up to the podium here. Oh, okay. I just wanted to point out again, because we're doing this preliminary calculation so early before the beginning of next fiscal year, please understand there's going to be some fine tuning of these numbers, right? These are so preliminary, and I'll give an example. There's an electricity increase proposal to the Public Utilities Commission at the state right now. And so we don't know where that'll go, or if NV Energy will ask for further rate increases. So, you know, it could turn out to be the case that we come back to you to talk about that and have to refine these numbers and go the other way. So just understand this is our best projection at this point in time. It could get better, it could get worse. There's always fine tuning that happens even when we start in February. So, but this is where we believe we stand at this moment in time before we kind of go to the next few sections where we were talking about even further potential reductions. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Our next section is a follow-up from May-June budget discussions. So the first item here was the idea of leveling our kindergarten through third grade class sizes. The options we presented back in the spring were leveling all the class sizes at 22-1, but then maintaining that 0.75 special ed factor, or leveling the kindergarten through third grade class sizes at 23, and then eliminating that self-contained special ed factor. So both of those were budget neutral options, and after getting stakeholder input, staff's recommendation is to level the maximum class size for kindergarten through third grade at 23, and then eliminate that self-contained factor at the elementary school level. So later, if you do approve this item, this would be implemented for the 26-27 school year. Next, we have the Hug High School GT Institute, and we have Area Superintendent Chris Hackbush here to chime in on this slide. But what we've seen at the Gifted and Talented Institute at Hug High School is lower enrollment with the expansion of other academic options like concurrent and dual enrollment. So if you look at the table at the bottom of the slide, you'll see only a few years ago we had 117 students at the High School Institute, and this year we have 65 students, so almost half of what we had. Then if we look at next year's enrollment, we should see 33 students. What we're seeing is a decrease in participation in the program. So under this proposal here, this would be a transition out of the GT program at Hug High School and offer more and expanded concurrent and dual enrollment opportunities. One important note here is that any students currently at or attending Hug High School for the GT Institute would be able to finish out that program, but we wouldn't have any more students entering the program.
So that's where I'd like to chime in. Chris Hackbush, Area Superintendent, for the record. I think it's critical to pinpoint that we're going to hold and honor our promise to the current GT cohort through 2029. And that's very important in this plan that we've created. I think I want to applaud our district leadership in all these tough budget decisions and discussions. There's intentionality here. And with the intentionality here, we just got done listening to our presentation on the concurrent and dual enrollment, all right? And from my perspective, putting my principal hat back on, that is unprecedented alignment and collaboration with higher ed. I mean, that's something that 25 years ago I didn't know would happen. So when you talk about this institute and shifting to more options for our students, that includes students within a GT cohort, because if you think about a pathway of education, there's some rigidity with what you can take when you're in a program. And I've experienced that at my level as an area superintendent, working with families on, hey, let's be creative with our master schedule and let's balance our options. Can you dip your toe into a CTE pathway while you're taking concurrent enrollment courses? So this plan takes an account of those issues. And I just want to hit that home. This isn't taking something, this is expanding. This is more opportunity for more students. So I just wanted to make sure that was heard.
Thank you, Chris. And I also wanted to clarify, we're talking about just Hug High School GT Institute. We're not talking about impacting any SWAS or magnet GT program at any other school. And again, the notes, I just want to make that very clear to those listening who may be concerned. And as Chris said, what we're really doing is transitioning to where there's a greater demand, and that's for dual and concurrent enrollment. We've seen people embrace that in great interest, as you just heard, and so the idea would be to expand those offerings at Hug High School while the numbers diminish kind of naturally in the high school institute. So there is a plan to increase opportunities for all students at Hug High School, not just those in the GT Institute program.
Yeah, and to just piggyback on what Mark said, there's also a hearing from the students, and I've been on a lot of the visits with President Sandoval, Superintendent Ernst, when we've heard panels of students who are in concurrent and dual enrollment courses. There's an element of confidence that students are having now to actually take these courses. I think after COVID, we saw a dip of honors courses, and we saw a severe dip of AP courses when I was at Reno High School. And that's one thing, is trying to problem solve around building confidence with our young scholars.
I see that we currently have our GT teachers at 22-1. What is the average high school to teacher ratio in our, let's just say our typical high school classes?
At the high school level, at our title and risk schools, our student to teacher ratio is 28.5. That's what we allocate teachers based on. And then 30-1 at our non-title risk high schools.
I hear much bigger class sizes in some classes, but I know that that's just the average overall. And then I know you went over this last spring, Mark, but if you could just refresh our memory on how GT is funded as one of those special categories from the state, either you or...
Yeah, it is one of the 4 weighted categories of funding, so we do receive a separate allocation of funding from the state. It's a little bit over $1 million a year, whereas the cost of our GT program, and Jeff can corroborate this, are a little bit over $5 million a year and rising. So there's a net cost compared to what we're funded by the state of more than $4 million per year. The analysis that led to the weighted funding, increment for GT, I would question if you could ever construct a GT program at such a low marginal increase in funding, so that I hope that answers your question.
No, it absolutely does. And then to clarify, this is one of those weighted categories that if a student is in another category as well, we only get one of those weighted pieces. So
yep, you're
if
absolutely
a student
right.
is EL and GT,
they're going to get the EL
they're
funding,
only going to get the EL funding,
but not the GT funding.
But we still service them for both.
That's absolutely right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I just have one point. It came up in the advanced coursework, but anybody who's watching now for this item, because we did get quite a bit of public comment on it, can we confirm, maybe Area Superintendent Hackbush, that freshmen who are capable of AP level work would be able to and are able to actually take AP classes?
That's correct. There are course numbers and course offered in our district for freshmen in the AP level. That does occur.
I appreciate that. And when we develop the HUG program pending this vote, is that something that we could possibly make sure is very clear to families that attend HUG? Because there does seem to be a misunderstanding about freshmen being excluded from that type of coursework.
Yes, again, it gives freedom of the master schedule, I think, for all students. But again, the current cohorts that are existing in the GT Institute will be able to finish their program. Like that's a for sure.
Okay, moving on to another follow-up item, which is about fixed and small school allocations. So we have a few schools in our district that fall outside of our standard allocation guidelines. is typically due because they're much smaller schools. So they've continuing to see low enrollment or declining enrollment over the last several years. So the proposal here is to start to create staffing guidelines that are enrollment based for these schools, so that as enrollment changes at those schools, so do allocations. Want to keep in mind here that this would still allow students to have the full plate of classes. We took that into consideration, so we're not just cutting a bunch of options for students. But by doing or moving to this model for our fixed and small schools, this would save about $800,000. So to summarize the follow-up recommendations, the transition for the GT Hug Institute, the small school allocation guidelines, and then also we had an item about leased office space. We were able to move folks out of the Plum Lane building and save just under $100,000 a year. That shaves off another $1.3 million from the budget deficit, bringing it down to now $11.4 million. So with that, I'll hand it back over to Mark to talk about other general fund savings ideas.
Thank you, Jeff. So we continue to look at out-of-the-box creative solutions that, because we kind of have to. We're at this point now where, that's something we'll need to do. One of those ideas that we have analyzed and are ready to present to you as a concept is the use of capital funding to fund our annual textbook budget, which is $3.1 million out of the general fund per year. We have an Attorney General opinion that confirms that textbooks can be considered equipment, and therefore we can use property tax revenues we receive for the rollover bond program for textbooks. We cannot and are not proposing to use WC1 funds for the purchase of textbooks. So I want to make that very clear. And as you can see in this table here, we always try to have a buffer between projected property tax revenues and the debt service on our rollover bonds, because we want to, always have that buffer in case there is something that happens, in terms of appraised values of residences and businesses. And that results in, kind of this additional revenue that would normally go to fund balance in the property tax debt service fund. And so we do have the coverage here, as you can see, for each of 23 through 26 to be able to afford to do this out of those monies. So as you can see, we've generated in excess of $7 million per year, comparing what our revenues were, collections out of property taxes, to the debt service and the PC refresh program. And so we could fund this out of those monies, but and just to add to that, we are aware of at least one other school district in Nevada that is doing this and has done it. I don't want to make this sound like this is just a gimme or a free pass. The implication of this is that's $3.1 million less to fund capital projects per year. So that's the trade-off that we're looking at. $3.1 million per year equates to, for 30-year bonds, $50 million of capital funding. So it's, again, I want to give you both sides of kind of the trade-off here. At the same time, I think, again, this is a significant cost reduction and cost shift that'll benefit the general fund. It's, a legal avenue, again, that one other school district has pursued and has done, and an opportunity here to, offset our significant deficit.
All right, Mark, I was going to ask the question. I am personally in favor of this, particularly in light of what we're looking at with the budget. Is this something that we can do this fiscal year and then make a budget transfer?
We believe there's a very good chance we can do that this fiscal year. What we'll need to wait on is to see how property tax revenues come in, and the last of the 4 distributions of secured property taxes come in March. So after March, we'll know for sure whether we'll be able to cover that $3.1 million in costs. And then, so yes, we can bring that to you. That would require a budget augmentation, which requires board approval. We'll know for sure, like I say, after March or so. But I do believe it's very, very possible. So we've tried to go through this quickly given where we're at in the evening. We are happy to answer any questions you may have, but in terms of just what we're doing now and next steps, in the spring you had approved this an idea of reviewing vacancies, contracts that are renewing to identify opportunities where we may not need to fill those positions or renew those contracts. Our financial review committee continues to do that every week, and so we've identified a little less than $800,000 so far of contracts and positions that will require further review, but we think are very good candidates to not fill and save monies. Kind of the justification chiefs have to go through on those items is tell us what the impact of not filling the position is or not renewing the contract, and how that would impact schools. And if it doesn't impact schools and we can afford to live with not filling that position, then the position is frozen, and we have frozen a number of positions and contracts accordingly. And we will come back to you then with the final recommendations on those positions and contracts at a later board meeting. So that's going underway. Like I say, every week we're having those discussions at the Financial Review Committee. We have also asked the executive team to identify cost reduction scenarios. We are using kind of the prioritization criteria you see on the right. So again, anything that supports bell-to-bell instruction at schools is obviously has the highest priority and would not be something we would touch. And then we go down the line to, at the bottom there, 8, 9, 10, discretionary programs at the central office level, wants, not needs, perhaps pilot programs or programs that are redundant, where they're trying to achieve the same result as another program, for example, or kind of outlive their usefulness, and so forth. So we are going through this methodically, using a data-driven approach as much as we can to kind of assess those different scenarios, and that's what we'll be coming back to the board on this fall and winter. It's complex work, it's deep dive work. For every proposal, the executive team is doing a cross-check with each other, and so the academic team is looking at every single proposal to assess what that impact is at the school level. And so that's time-consuming, in-depth, intense work that is going on right now. So our plan then is to start to bring you concepts this fall, this winter. I don't anticipate we'll need both meetings in October to bring you some concepts. We also, of course, want to solicit your ideas for analysis you'd like us to do, and so that we'll bring that to you in October. That'll be your opportunity to kind of, again, express areas where you'd like to look at. And so before I get to the superintendent's recommendations, we're happy to answer any questions you might have based on this presentation.
Thank you, President Smith. Chief Mathers, how much was the iReady 2.9?
2.2.
2.2. And I thought I heard something about the state possibly picking up that cost because now it's part of the testing program for our elementaries. Where are we at with that? Are we getting any footing?
We're not getting any concrete direction one way or the other. I understand that we'll have some kind of reading on that and direction on that from the state this spring. And so if they do come through and hopefully cover all or at least some of our costs, that'll That'll help, certainly.
Okay.
But at this point, they really haven't given a strong indication one way or the other, to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to thank you guys for coming forward. It's September, and in all my years in local government, I've never had a finance team come before a public body this early to address this kind of deficit and this kind of pending crisis. So thank you for your leadership, Superintendent Ernst and Chief Mathers, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
JJ, who are we welcoming for public comment?
Janet Roberts.
Welcome, Ms. Roberts. Thank you so much for being here.
President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, board members, my name is Janet Roberts, and I am the GT lead at Clayton Middle School. I'm also the wife of a GT allocation at Hug High School. I taught at the GT Institute for Hug High School. I have 2 current children at the Hug High School Institute, and I have a graduate from the Institute who was part of the inaugural class. So I have a very big invested interest in our GT program. When we talk about cuts to the GT Institute, we're still going to pay Keith's salary, whether he's teaching at the GT Institute or elsewhere. We're still going to be turning on the lights in those classrooms at Hug High School, no matter who's teaching in those rooms. But the thing that we're cutting is the access for our rising freshmen who can pass and do pass every year multiple AP classes. Our son Michael, he just passed 4 AP classes last year. We're about to save about $2,000 hopefully for college, so very proud of him for that. We're cutting the opportunity for our freshmen to take those classes when we know already from our earlier presentations that freshmen aren't always able to take these AP classes or to take the dual enrollment classes because they might not have met the prerequisites for them. We're cutting the upwards of $4 million in potential scholarships that GT students have earned since the inaugural class of 2017. That doesn't count our Questbridge scholarships, our Gates Millennium, our West Point graduates, the dozens of presidential award students that we've had, or take into account that our students just start at college upwards of sophomore year. What we cut also, if we lose our GT Institute, is our community. We have a number of students in our back row and a number of kids that sent in emails. We're cutting their community. They are quirky and wonderful, and they find community in opportunities that they don't always have at other schools. I know from countless emails that I've sent to our feeder schools for Clayton that our students aren't always allowed to take those freshman classes because of class sizes or those seats are being saved for upperclassmen. I really hope that you consider not cutting our GT Institute, but don't listen to me. You should listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roberts.
Jeremy Murray.
Welcome, Mr. Murray. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, Trustees, Madam President, Mr. Superintendent. My name is Jeremy Murray. I'm here to advocate for the GT Institute and its hardworking teachers. It's actually the second time I've been here. Last time was 4 years ago to advocate for the same thing, same idea, back when we were all wearing masks for COVID. I have 4 kids that have participated in the GT programs from SWAS and Pullout to Davidson and the Gate Institute. We have a big investment in our GT, and we have received a lot of benefit from it. What differentiates the GT Institute from other GT programs is its personalized instruction and advisement. GT students are a special population. They need, as we've seen especially in other programs for GT, that having the right teachers that know how to deal with that population vastly improves their chances of success. The teachers that are at the Gate Institute at HUG are not only good teachers, but they're also great advisors and great advocates for those students. My oldest was the valedictorian in 2024 from HUG. She graduated with a 6.4. She went into UNR as a junior and is now a senior already as her second year. She was supported by those teachers to be able to do every crazy thing she ever wanted to do at that school. Every cool, I want to take this class. She did 16 credits at one semester at a summer for TMCC, trying to figure out what she wanted to do with college for the rest of her education. The great thing that the GT Institute brought was teachers that had a path to yes. We will work with you. We will find the path for this. Compared to other schools in the district, the GT Institute and its teachers are the best advocates for that population. Our enrollment numbers that I'm seeing going down is more of a problem on our side of not pushing that population to those opportunities. I advocated for this before. I really think we should not only be keeping this program, but also trying to make it bigger. We have lots of freshmen coming out of these advanced classes in Magnet where we've given them every opportunity to push, and they get to high school, and depending on the high school, they may eat a year where they don't get to do a math at their level. They may just not be available. Sorry, we don't offer that to freshmen. And I have had several parents just absolutely, how did you do it? How do you do it? Like, send your kids to the Gate Institute. They're going to help your kids achieve their goals. Okay? We don't do that very well. I would be interested in how that $400,000, what it's being spent, and how that's going to be saved. Is that teacher allocations, right? These teachers are not, it's not a SWAS program. These teachers are teaching the population of HUG. They're the AP teachers. They're the other teachers that are there. What is HUG going to lose if HUG loses the GT Institute? We want to make sure that HUG's Title I, being able to give them every opportunity that we can, is important in a lot of different ways. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murray.
Keith Roberts.
Welcome, Mr. Roberts. Something tells me you're related to Janet.
Yes, that's a good guess. Madam President, Superintendent, board members, thank you. Yeah, my name is Keith Roberts, and I'm in my 28th year teaching at HUG High School. I was in the room when Friend Pinta and others from the district came and said, what about if we put the GT Institute here at HUG? I was an English department lead at the time. And my first thought was, this is great. This is great for HUG because this is going to give us an opportunity to expand our AP classes and expand our offerings for our neighborhood kids. I'm passionate about HUG High School. I'm passionate about gifted education. But first and foremost, I'm passionate about the students of this county and the ones that happen to live in my zone where I have spent my career and plan to finish it out. And what I have seen is that by having, when you see on that spreadsheet, 15 sophomores, well, I teach 50 sophomores. 15 of them are accounted for on that spreadsheet. But the other 35 are HUG zone students who have a chance to take more difficult coursework than they might have otherwise because we're able to expand our offerings because of the allocations we get through the Gate Department. If we lose those allocations, if we magically just eliminated things today, and I know that's not what we're talking about doing, but if those 65 students we have this year were at their zone schools, then those 3 Gate allocations go away. Well, they have to follow those kids someplace. We're still going to pay those teachers to teach those kids wherever they go back to his own school. I'm afraid we're going to rob Peter to pay Paul, not actually save any money, but lose major opportunities for the students zoned for HUG High School, as well as for the students who choose to come there. The changes that I've seen in our upper level programming that benefit all the students have been massive, and I'm proud of them, and I'm glad to, at this point, be a part of teaching those classes for the last few years. But whether I teach those classes or someone else, or whether I go become an itinerant GT teacher somewhere else, the real tragedy for me will be that we have students in the HUG zone. And we know this. We know that across the country we do a poor job of identifying gifted students in minority populations, in higher poverty populations. We don't do that great a job of finding them. We've tried as a district to get better, but I can tell you from personal experience that we find kids in the 9th grade and go, you know what, we only have 11 or 15 kids this year. Let's bring you into this class of 25, and those kids succeed and excel. And they wouldn't have been in that advanced coursework class if we didn't have that institute. So I love all of my graduates, and as my wife said, my own children are there, and they're there from another zone as part of the Institute. But I really want to put in your mind the students who will still be at Hug High School when the Institute goes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roberts, and thank you for being an educator in our district, to your wife as well.
Saturn Davy.
Hi, Saturn, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Hi. Thank you for your time. My name is Saturn Davy, and I am not a student at the Hug High School GT program. However, I was a student in the Clayton GT program taught by Mrs. Roberts. And one of the biggest regrets that I have is not going into that program. I have a lot of friends who are in that program, and the main struggle that I realized when coming into a new high school is the change of my scenery and my peers in my community. I remember when I was in middle school, we would routinely like make jokes and just have fun with the material, which not only shows a high level of understanding, but also passion and a sense of humor about what we are learning and what opportunities we have. And many gifted students show great interest in learning and being challenged. In fact, I know many gifted students who will stop trying and let themselves fail altogether if they are not challenged enough, because they believe it's not worth their time to do this work. Therefore, more advanced kids need to be academically challenged enough to motivate themselves to succeed. And not only does being challenged and engaged help motivate these students, but in my experience, also being with peers who are also like being challenged and engaged. While it is true that HUG might offer AP and dual credit classes to freshmen who are qualified to take it, one thing that I noticed when I was, for example, taking Honors Algebra 2 last year is that maybe I had a few of my friends who were also in the GT program, but everyone else, they didn't share the same passion and interest in the subject that me and my friends did, and they often tried to exploit me and my friends just for answers, and kind of takes away that sense of community that you get with the GT program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Saturn. We appreciate what you shared very, very much.
Patricia Patton.
So your email, Patricia, that I see here was just sent to the board members, but not to the public comment. So yes, you can come up and give, but thank you so much for saying that. Like, you already get a gold star for the honor system.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for listening. My name is Patricia Patton. I'm an educator. I taught for over 3 decades, and from preschool to graduate school at Sierra Nevada College for a decade there. Most of my time was spent in regular English classes, honors English classes, and AP English classes. And I can tell you there's significant difference between a regular class and an honors or an AP class. And by the way, you were talking about AP before and going more to dual immersion. I just did want to mention that AP is still the gold standard for universities across the country. But as far as the institute goes, I now have skin in the game. I have two very gifted children who were not supported by this type of program and have floundered. Therefore, I am raising my grandchild, who is now in one of your GT middle school classes. And what could this could mean to us as a family and for the greater community when these kids can actually give back. Gifted students are often not given enough because they will, go take classes elsewhere. They won't be part of your grading systems or the statewide testing. Students need to be with each other, to push each other to go higher and faster. So please reconsider making any cuts to any GT programs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Patton.
The board received emails from Pablo Nava-Duran, Kristen DeHaan, Jennifer Stark, Oliver Benavides, James Bedard, William Cook, Michael Roberts, Catherine Cook, Luke Spearman, Riley Gillis, Andrea Morrow, Suzanne Lewis, Alina Murray, Evangeline Murray, Risha Simpson, Ariane Soretta, Joy Great Thomas, Stephanie Koning, and Daniel Jackson related to this item. Did you email? Okay. Arabella Murray.
Welcome, Arabella. Thank you so much for being here.
Hi there, my name is Arabella Murray, and I am a gifted high schooler speaking on behalf of my family and many friends regarding the Gay Institute at HUG. I think as we're talking about the lowered enrollment over the years, that it's important to discuss how so many students are missing the opportunity to be aware of and be involved with the Gay Institute. I do not attend the Gay Institute. I ended up at a different school, and I really regret that decision. I think that I missed a very big opportunity, and I found many other gifted students who attended the Clayton Magnet Program, Swope Magnet Program, or just other programs here in the GT Institute, and a lot of them weren't even aware of the Gay Institute being an option for them. A lot of them were pushed into doing rigorous AP coursework, and again, for freshmen who aren't always able to enter those AP classes right away, even though we're trying to make those opportunities available, a lot of the gifted students that I know were unable to take AP classes their freshman year, and they end up taking regular coursework, which did not accommodate for them. Gifted students are a minority that should be accommodated for, that require special education and special personalization that helps them excel and exceed here in our county. It is very important that this institute remains because even though a lot of people aren't, getting the opportunity to take advantage of it, we just need to be spreading the word. We need to be able to not only have just Clayton, those students be able to be involved with the Gay Institute, but I want to hear more Swope students not say that they didn't know this opportunity existed and instead be pushed to just taking as many classes as they can on the side, which may or may not even accommodate for them in the first place. It's very important to me that the Gay Institute remains, especially when I'm getting to recommend to a lot of younger GT students who I get to interact with here at my school that it is an opportunity that they can go to, that it can accommodate for them, that I have teachers there that I trust and know that will take care of them, that people at my work and other students who I hear are attending different schools like McQueen or Galena, they aren't aware of this opportunity and they end up having their talents wasted, I think. And a lot of them, while they may not be considered like a lot of the gifted students who are at these other schools, again, it's just a lack of awareness that makes sure that they don't head over to the GT Institute. I think that we need to be pushing more for people to just be aware of, because then we will see enrollment. There are people who are willing to enroll, who are excited at the idea of the opportunity, but they get caught into their AP classes, or, hey, they missed out their opportunity freshman, sophomore year. I'm finding other juniors like me who have missed that opportunity and don't feel like they could attend the GT Institute because they've already stuck through it where they are now. I think that we need to be continuing this program because freshmen and all the younger students are the ones who need to be in it.
Thank you very much, Arabella. I really appreciate your passion on this.
That's all we have.
Thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to this body for questions, thoughts, or a motion.
I'll just jump in. First, I just want to say thank you so much for jumping ahead and really starting this process now. This is a huge deficit, one that I don't think any of us take lightly. And as you said at the beginning of the presentation, it is so incredibly important that we minimize the impacts directly on our students as best as possible. I do have a question and I guess just a clarification. So I know that some of our specialized programs in the district do provide transportation, but the GT Institute at HUG, it is on the families to get their, is it on the families to get their students to, and maybe Mr. Hackbush might need to respond, I don't know, somebody else, I don't know if you guys know this, but do we provide transportation for that school?
I don't believe we do. Nope.
And I was pretty sure that we didn't, but I just wanted to clarify. So I think that it's incredible, you know, I love the utilities and fuel and budget savings, and I know as we continue to remodel our schools, we've been doing great work with geothermal and solar, and we will continue to see those realized costs, and all the other costs I think are really make a lot of sense. I think it's pretty clear that the conversation we need to have is about the GT program. The one thing that I can say is I live on the south end of town, and I think I have a child who's gifted, and I have several friends who even maybe went to Marcy Hers for the GT magnet program, and getting your child at like 7:30 in the morning to HUG High School is really difficult. So this is potentially a really unpopular thought here, but and I think it's simply just because of the passion that I hear, but I think we can really provide opportunities at every single one of our schools for all students if we invest in proper training and opportunities at those schools for our students. We already have School of Choice. We already have Debbie Smith and AACT. We have a lot of options, and I know how incredibly important it is for students who are identified as gifted and talented to have opportunities to create community. I know how important that is. But I also believe that if we flip the script a little bit and say, hey, what if at Galena and Damani and Reno, we created those communities within that school, we would provide a lot of opportunities for students. HUG is not the easiest school to get to for the entire county. And so I absolutely understand why everybody is passionate about this, but I have real concerns about us investing money in a program that is not serving a large amount of students. And I know that there's a lot of students that get added into those classes. I do. I think, but I also believe that HUG High School will find ways to still offer those advanced courses. And this is one of those decisions that is going to be really hard for a lot of us. And I'm sure we're going to have a really rigorous conversation about it. But it's important that we are being fiscally responsible for all students and not a small percentage of students. I think that that's a conversation that is really, really hard to have sometimes. But we're not being equitable, just like we aren't being equitable with these smaller school allocations, the fixed allocations. We're not being equitable to other schools. when we do that. And so we have, you know, I last year we did zoning for Shaw Middle School, and across the street was Sky Ranch. And the Sky Ranch allocations allowed for them to have a Spanish teacher. But the Shaw Middle School kids didn't get Spanish. So they all went to Spanish Springs High School, and guess who started ahead? Because of allocations. And so we have to find ways to be more equitable to all of our students. And sometimes that means really, really hard decisions. So I'll stop, but I really hope that we can take this as an opportunity to be more creative at all of our high schools instead of just one. That's
just a couple questions here. So the motion isn't, if I'm reading this correctly, is not to just adjust the Gifted and Talented Institute. It's also to expand concurrent enrollment courses, dual and. Can we talk a little bit about that? Because I need to have an understanding of the framing of this, because we are looking to make an investment in advanced coursework, so that the intent of the program is still offered to those students and really everyone at the school. And then my part two is I am very sensitive to freshmen who are capable, effectively being locked out of courses that match what they are ready for in terms of academic rigor. So is that something that we can be mindful of at HUG and really at all schools going forward? Because I am sensitive to freshmen not being able to take courses, or at least the belief that that is happening, and it sounds like it really is. So when I say belief, I'm not doubting that it's really happening. But can you talk about those two, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So if I rewind the tape a little bit of my first year as principal, 15 years ago, something like that, I remember getting a list of GT students' recommendations, and what we would do, similar to an MTSS model, is you are doing strategic scheduling on your courses, and you're looking at data-driven decision-making within your master schedule. Your master schedule is your engine that drives everything. And you really have to look at your students and what courses you're going to offer annually. And that's going to be based on the readiness and the needs of your students. And we are every day working with our site leadership teams on fine-tuning our strategies with master scheduling. I taught, as a principal, I taught a freshman seminar course. And within my freshman seminar course, I had a young lady, as a freshman, in Trig Pre-Calc. She was scheduled in Trig Pre-Calc because she was ready for it. So that is working with your counselors. That is working with your vertical aligned administrators and counselors and teachers, and talking kids in the springtime. So when they roll up, we know who they are and we know how to serve them. And that is happening in our schools, because I go into our schools and I have had vertical rounds with my principals, which we added this year with the area superintendents at the secondary level, where we sit and we have these discussions with, let's say if it's McQueen, I have Billinghurst and Clayton in the room together for 2 hours, and we're talking about these exact topics. So that the idea, just as I heard a few minutes ago, is that every school is strategically planning on those topics. You know, and again, with the concurrent and dual enrollment courses, there are some limitations, right? And you also, if it's AP, you got to figure out who's able to teach it. But we're always forward thinking in our offerings, and we're early in the game right now. Master schedules aren't going to be created till, you know, we're going to start looking at it once we get course requests, February-ish time frame. So you got all spring to kind of plan those courses.
Thank you.
Thank you, President Smith. Area Superintendent Hackbush. So what I'm hearing you say, well, first my question is, I think there was 65 students at HUG. Was that roughly 65?
Yeah.
Okay. And do we know about how many of those are actually zoned for HUG, or they're actually supposed to be going to a different high school, but they're going to HUG for GT?
Yeah, it's pretty spread out. We did look at that.
So it is spread out.
So what I was hearing you say, that if we really, and sounds like a lot of our verticals are doing that, but if we make sure all of our verticals are doing that, then our gifted and talented might find a home for rigorous instruction in the high school that they're actually zoned for.
Absolutely.
If we think out of the box a little bit, that they would get that same push and challenge in their high school.
So it's important to share. So one of our intentions and our goals this year, well, we actually have a 3-year goal with math specifically, where we're looking at this year's 6th grade cohort, and we're intentionally working with them on our instruction, our new curriculum, our iReady scores, and we are intentionally working on the courses they take through middle school, so that in 3 years we have, our goal is to reach 90% are successful in algebra at the end of their 9th grade year. So the reason I share that is because, again, the intentionality of supporting all students, but earlier in the process, so students rolling up to high school have some choice in what they can take and are ready for a more rigorous curriculum. And then that expands what we can offer in the master schedule. So it's all relative. And if you're going to be good in math, you got to be able to read. And so it goes hand in hand on those efforts. So that's the intention of every school.
Okay, Madam President, I'm going to make a motion here. The Board of Trustees approves staff recommendations in the following areas. 1, reduce utilities and fuel budgets. 2, incorporate anticipated fiscal year 27 turnover savings. 3, level all K-3 maximum class sizes to 23 students and provide full credit for special education self-contained adjustment in elementary schools. 4, make changes to future offerings at Proctor R. Hug High School Gifted and Talented Institute and expand dual and or concurrent enrollment courses at Proctor R. Hug High School. 5, convert fixed allocations at smaller schools to enrollment-based allocations. And 6, incorporate funding of textbook curriculum purchases in the next year's capital improvement plan.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for everybody that came out. That closes item 3.01 and section 3 in its entirety, and we will move on now back to section 4, our items for action, presentation, and or discussion, and open now with item 4.05. This is the public hearing, discussion, and possible action to approve the change of use for Kate Smith Elementary School in accordance with Administrative Regulation 7087 and Nevada Revised Statutes NRS Chapter 393, effective beginning the 2027-28 school year. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome with us Tammy Zimmerman, our Chief Facilities Management Officer. Welcome, Chief Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. Bringing tonight to you guys the hearing and the public hearing for the proposed change of use for Kate Smith Elementary School in school year 27-28. Give you a little bit of background for this. You know, we started our facility modernization plan. We went out and had a lot of community involvement. We went around to the neighborhoods and talked about the options with that. And it was listed within that FMP that was approved for a long-term trade-up, which means replacing the older, smaller schools with newer and updated technology so that we could have that parity with the educational specifications for them. And just as Chief Mathers stated earlier, Kate Smith is one of our smallest elementary schools with about 197 students in it currently. And so we also enacted the Zoning Advisory Committee for this item in preparation for it tonight. They met last week, September 18th, and they actually voted to bring forward a recommendation to rezone the Kate Smith students to Matthews Elementary School if it was approved tonight. Matthews is 33 years newer than Kate Smith. It will have updated academic items, a STEAM lab, outdoor shade areas, a larger grass section for them, and it will welcome those students to that school. A little bit about the financial aspects of this, as Chief Mather spoke. This would reap a $700,000 savings in salaries for that if you combine those schools together. That's not including utilities or any of that. I want to express to the board and to the community that we realize change is difficult. Moving these things is difficult, as I can understand if I had a student at those schools. But it is what was approved in the facility modernization plan. And so during the 26-27 school year, we commit to having a transparent process that looks at what Kate Smith is repurposed to in accordance with board policy, as we've talked about when we reviewed that board policy. And we also want to emphasize that we know, and we've heard from the board, that we want to continue to serve that legacy of Kate Smith in name and in that community. And so we want to make that comment to you that we intend to keep that promise with this. Some examples of potential repurposing. We've talked a little bit about that, but it could be repurposed as a Boys and Girls Club facility. It could be repurposed for academic uses that the district needs, such as Washoe Inspire Academy could use a playground instead of a parking lot. Those are kind of ideas that we think about. Student health services that is currently housed over at Sparks High School in a residential building that could be better used into a more spacious and a more centrally located place. As we start that modernization at Sparks High School, we're going to be looking at that property, and we could use every bit of that property for Sparks High School. Child Find programs. We have Child Find at Moss and Drake. Could we provide Child Find that's more centrally located? And that is on a bus line over there. So it could service that community as well as others. District provided early childhood programs. We have them all over the district. Could we provide additional ones at that site? Could there be vendor provided daycare and childcare or other options with nonprofits in the community? Those are the promises that we talked about in that board policy that we would investigate in a transparent process. These are just examples that would come back to the board at a later date for you guys to approve and recommend that repurposing and what it actually is. So with that, next steps. If approved tonight for the change of use at Kate Smith, we will be bringing forward the Zoning Advisory Committee recommendation at the October 28th board meeting. So those families know how they can plan for the 27-28 school year. In the 26-27 school year, we commit to building relationships with the community and community engagement in preparation for this change through Matthews modernization, the principals, the area soups, and that community. Now this transition, it would be effective in the school year of 27-28. And then with that, I want to reemphasize that the facility modernization vision was exactly this, to provide trade-ups to those schools with educational opportunities and to serve that tradition at that school as well through the name and other opportunities. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Miss Tammy. I was calling you Miss Tammy. I have a few questions, and then I probably have quite a few comments because this is one of my schools. I am a fifth-generation Nevadan. I've seen our community grow. Some bad things, but you know, you take the bad with the good, and there's probably more good. But Sparks is a very, very, very unique community. It is night and day to Reno. It just is. And that's not saying Sparks is better or Reno's better or vice versa. It just is different. So trade, and I'm all about trading up, and I understand when a school the size becomes economically not feasible. My concern is how we are moving these families. My question is, I asked earlier how many students were in Agnes Risley, and I think you guys said 329. And then, but I didn't ask
what the year of Agnes Risley is, and I had forgotten where we're going with Agnes Risley in the semi-near future. So if you could answer those, and then I do have a couple more comments.
So off the top of my head, and I'm trying to recall, Risley is stated in there for a long-term trade-up as well. And it is, I want to say it's in about the 2032 range. I'd have to pull that up, and I could provide that to you. But Agnes Risley would see similar action just like Kate Smith.
Okay. And what would the reasoning be for Risley to trade up? Because the population's going down, or what is the age of that school?
So I'd have to look at the age of the school as well, but it's in the 60s, right? It's 355 students now, but when you project it down into when we'd actually be doing work, between Risley and Maxwell, there'd end up being about 600 students at that time.
Okay.
So that's part of why that is all connected together.
Okay, so that, then my argument would be Risley and Smith, Kate Smith, they are similar communities, and they're in the same vertical. These neighborhoods, they rely on each other. They have relationships with each other. They depend on each other for many things, watching kids, you know, getting to doctor's appointments. It is a very close-knit neighborhood community, just as Kate Smith is. The coaching, there's coaches from Sparks High that go and coach the soccer teams because of this community relationship.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're a little off the agenda. I'm listening. I'm trying to see the connection here.
Well, I'm going to make that connection.
Okay, then we need to kind of get there because we're pontificating about a lot of different things.
My connection is how are we going to connect the community of Kate Smith to a completely different type of community that's not in the vertical? So how does that vertical work?
If I can help here, so this is an excellent conversation when we contemplate the zoning. This item, like when we did it for Pine, which is always a difficult thing, but we did that with Pine, this contemplates the site of Kate Smith moving to a different use within the district or the community rather than a school, but it doesn't actually touch on where those students may go. So that is absolutely going to be a discussion we have, but this item only contemplates the change of use for Kate Smith, not where the students are going to necessarily
When
go.
I read down, though, I mean, it was stated to Bernice Matthews, and I think you had even said to Bernice Matthews, so I thought that's what we're talking about here. I mean, it sounds to me like it's already a given, and I guess then I'm a little bit...
No. So if I may, Chief Zimmerman, what she said was that the Zoning Advisory Committee had met and they have a recommendation that they will be bringing to us. But just like the recommendation came to us, for example, with Vaughn and Pine, that will be a completely separate conversation. So this item solely contemplates that the site of Kate Smith could be changed, will be changed if there's an affirmative vote to another use.
Okay.
And then the zoning will absolutely come back, and we will have a conversation about that. But that is, nothing is pre-decided on that. Committees do their work, but we actually make the decisions.
I guess I wish we would have left the verbiage and the talking about the committee out of this whole thing then, because I'm just a little taken aback that we're already throwing out there what's going to happen to Kate Smith. If we're just deciding on closing it and repurposing, then that should be it, not bringing in the other stuff, because then I feel like I need to throw my 2 cents in to advocate for my little school.
And that's definitely good feedback. We're going to be having multiple of these conversations in the future, and you do have a point. So we, on both sides, will make sure that in this case, we're talking solely about a change of use. And you're right, we'll keep it laser focused on that.
Okay.
Because when when there are advanced things, it can turn into, well, maybe I don't want it to be a child care center. And I get that. And I very much respect that point.
Okay, thank you, because, yeah, that's what it was.
JJ, do we have any public comment? I believe we have some members of the public who have been waiting extremely patiently. Thank you so much.
Marcus Hodges.
Welcome, Mr. Hodges. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for waiting so long into the evening. This is obviously a very unusual evening given the current board. We don't typically go this late. Normally, it's been many a moon. So thank you for your patience, all of you.
Last time I was here, it seemed lengthy then as well. Marcus Hodges, I'm here as the parent of a Kate Smith Elementary School student. We're new to that school, and I just want to say it is a small neighborhood school. Everyone's talked about it. Unfortunately for me, sitting here, I didn't realize how much being at this meeting I was going to be hearing about Kate Smith, because it is planned to just be part of the budget balancing is what it seems like. Everybody has been mentioning it because it is such a small school. Just want to say personally, the trajectory of the school, like many others, it just moved up to a 3-star school through the diligent work, the dedication of the community, the teachers involved there, the previous principal that was there that put all that groundwork in, has helped that school improve. The bad part for me is being new to that school with my son is the couple of parent meetings that we went to for volunteers for back to school. Many of the parents that were there did express that they were rather shocked to hear that the school was closing. I realize this is all framed as a change of use. Closing down the school isn't a term. Rezoning, all of these things where people there's a little bit of a gap in this whole thing, and so parents are shocked to hear that this is what's happening. Not a lot of information has come out directly about that, and so therefore the zoning issue probably didn't have a lot of turnout. I don't know. I wasn't even there last week. And that's just a little frustrating about this whole thing, because it is a school that has been recognized for its MTSS, PBIS kindness. They just got their EC Educator of the Year. The teachers are a wonderful team. They work well together. They collaborate. They're working really hard on this, and I understand that this cost savings that we're talking about of $700,000 is cutting some of those positions. We're short teachers. I know the attitude is they'll go other places and everyone will get jobs, but the team will be broken up and they will lose that community of their collaboration. And that's part of the problem that I look at, where we have a fiduciary issue to deal with and there is a budget shortfall, and this is the worst time ever to try to fight for a small school with, yes, smaller class sizes, because the way that we're balancing this out is putting them into a larger facility where you're going to maximize class sizes. And even with the whole newer and fewer, these kids and the teachers have done a lot with an older school. So just saying it's an older school doesn't mean it's bad. It means it has heart. Thank you very much for listening. I recommend you not approving.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Irene Thomas.
Welcome, Ms. Thomas. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello. I just want to say, from learning, this is my first time ever being inside of anything like this. And it breaks my heart to even hear that you guys have already really made a decision about what you're doing to that school. And my grandson, who I raised, would not be at the level that he is at because of the love and concern and compassion for teaching, because that's the whole goal of this, is teaching. They have helped me understand a child like this that I've never raised. My children went to college. I did not know how to raise a child like this. And these people not only show my child how to learn, my grandchild, but me how to teach him at home. And it hurts my heart that y'all will put him in another class with more children for one teacher to teach multiple when a child like that needs a smaller, not no 30 kids in one class. And as a parent, as a grandparent, on how I found out about this, is devastating to me, because not in my terms, my language, did I understand or receive the type of notification I feel that parents should get. Because in that community, not only have the grandparents of their children, but of their grandchildren. And I got to witness, since he's been at that school, at the end of the school year, how those kids have to be pried apart from those teachers, because it's the last day of school. But look forward to the following year of school. These teachers are needed. There are already teachers that are burnt out, and you're going to wear them out some more. And we're lucky that we have teachers that still have the compassion to teach children. But they're going to be few if you spread them out like this and then drop our children so far away from the children that they are used to being raised with. Because it is a community with children and the teachers. And it's not fair. It really isn't fair. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. You never have to thank us. We're the ones thanking you.
Marie Scalacci.
Welcome. So, Marie Solecki.
You're close.
I want to make sure I say your name right. Can you
It's
please?
Salaki.
Salaki. Thank
Yeah.
you very much, Ms. Salaki. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Marie Salaki. I am a teacher at Kate Smith. I have been there for 13 years, and it is the only school I've ever taught at because of things like what Irene said and things that Trustee Westlake said, and I very much appreciate your commentary. I'm just here to express my disappointment in the decision to close our school, but not only that, the way that this process has been brought to our school. We're a really special school. This is our 100th year of a school. I don't think with our current building, but as a school, it is our 100th year. And we have a beautiful community. I have 6 children in my class this year whose siblings I've had in the past as long as 12 years ago. So families stay in our zone because they appreciate it, and it means a lot to them. This year, we are a governor's designated STEM school. We have been for 10 years. We are one of the only elementary schools in this district who is a governor's designated STEM school. We are a platinum PBIS school. And just today, our preschool, one of our preschool teachers earned the ECE Teacher of the Year award. So there are amazing things happening at our school at all levels that, yes, we only have 200 students, but that is part of why we can do those things. So just besides expressing like what a loss I think this is for our community, I do want to express my frustration with the process that this has been for our school. Last year we were unofficially informed that we would be closing in 4 years. They told the teachers that, and then we were, through random people in the community, told that no, it's only 2 years. We had originally been informed through the FMP it would be 2033. So this was a huge surprise to us. We did not know that we needed to be at these meetings before this year to be expressing our concern, because we were told we had several years. until this was a problem. At that time, we were also told that we were not supposed to tell the families at our school about the upcoming closure, and many of them found out through the RGJ, which is not okay. Just very last, because I'm running out of time, this has been incredibly stressful for us. We don't know the process as teachers. It's stressful for our families who don't understand what's happening, because we have been told that we're moving to Matthews. That has, I mean, we've been sent the zoning meetings, but I understand the budget. I know that's a problem, but I just want to express my frustration. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lecce, and thank you so much for being an educator at Kate Smith.
Megan Tilton.
Welcome, Ms. Tilton.
Okay, thank you, board, for listening to me tonight. Thank you, superintendent. Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate your time. My name is Megan Tilton. I am a third grade teacher at Kate Smith Elementary. I am also a former parent. My kids went there. And so I've been really involved in the Kate Smith community. My mother-in-law actually was the school secretary as well. Did you know that Kate Smith was actually the first school in all of Washoe County to get a STEM designation by the governor's office? We were first out of any other school in Washoe County. We also were the first school in all of Washoe County to get a platinum designation for MTSS, PBIS, and SEL work. So again, a huge celebration for us and our families and community. Our robotics team has won first place many times in LEGO Robotics. And as you saw, some of you today, we have the Pre-K Teacher of the Year, among many other teachers who have won ExxonMobil or other prestigious awards. Okay, so I know you are tasked with having to make a very difficult financial decision. I totally get it. And so it's almost impossible. And we do understand that you have to do something that benefits the entire district. But today I'm asking you to consider please just giving more clarity for our families, our community, and staff as you guys move forward. We teach our children respect every day at school. It's part of our roars expectations at Kate Smith because we are Cougars who roar for excellence. And I'm asking for you to extend that same respect to our community, our families who were blindsided, our staff who was blindsided. I really would appreciate that respect. Communication has not been clear. And again, it was mentioned, according to the FMP, we were slated to close in 2033. And through various people throughout the community and the RGJ, we were told that this is moving up without having any official communication from our district. I would hope that with clear communication, we can all better prepare our families and community for this transition. And so I just ask that that can happen for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tilton, and I think those are very reasonable things to ask for personally. Thank you.
Mary Serwinski.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe you got that.
Really?
That's
Yay.
JJ. She's the best.
There's a lot of letters on here.
It doesn't look like Serwinski. I'd like to
Welcome,
thank
Ms.
you, Madam
Serwinski.
President and Superintendent Ernst and the board. I've spent my entire career at Kate Smith Elementary. I started teaching there 20 years ago. This is my 21st year teaching there. In these years, I have formed a very close relationship with our community. This community is made up of people who live in our neighborhood and many who have moved away. We have people coming that are zoned from Double Diamond coming to our school, that are zoned for Spanish Springs coming to our school, that are zoned for the North Valley schools coming back because they know the quality of education and they trust us with their children. I also have many siblings in my class this year. And there's about a 13-year difference from one of the sisters that I have this year. Last year, Sparks High's valedictorian was a member of Kate Smith. One of my students is working on her master's while also working for the TRIO program at UNR. And we have many other students. We have one student that went to Stanford. She's done an internship with CNN. We have many students who have accomplished great things from our school. And I do understand the financial decision that you have to make. So I would like to reiterate what Ms. Tilton said. This has been a very shocking and horrible way for this to all go down. Because you don't talk to us, but everybody else is talking to people. And our ex-principal knew that our school was closing in 2 years before we did. We reached out to the district for more clarification, and they would not give us any more clarification at all. So with the FMP, we did think we had more time there. And most of us planned to be there till 2033. Because that was the plan that you put forth to the public. And so I hope that you will communicate with us and with our families better. And I agree with what Irene said. The communications that have come out are not clear for our families. And I hope that you will be more transparent with them in the future. If you are, you would see many, many more families here if they understood what was going on. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Rocio Luna.
Welcome, Ms. Luna.
Thank you for having me, Madam President and Superintendent Ernest and everybody in the board. My name is Rocio Luna. I've been working at Kate Smith for 7 years, and I'm working at the front office. And I'm here to speak about the frustrations in the front office when the word came out on the RGG. Parents have been coming in and asking where their students are going to go after Kate Smith closes with minimal to no information to respond to them. Parents are worried about where their students how their students are going to get to the Matthews, because Kate Smith is a close-knit community where they help each other, and families taking students to school and having their students go to Itsy Bitsy, like Mary said. They're coming from North Valleys, from the Monty area, to drop off their kids at Itsy Bitsy, and they know that they're going to be taken to school and being picked up from school. You know, of course, those parents with the variances have even more unanswered questions on whether, you know, they know it's their school of choice, but they don't know what's going to happen. And it's really frustrating and heartbreaking when they come and ask me all these questions and I have no answers to give them, when they trust us with their children every day. Of course, I ask for IDs. I almost ask for Social Security numbers to make sure they're going home with the right person, but I cannot answer a question on where they're going to school in 27, 28. The communication between the district staff and families has been very little. Our families deserve time to ask questions and have their questions answered. Please help me give out more information to these families in this process, because it's very hard to say, I don't know, to everything. I wouldn't be able to answer that. Also, I have not been notified by anybody on where my position as an ESP and other ESP positions are what's gonna happen to us after we're moved to Matthews. Please reconsider keeping the 2033 closing date to give families at Kate Smith time to receive answers and have time to choose what schools are fit for their children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Luna.
The board received emails from Pablo Nava Duran and Kristen DeHaan related to this item.
Thank you. All right, team, I'll bring it back here for any questions. I think that I want to say thank you so much for bringing your public comment. I think that you've raised some very fair points. And I know our team is listening. And we are constantly focused on our own continuous improvement. It's not just something we expect our kids to do, and it's definitely not something that we only expect our staff to do. And I want to applaud you and thank you for the very professional yet reasonable expectations that you have. And I can see by the nodding heads that it has very much been taken to note. Thank you. I guess one question that I have, I know that this is an item that we'll discuss later, but is there an assurance on some level that the community will be involved with expressing interest in the things that Kate Smith could potentially be in the future? Do we have a mechanism? I know we're deciding at a later point how to create those mechanisms, but will the community have an opportunity to weigh in with their thoughts? And this is true for every community that will be looking at a change of use for their school.
Thank you for the question, President Smith. Yes, in my dialogue to you guys, we promised and committed to having community engagement for what that repurposing would look like so that it could still serve the community in some sense.
Thank you. I know it's difficult to cover all the bases. I totally understand that, and I heard the passion and the worry and the sorrow and some anger. So I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to make a recommendation that we backtrack and we do the job that we should be doing, and that is doing it with respect. That is a word that resonated with me. And just backtrack. I really heard what Rocio said about not being able to answer the question at the front desk of parents, what's going to go on. And I know that we can't answer all the questions. We don't have everything solved, but we at least need to give the employees the tools that they need to make them feel more comfortable and helpful so that they can calm people in this storm. And so I just request we do some backtracking.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, Trustee Nicolette. I completely understand the predicament we're in here. But I'm just going to be blunt. This could have been handled so much better. So much better. And I know there's a lot of work, and I appreciate that, but it seems like we keep stomping on feelings, and we're talking about community all the time. That's what we're talking about, building relationships and community. And I would really like to know where that was. I mean, we come up here, we're talking about zoning, how it's already decided where these children and their families are going to go. And then I'm not supposed to comment on it? I'm not supposed to advocate? I'm sorry, that's not right. They're not aware, they find out about it in the newspaper? That is not right. We're better than that. We are better than that.
I know that these are hard. So I'm the trustee for Pine Middle School, and this was also difficult. And then we've also learned some lessons through this. This is only potentially the second vote that we would be taking. But there are more schools that are planned for change of use in the future that we have talked about. I know that you've raised some very good points. I feel very confident that the team is listening. And to Trustee Westlake's point, at some point we have to make sure that we are covering all of these bases. With that said, where a school is on the facilities modernization plan is or was a plan from almost 2 years ago, and we look in the district where we have the opportunities, and where that was never a specific time, although it was, of course, on a calendar. It's all subject to change. That part I feel comfortable with. What I hear from you, though, is that as we embark on this for other schools, and I'll name some of those, like Roger Corbett, for example, okay? But we've been talking about that for a while. This is something I have been talking about in my communities so that it does not come as a surprise. And I know that these are very difficult decisions. It was a very difficult decision when we had this vote on Pine, but the information is out there. It is part of the plan, and I know that this is difficult, but I do believe that we need to move forward with the item personally. And again, that is coming from someone that had to also do this in a very difficult way, and there will be more to come because there are additional schools that we have slated for trade-ups and consolidation. But I want you to know, the teachers and the families out here, that nothing you have said is lost on me, and I take that very, very seriously.
Thank you, President Smith. I think that we all have seen the FMP and know that we have schools in our area that are going to be impacted by it. And we've all had conversations with the superintendent, and we have small group meetings about the FMP so that we can best answer those questions. But I do want to say that we hear you. We heard Stead Elementary, we heard Vaughn, we've heard the teachers at the schools, and I do know that the district staff is hearing you and our community, that we absolutely need to do better with communication. That is not a question. The other thing that's not a question is that we have to do something different. Our state does not fund schools that are super tiny. We don't have a funding model that works equitably for small schools. We just don't. I learned this so well while I was on the zoning committee, that an elementary school around the 500 to 600 enrollment is really what the best way that we can provide resources for our students, the appropriate level of resources for the students. And that's not set in stone. And I understand that our teachers do an incredible job at small schools. I was at Hidden Valley yesterday, and there's one fourth grade teacher. One. She has all the fourth graders, which means if there is a situation between two kids, you don't get to separate them, right? You get all of the special ed kids in that particular grade level. It's tough. And we also want to provide better resources for our teachers. The other thing that I've shared, we've talked about a couple times today, is our allocation process. And our kids will always have the allocation. So we're not losing teachers. We're not just taking all of the kids from one school and only keeping the teachers at that one school. It's going to grow, which means they get to have more teachers at that school. What is the cost savings that was in the budget presentation is the physical cost of the building. Buildings, especially older buildings, cost a lot of money. That doesn't mean that those buildings aren't amazing and incredible. I went to Lincoln Park, and it's about to celebrate a big anniversary as well. And those sheep shed schools, we all love them. And, you know, there's something special and magical about some of our older, let's not call them old, older schools. But we also have to be responsible and do the right things for our kids, where we can provide them the resources that they all need. And it's not going to be favorable for everyone. And there's going to be some tough decisions. That being said, we absolutely can do better about communication. We absolutely can give families more opportunities to participate. And if that means we have to go to that school in order to have that meeting, then we will find ways to do that. And that's what I'm hearing, is that we need to go to the school to have those conversations. So I do think that we really need to focus on the item here, which is specifically voting on the approval of change of use. And it sounds like we have a lot more conversations coming up about Kate Smith, so we will make sure that there's more communication and more opportunities for the families at Kate Smith to give input and feedback and be a part of these decisions rather than being told after the fact. So.
Alrighty, hard decision to make. You know, it's crunch time, right? I heard you, they've heard you, they've expressed everything, you know. Again, it comes down to, I heard earlier, I just want to make this before the motion. We heard readiness, you know, being ready for this, being ready to go to college, being ready for things like this, communicating better, being ready. And I'll just end that with there because everyone's already said it here. So, therefore, I move that the Board of Trustees approves the change of use of Kate Smith Elementary School in accordance with Administrative Regulations 7087 at NRS Chapter 393 to begin in the 2027-28 school year.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Phoenix, and we have a second by Trustee Nicolette. Seeing no lights on for discussion. Oh.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
No, I am sorry because I know everyone's getting tired. I totally get. I'm sorry for my little Kate Smith. I absolutely understand that we are in a tough spot. We're in a tough spot. And I do like what you said, Trustee Hall, that we need to do a better job of communication. When? We dropped the ball on Pine. We dropped the ball on Huffaker. And so I will be voting no, not because I don't think that we need to make these tough decisions. I can make these tough decisions. But I'm going to make these tough decisions with my community, not with my community being left out of the decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Westlake. All right. We have a motion by Trustee Phoenix and a second by Trustee Nicolette. We've had discussion on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. Motion carries 5-1. Thank you. And thank you so much to everyone who came out. That closes item 4.05 and brings us now to our final item in section 4. Item 4.06, the presentation and possible action to provide preliminary approval for the deletion of Board Policy 4700, employee complaint process, and the initiation of the 13-day public review and comment period. This is an item for possible action, and our presenter is our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Ertz. I'm just going to present from here just to make this fast. Quite simply, as you know, we have the board policy diet. This is duplicative. It was duplicative when it was drafted. We used to have what was called a staff complaint process. What we've done is, as you approved, the staff complaint is specific now to protected status as it relates to non-discrimination under board policy 0100. And then there's now a new process that we use, which is the public complaint process for staff complaints, and that's in our new board policy that you dropped at 1600 and AR 1601. So this policy is literally duplicative of multiple documents, and it just needs to be deleted. We waited to bring it to you because we wanted to make sure everything else passed before we deleted it. So that's it. We're looking for a motion to delete. This doesn't affect any rights, any substantive rights or anything of that nature. I should also mention one last thing is there's also multiple grievance processes in each CBA. So there's plenty of chance for employees to be heard. This is just one of those things that needs to be removed.
JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion. Okay. Board of Trustees provide preliminary approval of the proposed deletion of Board Policy 4700, employee complaint process, and initiates a 13-day public review and comment period.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Hull. Seeing no lights on for discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. And we have found our way to the end of section 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you all so much. We'll now open section 5, our reports, beginning with our student representatives report. Hey, yeah, it's getting late.
Okay.
Thanks, Maya.
Good evening, everyone. I'll keep this short. I'll just go over what our last student voice meeting was about. So we gave each group of students a question and asked them to write down their responses to it. And then we had the rest of the group go around and vote on what they agreed with the most. So for the first group, the question was, what is one thing you wish adults would ask more? And by far the most popular result was, how do you learn best? Which I think most students find when their teachers actually find how they learn better. The next question was, what helps you in school? And we had two very popular answers on this. The first one was field trips. And then the second one was teachers who care about students mastering subjects. So instead of just seeing if they can scrape by on certain tests, having them know that they can answer these questions if they were asked years later about it. And then the third one was, what do students need more of at school that no one talks about? And everyone said driving classes. I think students trying to get their licenses feel that they would do better if they had more resources on that. And there wasn't much else at the meeting because majority of our student voices are just getting ramped up, so they didn't have much to report. And that's about it.
Thank you so much, Maya. We're going to go ahead and forego item 5.02, the board reports, and then Superintendent Ernst has also graciously foregone his 5.03 superintendent's report, which brings us to section 6, our closing items, beginning with item 6.01, our public comment.
Connie Silveria.
Hi, Connie. It's so good to see you. Welcome.
Tonight. It's been very interesting today, I have to tell you. So you'll be really happy to hear I'm here to give you money, okay? So have I got your attention? All right, well, I'm here to tell you that the Glen Hare greenhouse at Reno High School is slated for demolition next month. I'm here to plead with you to postpone or reconsider your decision. I realize the new facilities at W. Smith was built to replace the Glen Hare facility. However, I feel this is an opportunity for the district to create a public-private partnership that could be a benefit without destruction of this resource. Washoe County is home to nonprofit organizations such as Soulful Seeds, who provides community gardens for residents to grow their own vegetables, and Urban Roots, who provides educational opportunities for our youth to learn about gardening. Have groups such as these been approached to see if they have an interest in resources to take on the task of upgrading and operating the Glen Hare greenhouse? I have spoken with representatives from groups like Farmily and the Boys and Girls Club who would be interested in evaluating the site for possible use. We believe through donations and partnerships, our organizations such as these, this 4,000 square foot, $400,000 asset could provide a greater benefit to the county and the community than a parking lot. I understand the decision to demolish was based on a structural report, and I believe you all have a copy of that. Our plan would not only relieve your staff of maintenance of the greenhouse, but could serve as a learning opportunity for the other district greenhouses on the importance and specifics of regular inspections and maintenance of greenhouses. Our district is growing by the day. Who's to say that at some point in the near future, the need to expand these programs might not be realized? Once this facility is destroyed, that opportunity is gone. I do realize the contract for the demolition may be in place with a vendor. Let us at least try to postpone the decision to demolish while we put together a group of local interested parties to explore a more beneficial option. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Connie. I do want to just clarify one thing, and that is that this isn't on the Reno High property, and it was never used by their students. So this was used with the AACT program. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands, because there's a bit of misunderstanding about that out in the community, just so everybody knows.
Thank
All right,
you.
thank you.
Paul Hollis.
Welcome, Mr. Hollis. You're a champion. I want to play a walk-up song for you.
After teaching for so many years, when you come to the school board, it's like going to the principal's office. But I'm not here for that. Yesterday was the 35th anniversary of building that greenhouse. It was with the Glen Hare program. Why do I know that? Because the day we poured the footings, the students from the building trades and the horticulture class built that greenhouse. Monica De Silva disappeared. She was from here to that wall from the greenhouse. And that murder was never solved, but that's how I remember it. The students built that greenhouse totally. We finagled the board to give us the $70,000 that they had budgeted, which would have bought us about a 20 by 20 greenhouse with the contractor. You buy the kit, we'll put it together. We did that. And for 35 years, it's been up. It had some maintenance problems. I got involved with CTE to go back and help them get it up and running again. It has little plumbing leaks. It has some electrical. That can all be repaired. We keep hearing it has structural deficiencies. Not in the frame. It's only in the covering and the gutters. That's it. We can fix that. People are begging for greenhouses. We've talked to the city of Reno to help them expand their flower basket growing. We've talked to Farmally right across the street. They have over 2,000 kids go through their farm program. They could use it. We need to put something together so that we can all kind of decide what we can do with it without tearing it down. Once it's gone, you're right, you'll never get it. You have a beautiful facility, Debbie Smith. I was involved with getting that design. It's going to be awesome. We still have this good one here, and we can use it. We say it's Reno High Greenhouse because if you say it's at Glen Hare, nobody knows where in the hell it is. It's next to the football field behind Reno High, okay? But that land's not going to be used for anything else. They haven't got any plans for it. Leave it up. Let us fix it. I can get the community behind it. We know what we're doing to get it repaired. I mean, just fix it and keep it. There's not many opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hollis, and thank you for that bit of history.
Greg.
It's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening,
Welcome,
Madam
Greg.
Chairman, members of the Washoe County School Board, Superintendent. My name is Greg Evangelatos. I'm a long-term resident of the community. My wife, Janine Vandevort, was an educator with the school system for 25 years. My son is a proud graduate of Reno High. He's now a child psychiatrist living in Wisconsin, and I have 3 grandsons. And that concludes my presentation. Now, basically, I'm here to support what the previous 2 speakers have said. And you made the comment earlier about the Reno High having a diverse community. It's not the image of Reno High. And number one. Number two, I think the issue of growing things, of maintaining things, planting, teaching people tactile skills is really needed in our society. Long term, we need to be thinking about this in terms of how food is produced. We have become so technologically oriented and so data driven that the earth that produces the food we're not connected with. And I think this helps those kids connect with that. The second thing is, in my other life, I'm a developer's representative in terms of planning. And we need people with manual skills, carpenters, plumbers, electricians, landscapers. And in my childhood, in my younger days, my dad was a commercial flower grower and a landscaper, and I learned skills from him that saved me thousands of dollars when I bought homes and I had to landscape and I had to put in irrigation systems. So there's a practical application to it. And I think Mr. Hollis has tremendous resources to do this. And again, Mrs. Silvera is a dear, dear close friend, and I do whatever she tells me. Anyway, that's my presentation, and I just have an open mind on this subject and thank you for the education this evening. It's been 10 or 11 years since I've been here, and I see that you're at the firing line in terms of many critical issues, and thank you for your service.
That's very kind of you to say. We're incredibly lucky that we're the people that get to do this as well. So thank you.
The board received emails from Mike Escobar and Herschel Murray.
All right. Well, thank you everyone who was here. That closes item 6.01 and brings us now to 6.02, our next meeting announcement, which is going to be October 14th, 2025. I will also repeat my point of privilege that I had mentioned before, which is that November will be an unusual scheduling for our board meeting. We typically have our meetings the second and fourth Tuesdays of the month, but in November, we're going to have one meeting on Tuesday, the 18th. So I just want to make sure that everyone in the community is aware of that. That closes item 6.02 and brings us to 6.03 at 8:49 p.m. Adjournment. Thank you.